the Indian Army believed they were tracking a Yeti.
I can't imagine a 3-hour trek underneath a Sasquatch's arms going to be too comfortable. For 3 hours! Three whole hours!
He's travelled around the world, visited a lot of different places that are said to have their own equivalent of a Bigfoot-like creature.
We're going to get into those in a little while. Hey guys, how's it going? Duty, I'm back with the DRIP Podcast. And today we're going cryptids. I'm joined by Bailey, Lozzie, and Scott. Now, Scott, you're very, very crucial because you've interviewed like a professor of Bigfoot or something, haven't you?
Yeah. So I've interviewed Dr. Jeff Meldrum, who is a professor of anatomy and anthropology, I believe.
Okay.
With a specialty in bipedal movement, which is the movement of hominids.
Okay.
Basically, he has a very strong interest in muscular tension, walking, generally the movement of apes and humans and, creatures like that.
Okay, that's interesting. So a man based in science, based in the correct science, with a very, very vast interest in Bigfoot, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And obviously head over to Tempest Paranormal and give that interview a listen after this episode. But what has he found? Without giving away too much of your own episode, but what has he, does he have the smoking gun?
So from the interview I did with him, we spoke about quite a few different bits. He's travelled around the world, visited a lot of different places that are said to have their own equivalent of a Bigfoot-like creature.
We're going to get into those in a little while.
So he sort of said Bigfoot is apparently just the North American ones.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And then the rest of the world have different names.
Nepalese Yeti.
So it's Bigfoot. So they're saying Bigfoot is strictly an American-only thing.
Yeah, I think it's sort of it's a weird one where to most people Bigfoot is just Bigfoot, but to him Bigfoot is the North American variant of the Yeti-like creature.
Okay, so we're basically we're saying there's subspecies.
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Well, I'll tell you what. As you've took us there, I'll push it ahead of schedule. Only slightly. It was Article 2, Loz. We're starting with Article 2.
We're not going in sequence anymore. It's completely fucked.
Let's
no.
I'll take the blame for that.
So we're going to go with Newsweek.com's guide to deciphering the differences between a Yeti, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and more.
Wow.
Fucking get in.
Okay.
Yes. So for decades, dedicated group of men and women have vowed to drag into the light their mysterious quarry, Bigfoot and mysterious beasts that inspire books, movies, and research. So that's what we're going to look at. Okay. So, as you're saying, is Bigfoot its own thing? Is it a species? Is it a subspecies? Well, apparently, we'll begin with Sasquatch. The term Sasquatch has become the most universally respected name for the enigmatic primate / person hybrid, derived from the Halcomelum dialectal word Sisquak, meaning wild man. The word was first used by the Coast Salish peoples. These indigenous peoples inhabited the Fraser Valley in the Pacific Northwest and parts of Vancouver Island, British Columbia, 2 regions that have yielded more recorded Sasquatch sightings than anywhere else. Then we have Bigfoot, our boy Bigfoot. Perhaps the most common shorthand for Sasquatch, the term Bigfoot, first came about in 1958, which Article 1 is how the Bigfoot legend came to be. So we'll get more into that in a second. So, 1958, Gerald Crew, a Bluff Creek local in Del Norte County, California, was featured in the Humboldt Times for the cast he made of large footprints found near his bulldozer. Fellow Bluff Creek, just for a second, can you imagine you return to your bulldozer and forget about the footprints? Imagine there is a Sasquatch driving your bulldozer.
I knew that's exactly where you were going with that, and I still weren't ready for it.
Imagine that.
Sasquatch in a JCB.
Just the new labourer, mate.
Just in a hard hat. What was that?
Just
What
ready
was
to
that
go.
show? Oh, what was that show? Is it George? George? No. Was it
Hang on.
George? The Sasquatch? Do you remember that show?
George the
It was like a
Sasquatch.
it was like a
George
it was
the
like a sitcom.
Sasquatch.
It was like a sitcom. Ah, we're going on tangent. Hang on. You'll
George the
definitely know it.
Sasquatch.
George.
About a
Sasquatch.
Sasquatch. He like joins a family. Harry and the Hendersons, is it that?
That's very different.
Yeah,
to George
Harry
the
and the
Sasquatch.
Hendersons.
He's talking about Barney.
Oh,
think.
Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, Harry and the Hendersons.
I've got
Basically,
No idea.
No.
this Google it, honestly, this fuck off Sasquatch just like look, a human family adopts a Sasquatch as their pet. Comedy family fantasy TV series from 1991 to 1993.
That looks horrific.
5.6 out of 10.
Yeah, no. I have seen that. Yeah.
Their top rated episode is 8 out of 10. The old
Gosh.
Bigfoot. Harry brings home an old Bigfoot, so the family consults Dr. Arneson. But anyway, we're getting off topic. But yeah,
I think it's
I'd
too late to be
imagine-
getting off topic.
I'd imagine he would drive a bulldozer.
He would have a high vis on as well, mate.
Definitely. So fellow Bluff Creek locals began referring to the mysterious maker of the tracks as Bigfoot, which Humboldt Times editor Andrew Genzoli decided to stylize as Bigfoot. Hang on a minute. So it's like Bigfoot, like with a gap in the middle, and then he just thought, fuck that gap, fuck the space, bring it together,
That's it.
bosh, Bigfoot. The term has earned considerable recognition since then, particularly in its use by the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, one of the most wildly respected groups of Bigfooters. Now, we have the Yeti, and we will have a story that went viral in, I believe, 2019, where the Indian Army believed they were tracking a Yeti. So the Yeti, though commonly associated with Sasquatch, the Yeti is an entirely different entity. Oh, there we go. This creature's origin can be traced back to pre-Buddhist Eastern civilizations, particularly in the Himalayan mountain region. Unlike the Sasquatch, who is most frequently spotted in warm and mild climates, the Yeti is believed to be an Arctic creature that is usually described as resembling a bear more than an ape. Some early indigenous people of the Himalayas would worship what became known as the Yeti, calling it the glacier being. So apparently they're not the same.
Okay, so I understand the difference between a Yeti and a Bigfoot. Obviously, we've seen like different things about Yeti. They normally have like a white fur, whereas a Bigfoot would have more like a brown fur. And this one's described as a bear more than an ape, right? So there's differences between them, right? The other ones, they just sound like the same thing. Like it's just in different parts of the world.
Yeah, the way I'm getting it so far is that Sasquatch is sort of the overarching type of creature, and then you get your Bigfoot and your Yeti and the other things that we'll have on this list underneath that.
But it does say that although commonly associated with Sasquatch, the Yeti is actually an entirely different entity.
Yeah, so I think it's like
it could be a case of like, what is it? I have part of it in my DNA. Is it Neanderthal?
Yeah.
Mhm.
What's the species that was wiped out by the humans? It is Neanderthal, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
so I have a
sounds
little bit of
right.
Neanderthal in me. Yeah. So what I'm saying is this could be like, human and Neanderthal, kind of similar species, but actually
yeah.
not at all.
Okay.
But yes, that's where the Yeti is. Abominable snowman. The term abominable snowman was first coined in 1921 by Henry Newman, a contributor to the English language newspaper, The Statesman. Newman interviewed participants in the British Mount Everest reconnaissance expedition who encountered large footprints that their guides declared were left by what they called Meto Kangmi. While Kangmi doesn't translate to snowman, Meto actually translates to man-bear.
Man bear pig.
Oh, yeah.
In writing his piece, Newman mistranslated the term to filthy. Filthy man bear, which he then swapped out for abominable. One and the same with the Yeti, the abominable snowman is generally regarded as an illusory being of the Far Eastern Hemisphere and not interchangeable with the Sasquatch. So basically, I think you got Sasquatch and Bigfoot, and then you've got Yeti and abominable snowman.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But the thing is, with the Yeti and the abominable snowman, if it's bear-like, then it's not bipedal, is it?
No.
I guess it depends on how bear-like, because bears can obviously stand and walk on their rear legs.
But a bear footprint would be dramatically different from an ape's footprint.
True.
Yeah, so I guess the generic
seeing them, like, you know, if you was to maybe if you saw one walking past, I mean, I've seen bears stand up on their hind legs. I've never seen one maybe walk on two legs. Maybe they do. I don't know. But
Bailey,
them.
I'm going to show you a fucking Yeti footprint in a minute, mate.
Nice.
From the Indian Army. But before we get there, let's go back to the start of the origin of Bigfoot, shall we?
Yes.
So if you want to go to Article 1 from history.com. And obviously, as you know, guys, chime in whenever you like. Also, Scott, if you have anything to add, like, you know, that professor guy said this about this, and that'd be amazing. So what exactly are the origins of Bigfoot? In 1958, a journalist, as we have discussed, of the Humboldt Times highlighted a fun, if dubious, letter from a reader about loggers in North Carolina who discovered mysteriously large footprints. Maybe we have a relative of the abominable snowman of the Himalayas, Genzoli jokingly wrote in his September 21st column. So that's quite interesting. So from what I gauge from that, what came first, Sasquatch or the Yeti? It's actually the Yeti. I mean, we did just read that it's, you know, it's ancient Eastern folklore.
Yeah.
But
So there's a lot of like 1,000-year-old sightings in your more sort of Asian parts of the world. I want to say there's China. Specifically, I think China has a tribe of what are called hairy men who lived, or at one point lived off in the mountains on their own, sort of independent of everyone else. And they were described by locals in a village as essentially being the perfect description of a Bigfoot or a Yeti.
Okay.
Who would occasionally come into the village to get food or to, you know, trade, and then would disappear back off into the mountains.
That's interesting. So it's just a tribe of humans that essentially decided to rough it a little bit more.
Yeah, I guess, you know, two separate tribes that went completely different ways for hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, yeah.
And obviously you would see changes, I assume, in that.
Yeah. Have you ever seen, this is a fucking, now we're falling off a cliff, The Descent? That was humans that moved underground, and then thousands of years later, they're a little bit funky. So this could be what's happening here. Could be what's happening here. I'm not being funny. When it comes to Bigfoot, and the amount of sightings that are in national parks, and the amount of mountains that are in national parks, and the amount of cave systems that are in national parks, you know, could not necessarily be like humans that thought, oh, fuck this, I'm going into the mountains, but it could have been like an ape subset that's gone off into the mountains. Very interesting. But yeah, so Genzoli said he simply thought the mysterious footprint made a good Sunday morning story, but to his surprise, it fascinated readers. He's like, oh, bollocks, of all the things to go viral, why did it have to be this? But yeah, so a report on the name loggers had given to the so-called creature who left the tracks, Bigfoot was born. The legend of Bigfoot.
Those loggers were so creative.
Yeah, that's a big foot. Goddamn, Jerry. There are various wild. That is a big foot. Look at that. There are various wild man myths from all over the world, says Jonathan Blobers, author of Bigfoot: The Life and Times of a Legend. In Western Canada, the St'Ales First Nation have the Saskets, the supposed origin of the word Sasquatch. However, the modern US concept of Bigfoot can be traced quite directly to the stories of 1958. So there we go. We have our answer. It was in 1958. People later go back and dig through old newspapers and stuff and find scattered reports of a wild man here and a wild man there, but it doesn't coalesce into a general discussion until the 50s. So, okay, it wasn't the 50s. So it was just like here and there, we're getting stories. So it's a bit like folk tale, I guess. And then, can we scroll back up to the foot?
Yes.
I mean, that's bosh. That is a big foot.
That's what it says on the tin.
Obviously could definitely be faked, but at the same time it could be legit. And do we know what size foot that is?
I was just about to ask that.
That's a
Because
10.
I'm pretty sure, like, well, from seeing that doesn't look as like there's no way that's come from a human to some of the pictures of Bigfoot's footprint that I've seen before. Do you know what I mean? Like, that could quite easily be like Shaquille O'Neal's foot, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's quite possible.
But then Shaquille O'Neal's 7 foot, isn't he? Which I think is
Yes.
how Bigfoot was or is. What size is the Bigfoot foot? So, the enormous footprints for which the creature is named are claimed to be as large as 24 inches long and 8 inches wide.
Jesus.
Um,
That's a large foot.
That's a large foot. What's that?
That is
What's
a
that in shoe size?
Bigfoot.
It is.
Yeah.
hang on, so let's have a look. 18-inch foot in shoe size.
That's a big old cleat you got to put on that foot.
I thought it was a 24-inch foot.
24-inch long.
What?
24-inch.
I was a 24 inch. Like, how did I just? Wow, I literally. Where the fuck did I just get 18 from?
8 inches wide.
Yeah, 8 inches
Is
wide
how-
and 24 long.
That's crazy. I don't think we're going to get an answer, but no, we're not going to get an answer. But I can tell you that 6 inches is a size 8 in the US. So
Wow.
it's a pretty big foot. It's a pretty goddamn big foot, is what I'll say. But if anyone knows, if anyone's like worked in a shoe shop out there and knows off the top of their head, let us know.
Okay, hang on.
There's a video playing. Why is that there? Ugh, feel sick.
So, a 15-inch foot or 15.5-inch foot from heel
Yeah.
to toe would be a size 24.
What?
That's insane.
According to this chart that I've just found, with no prior research whatsoever to back up if the information is true, that's what that comes
The
out.
website I've just stumbled across says Bigfoot would wear anything from a size 21 and up.
Whoa.
That's
Okay.
So,
fairly
that
big.
adds up.
We're fucking with a big boy here.
That's it.
That's interesting. So now we know the origins. There was a bulldozer. There was a large foot.
It's a perfect
and the
origin
Bigfoot
story.
was born.
It is a
really is.
perfect origin story.
It really is. Right. So let's go to one of the most famous abduction stories now. You can bring it back to the main screen. I'll read this in the privacy of my own home. Because I feel like the people of the internet want to see our faces a little bit clearer. Okay, so this is about Albert Ostman. Albert Ostman was a Canadian prospector. And in 1924, he was abducted by a Sasquatch and held captive for 6 whole days.
Sheesh.
This took place near Tobler Inlet in British Columbia. And as you'll hear throughout this podcast, British Columbia keeps coming up when it comes to Sasquatch. So it's a little short story, but it'll get the point across. In 1924, Albert Ostman, a lumberjack and woodsman, don't know what the difference is, went to the area for a vacation. Ostman had heard stories about the man-beasts who supposedly roamed these woods but refused to believe them. As Ostman lay asleep one evening, a Sasquatch purportedly picked him up and carried him off while he was in his sleeping bag. Ostman was carried in his sleeping bag across country for 3 hours by a Sasquatch. Bailey, the man was terrified.
So sorry, but there's just a man trapped in a sleeping bag underneath a Sasquatch's arm.
Fucking hell!
For 3 hours. Three whole hours. He was just...
And you got to think the stride of this thing. He's gonna make some ground in 3 hours.
Jesus Christ! 3 hours. Okay, carry on.
So, the Sasquatch dropped Ostman down on a plateau.
Okay.
Standing around him was a family of 4 of the creatures. Albert was kept captive by the Sasquatch. The captors were 2 adults and 2 children, which held Ostman captive for the 6 days. One of the Bigfoots was reported as being 8 feet tall. Ostman did not use his gun on them, as they had done him no harm.
I mean, well,
They've literally stolen you.
I can't imagine a 3-hour trek underneath a Sasquatch's arm is going to be too comfortable.
Might have been over the shoulder.
Wait, so
over the shoulder.
Probably doesn't say, but did he have his gun with him in the sleeping bag?
He's got, yeah.
He's got
Always.
a piece in his.
Always,
packing,
Lozzie.
mate.
Come on, always.
Conceal and carry, mate.
That's what
Conceal and carry.
That's what the Bigfoot did to him.
At what point do you decide you are going to open fire?
He was rolled up like a spliff in a fucking sleeping bag.
Look,
Sasquatch
he just brought it back for his family. Like, I brought a red spliff for everyone. What a legend!
Way.
At that point, that man is essentially a roll of sushi.
It is.
Yeah.
100%. He's just rolled up.
He is. Okay, so the captors were 2 adults, 2 children, right? And he's got his gun, but he's like, I'm not gonna kill these fools. They ain't done anything to me. So he stayed with the Bigfoot family for a week.
Right. Okay. Also, he probably realised that like what kind of gun he had, the caliber of bullet he had probably wouldn't take down an 8-foot Sasquatch.
He's
probably not worth the hassle, to be fair. He's only taking out his little caliber. 22 long rifle. Yeah. He's like, yeah, no chance.
So he stayed with them for a week, right? And he ate sweet tasting grass that they gave him. According to Osman, the female Sasquatch washed and stacked leaves. Albert escaped by making the large male Sasquatch groggy by feeding him some snuff.
What?
Hang on.
What's snuff?
Huh?
Did you just say snuff?
Yeah, so snuff is a type of smokeless tobacco product made from finely ground or pulverized tobacco leaves. Right. It is snorted or sniffed into the nasal cavity, delivering nicotine and a flavored scent to the user. Traditionally, it is sniffed or inhaled lightly after a pinch of snuff is either placed onto the back surface of the hand. Let me just open this up. Where are we at? Of the hand, held pinched between thumb and index finger, or held by a specifically made snuffing device. So it's very common in the 17th century. So there we go. He used snuff to escape, right? He did not tell his story for more than 24 years after it happened for fear of being thought of being crazy. As more Sasquatch stories appeared in the press, Albert decided to tell his story to a local newspaper, The Province, in 1957.
Right, okay, well, I would be telling people the day I got back, being, listen, 2 days down that road, mate, obviously 3 hours for a Sasquatch, 2 days walk for me, down that road, there is a family of giant beings just kidnapping people, washing leaves, mate.
Yeah.
You should probably come have a little look. Don't go camping around there because they'll steal you and try and smoke you in your sleeping bag. Just go have a look. The day I got back, literally the very same day.
I say get the 50 cal.
Get the damn 50 cal, boys. We're going hunting, boy.
I mean, 24 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Could have made it 25. But...
I mean, after that much time, what is the thing that makes you go, tell you what, today's the day?
Yeah, that's
also,
a great point.
How much more mental does it sound for someone to say, by the way, 24 years ago, I was rolled up in a spliff by a Bigfoot, and a family of Bigfoot just kept me there for a week. Just before I let you know.
I get what you mean.
Oh, by the way, my wife, who I've been with for the last 30 years, I never told you this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Then
Well,
what
no,
the fuck?
apparently it's because more Sasquatch stories appeared in the press.
Okay,
It was
so
like,
you just wanted
well,
to jump on the fucking hype train then.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but the biggest issue I have, is, I mean, I've only been on this planet 29 years, and obviously, so my memory when I was 5 is shit anyway. But like, that's a long time for a memory to get warped.
I
Yeah.
don't think you.
100%.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be forgetting that though.
So 3 hours, more like 5-10 minutes. Let's put it that way. Yeah, 4 Sasquatches, just one giant man keeping him out of a storm, probably.
And
Do you know what I mean? Like,
and a bag full of mushrooms.
and a bag full of mushrooms. He just got taken by a bear.
Yeah, I mean, here it says in 2007, the skeptic Joe Nickel, who is an American skeptic and investigator of the paranormal, characterized the story as more likely the result of imagination than of recollection. Critics of Osman note that he did not make the event public until 1957, and primatologist John Napier states that Osman's story fails to convince me primarily on the grounds of the limited food resources available. He did say he was only eating grass, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
There's quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
I think, if that happens to you, just speak to a friend. Don't bottle it down for 24 years.
Yeah.
Just tell someone about
There's
it.
probably a phone number you can call now.
There probably is a Sasquatch kidnap helpline.
Yeah.
0800 Bigfoot.
That's it.
That's it.
But yeah, so that is Albert Osman's story. Now I want to go over to an army. We're going over to Yeti now, or Abominable Snowman. So this went viral. I somehow missed it. The Indian Army tweeted this. Yeah, in April of 2019.
Okay.
So, Army finds evidence of abominable snowman as mysterious footprints discovered. The abominable snowman has been long rumoured to be lurking high in the mountain ranges. One group of Army soldiers found footprints they believe belonged to a Yeti, but they were mocked over their claims. And when I say mocked, I mean the world mocked them. So they were like, we're going to tweet this and change the world. And then they realised that it's Twitter.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that just really adds to the point we've made previously of we could catch a ghost in front of us.
yeah. And
second
we
the
don't
video
have the
goes out.
credibility of an army of a nation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just
So-
find
We're not sat in the United Nations.
No. So, yeah, our army soldiers were mocked over claims that they had found a giant Yeti, also known as the Abominable Snowman. They claimed to have found footprints of the beast, a trail leading off into the snow at the Makalu base camp in the Himalayas. So there are a couple of pictures in this one, Loz. So when I go hit it, switch it over so that people can see the images if they're on the video, but if they're listening, then listen to the images. The Indian Army released an official statement in 2019 and described an elusive snowman. So what they said was, for the first time, an #Indian Army mountaineering expedition team has sighted mysterious footprints of mythical beast Yeti measuring 32 by 15 inches close to Makalu base camp on the 9th of April 2019. This elusive snowman has only been sighted at Makalu Burren National Park in the past. Some taunted the statement, responding with pictures of footprints claiming to be belonging to Bigfoot, whilst others were less than impressed. One person said, really hope this is a joke. This is supposed to be a smart and intelligent force. Okay, random one person. What if they're telling the truth, though?
Yeah, mate.
Like,
Fucking... How big did they say the feet were?
So the feet were 32 inches by 15 inches.
So it's
he's
even
just
bigger
walking
than
around
the
like a 2005 state-of-the-art LCD TV on his feet. Fucking
Unbelievable.
ridiculous, mate.
That's mad, isn't it? So, Lozzie, if you shoot across for a second and scroll down, you'll see the first image. And you can even see, like, the stride. Look at the stride!
Yes. So are they hiking poles that they're using to kind of measure the distance between them? Okay.
So the Indian Army was excited by the footprints they found. If you're right, this is you know, if you're ever excited by something, don't put it on the internet because the internet will grasp it, crush it, and kill it. Yeah. The idea of a fearsome and a giant ape-like creature has long crept into the world of common myths and legends, but there is no evidence such creatures exist. Some scientists think the animal rumoured to be lurking in the Himalayan mountains could be a subspecies of the brown bear. But if it is a subspecies of the brown bear that people have named the Yeti, then the Yeti exists.
Yeah.
It's just a misidentified.
Yeah,
to an extent, but
it hasn't been misidentified though, because like, you know, you think, how did any of these animals get their names? Someone's named them, someone's seen it as a fucking Yeti. Well, there you go then, it's a fucking Yeti.
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's just his name.
So Britannica explains, at certain gaits, as in GAITS, bears place the hind foot partly over the imprint of the forefoot, thus making a very large imprint that looks deceptively like an enormous human footprint position in the opposite direction. So that explains the footprint we saw in Rendlesham Forest. It was a bear.
Nice.
One of those then.
Well, to be fair, I did say it was a bare foot. So
You did.
There we go.
And that's what I thought you meant. Ideas such as a creature like this existing are not exclusive to Indian folklore, but are frequently seen in the Western myths as well. In 1951, British explorer Eric Shipton was trying to find an alternate route up the world's tallest mountain, Mount Everest, when he stumbled across a large footprint. The word Yeti comes from the local Sherpa for wild man. So now if you scroll down again, you'll see the tweet. And you'll see some of the imagery associated with it. So it's a large foot, we've got a trail, and we've got a nice picture of the Indian Army mountaineering expedition for Makalo in 2019. So
don't look very happy.
I believe you. Hashtag Indian Army.
The bottom photo to the right, with the trail. Is he just hopping then? There's nothing walks like, you know what I mean? Right in front, they would be offset, wouldn't they?
Well, we don't know the Yeti's. Did the guy who literally specialises in bipedal movement and walking have anything to say about this, Scott?
So, a lot of footprints, according to the guy, have they show a very strange gait that is almost not impossible, but would be very difficult to fake or replicate for a human.
Right.
So in a lot of cases, they've got both very large steps and strides, but also a very strange sort of weight distribution compared to something that, you know, we could do. Obviously, due to the fact that they're a much larger creature with a much larger center of mass and a different structured center of mass.
Okay.
Which does also lead into, I don't know if you've got it in the list of things to look at, the Patterson-Gimlin film.
No, I haven't.
So
which I should do. Is that the really famous?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fucked up there.
Probably the most famous bit of Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Media.
Fucked that one off. No, we'll get to that. We'll do it now if you want. Go on, continue.
Yeah. So in that, essentially, obviously the Patterson-Gimlin film is the video of a supposed Bigfoot walking through a forest in America.
Yeah.
Now that's been widely debated over the years.
Which will inevitably be the thumbnail. Continue.
That's been widely debated through the years as to the authenticity of it, the legitimacy behind them creating it.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that we spoke about in the interview I did was how sort of the steps would be on the terrain it was filmed on would be almost impossible for someone to do consistently and, you know, well versed, to the extent that they then had I want to say it was Disney at the time, their like stunt performers and their special effects performers review the footage, who also essentially said, yeah, that's not doable.
Wow.
Which I think adds quite a bit of credibility that, you know, the top production houses that were essentially making fake things like that said they couldn't do it that convincingly.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. And so it was because of the terrain.
Is the
that
terrain
not just a forest, though?
It's a forest,
floor?
but it was sort of a uneven, stony sort of forest floor.
Right.
Just sort of the way it was leveled would mean walking with a consistent gait would be very difficult for something that didn't have that naturally.
Okay, Loz, can you just pull that image up for a second? If you just bring us back to the forefront, and then pull up that image, that'd be amazing. So because did it have anything to do with the fact that it was a stony ground and the thought that this person was barefoot? Because could they not have like a suit on with shoes?
So the suit is another big point of it. Obviously, the big point is that it was a gorilla suit.
Yeah.
Which is very strongly denied. So the suit in question would have such a strange level of detail that, again, top production houses said they couldn't replicate at the time. Like when you actually watch the footage in varying stages and varying, qualities, because there's hundreds of different versions of it available online. But if you find the more sort of authentic and original ones, you tend to see muscle tension, which obviously in a suit would be really difficult to do leg movements and muscle movements to an accurate representation.
Interesting.
Wow.
And I guess that's where this guy comes into it, because he's got an interest in muscle tension.
Yeah,
so that's the imagery.
He, spoiler for the interview, firmly believes this is legitimate.
Okay.
Because of, again, you just see the sort of the stone floor around it, and just how uneven that would be to walk on, and just to consistently walk on.
Yeah.
Can we get the footage? Is there a video that we can watch?
I'll leave a link down below on YouTube if you want to watch it. We're going to watch it, but at risk of being copyright claimed, I won't include this in the podcast. But what I'll do is we'll come back in a second, and we're going to tell you what we've seen and what we think. Okay, so we've just watched it. Right, what do we think? I'll sound off first. Initially seeing it was like, oh, there's a bit of a chills kind of thing with, holy shit, is that an actual Bigfoot? I've never seen that footage. I've only ever seen the still. I've never seen the footage. The only thing for me, which again, if you're on YouTube, is linked down below, but you can literally just Google this footage, and I'm sure you'll find it in no time at all. It looked like a dude going out for a casual stroll. Like it was the way that thing was walking was really strange.
Yeah, not
and
a
had
single
very
fuck.
long arms.
Not a single fuck was given in them strides, mate.
But the sass in Sasquatch.
That's it, literally.
What do we think?
So I really like the Patterson Gimlin film. There's just a lot about it that I think the more you look into it and the more you sort of look into the very minor details of it really stand out. So another thing that they've said about that film in general is that the creature walking in it does things that at the time they didn't know bipedal creatures did. So there are certain like ape-like creatures like that they have since discovered have very specific ways of doing things and very specific movements, very specific, muscle tension and that sort of thing. And it's present in that film, but wasn't discovered until 20 years later by science.
Right.
Okay, that's quite interesting. I do see what you mean. Like, he's got pretty fire quads.
Yeah.
He
ain't skipping leg day.
Nah.
No. When was that footage from?
That was 1967.
What were they out filming for?
That's a good
Bigfoot.
question. I want to say it was. I want to say they were actually out trying to find Bigfoots.
Ooh.
Ah.
Now, that's where I start getting a little
But then,
but they went to the site of a load of Bigfoot sightings. That was a famous Bigfoot location.
So it fell in their lap.
essentially, that was filmed in Bluff Creek, which I think you spoke about.
Yeah, I
Right,
did. Yeah,
okay.
but then
Earlier.
again, you know, but that's like saying if we one day
Yeah, no, it's
finally
true.
capture a
It's
ghost,
very
it's like,
true.
oh, and they were looking for ghosts.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
like, oh yeah, no, actually, sorry, we were in a haunted hotel and we were doing a hotel room review, and so that adds credibility because we weren't looking for it, so we can't.
No,
We can't
I
knock
do see what you mean, but how much more credibility does it add if they were just out like
Oh, if they were just
analyzing
like,
trees or something?
yeah, or if they were sent there from the company to
Yeah.
film how the loggers were getting on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean,
I mean,
but
I would
the
be
other thing
more
to think-
inclined to believe it quicker.
yeah,
The other key thing I think is it was 1967. You had to go out with a full-on camera. Like
yeah,
Yeah,
it's not like
Yeah.
now where you can just whip your phone out and film
true.
a Bigfoot.
yeah.
It was. This is the intent. We're going here with limited reel as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are there any like more present sightings of like Bigfoot with like video evidence and that? Because it's the same as like aliens and all these other things. They always seem to happen when like video quality was at its shittest, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any.
I've seen a few where people have launched drones and you see something darting behind a tree,
Right.
or somebody's catching something on their phone and it's in the distance, and again it's just like a sort of shadowy, or not shadowy, but dark mass moving behind the trees.
Right.
But a lot of times it isn't the clearest quality.
But then again, even if it was clear quality, would that even add any credibility?
Yeah,
Because with
this
what
is the thing.
technology that is around today, you'd be probably more inclined to believe it was more bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You just can't fucking win, basically. Like,
No, you can't. Has there ever been a? I'm literally going to Google this live on the pod.
That's
Has there
it.
ever been? Oh no, actually, no. I don't need to do that because I literally have a story. I was going to Google. Has there ever been a Sasquatch sighting in the UK? And there has.
oh,
My mum, my aunties, and my uncle.
Oh yeah.
hang on a
You
minute.
had that
Wait,
correct.
they've seen it, right? You're not calling your mum,
No,
aunties, and
no,
uncles Sasquatches, are
no.
you?
They claim, right, when they were kids, they were camping in the garden, and they heard rustling outside and like tapping the tents. They ran out, and they looked down the road, and they saw this giant ape-like creature, like shaggy hair all the way down, like from
Right.
head to toe, run off into the marshes.
Wow.
And they
Okay.
all swear fucking blind they saw it, and there was like 6 of them.
I actually have a strange story myself, right? And obviously, I'm not claiming this as Bigfoot or a Sasquatch or whatever it was, right?
Yay.
But when I was getting a ride back on the bus from college, right? There's a specific road that we drive past, and there's a big sort of crater in a field, right? And it's a few miles back. It's quite a big crater, and at the top of this crater, I saw 2 ridiculously tall figures walking across the top of this crater. And it wasn't a shadow because of the way it was standing, but it was so far away that no human could look that tall. Now, I didn't think at this time it was like, oh, it's a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot. I thought, what the fuck is that? Like, literally just never really thought too much about it. But could it have been a Bigfoot / Sasquatch
There you
in
go.
the UK?
Might have been.
Never know. When you next come down, we'll drive past it. I'll show you what I mean, and you'll know what I mean by if you saw a person up there, you would distinctively know that that's the person. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, no, that sounds good. I know I've been saying it for ages, and I know that we will at some point. I think we're probably going to start with Black Shuck, but I do want to implement cryptid hunting into... do you know what? We've done a whole episode on Bigfoot. I think that's the first time the word cryptid has been used in this episode.
Yeah.
I think you
That's
started with
impressive.
cryptid.
I think you said
started
it in the
with
first
Oh, did I?
sentence, and then
Yeah.
again hasn't been mentioned since.
I
Fucking
think
hell.
you started it.
I've impressed myself. Not that that's anything to go by, but yeah, no, I definitely want to. I want to get over to Loch Ness, but then I want to go over to America. I want to get to Point Pleasant. I want to do a national park, either go missing, get
Big
abducted
up
by
the Mothman.
aliens, or
Get put in a
get
fruit
taken
roll up.
away in a sleeping. Exactly,
That's it.
by Bigfoot. Right. Let's round off the episode with 10 tips from an experienced Sasquatch researcher. Because if we're going to hunt, we're going to need to know what we're doing, right?
Definitely.
Solid.
So, Steve Mojo Wilkins, okay, from the Washington Sasquatch research team, gave comonews.com 10 tips for beginning research. All right. So we're gonna digest them right now and see if they can help us. All right. Tip number 1. Before beginning your field research, learn all you can about the subject. Where are the reported encounters near you? What are their behaviors? What signs should you look for? Okay, so that's tip number 1. There he is.
Hey.
Mojo.
I don't know. I
Stevie
trust him.
Wilkes.
He looks trustworthy.
Exactly. Okay, here we go. Tip number 2. Put together a team, even if it's just you and one other person. Bring equipment to document your experiences, camera, audio recorders. Your equipment will change and evolve over time. So we're already well away with that.
We're 3 for 3.
We're fucking smashing it. So tip number 3, decide on your goals. What are you researching for, man? What do you expect to achieve? For many researchers, having an actual sighting is a goal. Also, many aspire to document a sighting with good photographic or video evidence. So there we go. I would say that would be our goal, to video a Sasquatch. Yeah. Tip number 4, respect private property and do not research on it without permission. There are countless parks and endless acres of national forest land where you can research, yeah? So don't, break into a mansion if you think they're housing a Sasquatch. Tip number 5, researching is fun year-round, but winter, less productive and more difficult, yeah? Fuck winter off. Try to concentrate your research in the spring, summer, and fall. Fall is the best time because we suspect it is mating season.
Ooh.
And also the time of the annual salmon run in the Pacific Northwest. This tends to be more active time. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist. I think Steve wants the winter to himself.
Yeah.
I think he wants all of the locations free of other hunters. Researchers, sorry.
Them snow footprints would be easier to see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the spring when they've melted.
I mean, I do think with that, depending on how these creatures work and if they are cave dwelling and
hibernating.
Hibernating.
There is a reasonable chance winter, which means they're stationary.
Winter is coming.
They ain't running away from you if they're asleep. Just stick your head in a cave and hope there's not a bear.
Wait, no.
True.
Do not just start poking your heads in random caves in the winter. It sounds like a death trap.
Yeah. We don't endorse that, Scott, but Scott does. Tepper's Paranormal. Poking your head in bear caves. Tip number 6, when you research and discover potential evidence, i.e. tracks, pictures, vocalizations, try to debunk it and don't always assume everything is Bigfoot related. Try to find other explanations for evidence you find. Document all your findings with picture or video. That's good.
There we go.
Can I just say, this is the guy we're talking about in this photograph, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
He's got a very questionable sense of camouflage.
Camo jacket, jeans, and a bright yellow t-shirt.
Yeah.
It's like, look, if I'm going to get shot, I'm taking it to the torso.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Tip number 7, when you have a researched outing, don't expect to find evidence each time you go out, all right? In fact, prepare to fail 95% of the time. Do not get discouraged. That's true.
Yeah.
You have to be,
we can relate with
prepare
that,
to fail. But it's like, listen, yeah? If you go out for 100 hours, expect 95 of them to be fuck all. Number 8, always tell someone where you'll be researching and when you're expected to return. Do this each and every time you go out.
That seems
very wise.
Very
Very wise. Tip number 9, always be safe in the field. Your travels may put you on unsafe mountain roads, or you may find yourself hiking on steep terrain with unsafe footing. Never take unnecessary chances or push your limits. You should always plan for the worst. Also remember, the weather can change in an instant.
And bears.
and bears.
That should be added on to the end.
I mean, that's not something we really have to worry about too much in the UK.
We're not as bothered by bears.
You know, we
But
might
if
see
we
a
go
badger.
over there,
Yeah, if we go over there,
there.
then bears like mountain. They got like mountain lions and everything, don't they?
I mean, you can go every 6 foot something will try and kill you in America.
yeah.
Wow.
Mostly people.
On the final tip, look at how proud this general store is to be stocking 7-Up. Just a massive sign for 7-Up.
They've been asking them for
I love it.
years. Can we have
I
some branding
yeah.
for 7-Up for our store, please?
mean, I'm not being funny. We've all been there, driving down the long, lonely country road, seeing a shop. Oh, does that sell 7-Up? There's no question with this place. You know it does.
Yeah, you know it does.
You just drive
Sorry,
past.
appetite.
You drive past, went, oh, fancy the Sprite.
Tip number 10. Have fun researching. After all, it's just like camping. Throw some good food on the barbecue and enjoy the outdoors.
That does sound like a lot of fun to me. It
Oh,
just
absolutely
does sound like a
does.
lot of fun.
Absolutely.
I'm more than
We're
happy
going to be
take a
camping
trip.
this weekend.
That's it.
We are. We are indeed.
That is, sorry, I just had to think when this gets released. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Yeah. Take a little, don't know. I definitely want to cook food. What should we cook food on? Like,
To be
on
fair,
like a gas burner, or should we take a
I've-
barbecue?
I think I've got a little gas burner. I think
Oof.
my nan's got one.
Bang it.
No.
I can
Nice.
speak to her to see if it's still functioning.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. I also still
Definitely.
need to acquire myself a tent. But
I mean,
if
that
not,
is
I'm gonna
key.
wild man it.
That
I'll
would be
Sasquatch
cool.
it.
Wild man.
That's it.
If you genuinely don't have a tent
Yeah.
by Saturday,
Yeah.
let me know and I will bring my hammock and you
Oh.
can hammock between 2 trees and that would be pretty fucking gangster.
I would love to do it as long as the weather allows me to do it.
As far as I'm aware, so far it's going to be okay. But
Right,
because it's
okay.
going to be the Halloween special,
Actually, to
we
be
have
fair-
no fucking choice.
To be fair, I do have a tarp in the car, so I could proper wild man it just under a tarp on a hammock.
Can we just remind ourselves of the time Lozzie had a crisp packet?
It's true. I was in a
Yeah,
Walker's
sleeping
crisp
bag.
packet for warmth. It didn't
but
provide
To
any.
be fair, the temperature's been very nice like the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was
Let
like
me just...
mid-December. I think we did that.
14th of December, it was
There you
horrendous.
go.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Let
So
me-
I'm
let me
hoping the
just have a look.
temperature won't be as bad. But
Okay,
yeah,
so we've got rain on Saturday.
don't trust
Hang on.
Amazon listings. That's all I'm going to say.
To be fair, I've got rope, I've got tarp.
Just give me the rope.
Oh, no, it says, hang on, it says rain, but when you add, oh, it's just in the morning of Saturday. We're golden.
Nice.
Golden brown.
Good to
Torrential
listen to
Sunday.
footprints there.
Nah, we're fucking solid. We are literally solid. After 10 o'clock, no rain. And then all the way through. It is going to get to a low of around 5 degrees.
Oh, that's toasty. That's fine.
Yeah. Compared
That's
to what I
fine.
was
But over the
experiencing.
evening, by the time we get there, it's going to be about 9. And then and then lows of 5. We're going to be golden, man. But yeah, it's going to be like a paranormal investigation camping hybrid. I can't wait. Wait. So, yeah, boy. But, yeah, they're the tips for hunting. We're not going to be hunting Bigfoot because I don't believe there's one in there. But, yeah, that has been the Bigfoot episode. Thanks for joining me, guys. Thanks for bringing the expertise.
That's it.
Let me just finish with something quite interesting, an interesting question to each of us. We'll start with Lozzie, then Bailey, then Scott, then myself. Does Bigfoot exist?
I personally don't think it does. I just think that the footage has got some merits that we talked about earlier on. But I just feel like the creature is too nonchalant in that footage. Like it almost looks at him as if like, there's a couple of geezers there. No worries. But when you look at other footage of other animals, like not similar size because it's massive, but even if you took apes, they would not react like that. And if that's like meant to be its closest counterpart, I feel like it still share like the same threat detection. Like, oh shit, there's someone there. It didn't seem startled at all, which is what I was like. I don't know. Plus, the footage is really grainy, but that's from the 1960s. So what do you expect? But for me, no.
So, are you saying, just to clarify, are you saying you think that video is fake, or you don't, or you think the whole Bigfoot thing in general is fake?
Both. That'd be a strong both for me.
Okay. Oof. So, Bailey, what do you think?
For myself, when it comes to Bigfoot, I think it's kind of like, why couldn't it exist?
Yeah.
So it's like, if it's just a giant animal, pretty much, isn't it? So there's a lot of reason why it could be legit. I don't necessarily believe the footage that we've seen. Like Lozzie was saying, it was very chill, calm, and the way he was just strolling about on a Sunday morning or whatever. But yeah. I think I'm open to the idea of a Bigfoot because I just don't see any reason why it shouldn't exist, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. What about you, Scott?
So, I've got very mixed thoughts on Bigfoot.
Interesting.
I think there's something because there's a lot of, reports of footprints and just sightings from people, tribes, just groups from around the world of very, not identical, but consistently similar creatures. I think in America specifically, the amount of open space they have.
Yeah.
Something that, again, was discussed in the interview I did was how often do you see the remains of a bear? Or for that matter, how often do you see a bear? And it's, there's, based on the numbers they estimate for there to be Bigfoots, there are a couple of thousand. They're they're a very long life, but low population sort of creature, apparently. Whereas there's, hundreds of thousands of bears, I think, in America. So on that sort of basis, if there were, say, 100 within a state and there are 10,000 bears, I doubt you see a bear every day. So if there is
I see where you're going with that, yeah.
If bears can hide within the forest and live within the forest without being seen, captured, etc. regularly, a much smaller population of a creature could definitely do that, which is one of the things I think, and again, the sheer size of the national parks.
Yeah.
The amount of things that could be hiding within the cave systems or just within the parks on a whole. I think there's a lot of potential. The film, I'm sort of 50-50 on it because on the one hand, there's a few things in it that really stand out as, I don't know how that could not be real. But then at the same time, there are other bits like, again, how nonchalantly it's walking across the open area, the way it turns and looks and then doesn't really change anything. Because, if that was a creature, I'm taking a deer as an example, and it's a very different sort of creature, but if that was walking along, it turned and saw you, it would bolt. Whereas the creature in this turned, saw the cameramen, and then just kept going at the same speed.
Well, maybe he just thought, I could fucking take him. And then just just carries on.
Yeah, but I think that's where I stand on it.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Personally, I'm of the same ilk. I do believe that, there's enough space out there. And I've never thought of the population idea or thought process. That's really interesting. If there are lesser populated species, how rare it would be to sight one, etc., etc. Plus, the national parks are so fucking expansive; it's insane. So, that's my thoughts. Let us know down below if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. If you're listening, email in dutystories@gmail.com. And that's it for this episode, guys. Thank you so much. If you just watch us, just a little reminder, we are on podcast platforms if you want to listen to us as well. So, go and do that. All right. Thank you, guys. Follow, share, all that good stuff, and we'll see you very soon. We ain't got an outro yet. Well, we did like that, but that doesn't feel appropriate for Bigfoot. See ya. And she's just staring at Officer A. And he said it was the most surreal experience of my life. He describes it as he felt like there was something inside her, something behind her eyes, looking back at him.
They always made excuses. It was always the wind, or I moved it, or they're my footprints. They even went as far as to threaten us with defamation lawsuits if we talked about it on social media.
I'll chew the skin from your bones.
Tell you what, click, clack. She's going down.
Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the DRIP Podcast Halloween special. Now, what makes it so special is that we have all 5 of us here today. I know we said we wouldn't do this, but I just feel like for something like a Halloween special, maybe the Christmas special as well, we should have everyone here. So, the plan for today is we have all brought a scary story, a ghost story, whether they be true, whether they be folklore, and we're all going to tell a story for you guys and for each other today. And obviously we're going to discuss them, maybe interject if there's an opening to question things, etc., etc. Firstly, though, I do just want to say this podcast is proudly brought to you by Wraith. Okay, head over to drinkwraith.com. Use code DUTY for 20% off. Get all of your energy drink needs. You can even get cool beanies and stuff. You can see me repping if you're watching the video podcast. But yeah, thank you so much to Wraith. You guys are awesome, and they're allowing big things to happen here at DRIP. They're helping us get to bigger and better locations for investigations, and it's all because you guys are supporting this collaboration. So please head over to drinkwraith.com, use code DUTY for 20% off. Thank you. Okay. Who would like to go first?
I can go first if you wish. I don't really know how long mine is, but it's a story written from the perspective of my partner. She's had a couple of experiences with ghosts. I've read one out on the Atma podcast before. This is a different one.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Fresh.
Let's go. I'll say fresh. It's probably older than the one I told before. But anyway.
Oh.
Here we go. I was around 11 and my nan had just died. We were at her ground floor flat, clearing out her stuff. There was me, my mum, and her partner. We were in and out of the flat, taking boxes of her possessions out to the car. You could see the car park from the kitchen room window where I stood, sorting through the piles of crockery and cleaning the countertop. I could hear heavy footsteps behind me, presumably from where either my mum or her partner were carrying some weighty boxes through the kitchen. Except when I looked out of the kitchen window, I could see them both standing ahead, loading things into the car.
Ooh.
I whirled around and found no one within the flat. I was so frightened, I said nothing to my mum, so I just pretended everything was okay, but insisted I carry boxes to the car so that I didn't have to stay in the flat, even though realistically I was too young and weak and couldn't carry much. My mum openly accepted my offer. When I got home, I told my mum about the heavy footsteps behind me. My mum told me that she had also heard the same footsteps behind her in the kitchen, but didn't say anything at the time for fear of scaring me. So that is basically the story. She swears blind that she heard the footsteps, and they're like noticeable footsteps, and she doesn't think that she could have mistook them for anything else.
Yeah.
And it does seem like, I don't know, when someone passes, this sort of thing happens a lot.
Yeah.
You are in the house, or you're around someone who's connected to them where they've been before, where a family member. And you do hear this a lot, where people just hear things happening that they'd never noticed before, and can't explain. But she does swear blind that this footsteps she can't explain.
And it scared her so much that she didn't even want to be in the flat by herself.
Yeah. She was 11, so that would have been, I don't know how unsettling that would be for 11-year-old, because I've never been in a situation myself, so I can't say how I'd feel. I'd definitely feel unsettled now if it happened, let alone if I was 11. So yeah, it's not nice to think about. Just 11-year-old being fucking scared shitless.
Yeah.
and trying to comically carry out these boxes that are way too heavy for her. But
Yeah,
anything to get away from the noise, I guess.
that's it. So, because I think we discussed this when you told the other story on the Atma podcast, because obviously you don't believe in any of this stuff.
No.
So, what are your thoughts with this story?
The only thing I have said to her is that could it have been footsteps? You know, you said it was a flat. Could it have been footsteps above, perhaps? Or maybe footsteps outside that you couldn't see. Maybe there's someone round the corner, not your mum or her partner. Maybe there's someone else making noise, but she has said that she doesn't think it was that.
It was coming from inside.
Yeah, we must just say she was 11. So
Yeah.
don't know how much, awareness you have at 11 of what's going on around you. But yeah, that's as much as I can really explain.
Like, for her to voluntarily take up doing work at 11 years old to get away from it, that lends so much credibility to the noise that she heard.
True.
Yeah,
It's a bit nutty.
and her mum as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The footsteps.
Because, as a mum talking to a child, you wouldn't want to affirm that or, agree to it for no reason other than like, oh my God, we actually just experienced the same thing. That's insane.
Yeah.
Because my thought process behind it would have been if it was just her that heard it, then potentially like she heard the footsteps, thought that they were behind her, and then like convinced herself that they were behind her when they could have been from the flat above potentially. But if her mum heard them as well, it definitely kind of it kind of puts like a strange spin on it. So because obviously you'd like to think that a fully grown woman would be able to identify footsteps from behind her or from upstairs. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there wouldn't be really that fear of like, oh my God, there's someone behind me, and then convincing yourself that there was footsteps behind you when they would come from somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? So it's quite a strange one.
Point out as well. I don't know if I'm pretty sure this is the way it's happened, but I don't think her mum told her or agreed with her about the footsteps until much, much later after they talked about it, like just randomly one day. She hasn't put it in the story. She hasn't written it in the story, but I'm sure that it was years and years later that they started talking about, oh, do you remember when we were clearing Nan's flat? And I heard those footsteps. And I think that's how it come around, where her mum said, yeah, I heard them too. So it wasn't like a couple of months after, it wasn't a week after. It was like years and years.
When maybe she's more mature to handle the truth.
I feel like also her mum remembering that she heard footsteps years and years ago may add a bit more credence to it. Than just being told, oh, I heard footsteps. Oh, I did too. Like within minutes of each other.
It's obviously stuck with both of them for like a long time.
Yeah. So with I don't know if you'll remember this or know this off the top of your head, Lozzie, but obviously with the Atma podcast, when you told us the story about Amber, it was about a haunted house that she grew up in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Time-wise, is this before, or would the Nan's house been before or after that? Like, would this have been like her first paranormal experience, or was she currently growing up in a haunted house at that time?
I think this would have been before.
That's another thing. First time, very, very. As we expect, whether what we experience is paranormal or not, what we as paranormal investigators have identified is the more of these scary places we do, the less scary they become. So obviously, if she's growing up in a haunted house, if that's her first experience,
I've literally just, because I had this saved on my notes from ages ago, I've literally just looked at the other ghost story that I did for Atma, and it does say she was around 11, so it was at the same time.
Okay. Do you want to? How long is that one? Do you want to just quickly fire that one out? Because I think the people would like to hear it.
Yeah.
I'd certainly love to hear it again.
Let me put myself main stage again. Look.
That's it.
Look at that. We're getting two stories from Loz. There we go.
2 and 1. Sweet again. Yeah, she's around the same age, obviously, in this story. I was around 11 years old when my mum and I moved into a small rural house. We needed somewhere to stay quickly and cheaply when this place appeared on the market, available immediately and for a very low price. After moving in, I felt like there was something strange. Odd happenings would go on with the house, and as a young child, I had convinced myself that the house was trying to get us out. In the year we were there, we had experienced very bad weather. Water damage affected my bedroom in particular. An outline of a large door appeared next to my bed in a yellow/orange tinge that stained the wallpaper. We had been infested with mice. Our kitchen appliances all failed and broke. Our utility room collapsed in on itself. My mum's room developed an awful musty smell, which after a few months of not understanding what it was, we discovered that her mattress had grown thick with mold from the bottom side up.
Jeez.
And most worryingly, our dog would always stare, bark and growl into the same corner of the living room wall. There was no way to snap him out of it. It was like he's in a trance. The house also experienced lots of power cuts in the evenings. Being in such a rural area, there were no street lamps or nearby houses to illuminate anything, so it would just be pitch black. One blackout left me paralyzed in fear. I was lying on the sofa in the living room, my head in the corner that the dog was never fond of. All the electrics cut off, and my mum was asking me to flip the switches on the fuse box to bring the power back on. I couldn't. I was so scared. I could have sworn there was an old and angry-looking man towering over me. He seemed very unsettled and was an intimidating presence. I couldn't make out any distinguishing features, but there was an undeniable aggressive energy that unsettled me, but was somehow stopping me from escaping its grip or hold on me. It's almost as if our presence in the property was something that it would feed off, but only to fuel its anger further. We were not welcome there. Minutes that felt like a lifetime went by, and eventually my mum stormed in with a candle and sorted the fuse box out. I was convinced something or someone was in that place, harboring the sole intention to drive us out. My mum would dismiss my suspicions as being silly. She must not have felt the same things I did. Jump ahead several years. We're no longer residing in the house, and it has since been demolished. Myself, my mum, and my aunt are on the train to London when I bring up the time that I thought our house was haunted because of the old creepy man that the dog hated. My aunt laughed and said, "Oh, the one where the old man died in the bathroom." The bathroom in question was right behind the wall where the dog always barked, stared and growled, the same place where I was frozen in terror and felt the ever-growing dark presence emanating from. Turns out my mum felt every inch of my fear and apprehension about that place because she too could sense the very same thing me and the dog did. She tried to protect me from my own spiraling fear by lying about how she felt despite feeling the same terror I did. That's that.
Oh my God.
That sounds like a movie plot, mate. That doesn't sound like a ghost story from someone like...
I'll tell you what, you insert Ellen Lorraine Warren in that, you got Conjuring 6.
That's it. And we
Does he
brought
live
the
at 30
Conjuring
Drive?
back.
We're on a cash
There
cow.
we go.
Oh, Conjuring's back. There you go.
That's it, yeah.
That's my one per episode. Yeah, that's crazy. Fair play to the mum though for putting her fears aside, you know, and for the sake of your partner. I'm just saying your partner because I don't know if you want the name. I know it's not silly. It's silly to say.
I think I've said a name before, so it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
Yeah, to put Amber's feelings first is brilliant because
Doxed.
you know because you do you know you get some people that would that wouldn't do that for the sake of their child. So
yeah,
fair play to Amber's mum. Shout out to Amber's mum. In the nicest way possible. Amazing story. Do you know what I mean? Like it's got, I don't want to say it's got everything, but it has. Do you know what I mean? It's got like, you know, the decay and the mold and all the things that like they say with like possessions and hauntings and stuff. They start to degrade things. They start to try and break you down to either get you or get you out. And obviously her in the blackout, seeing obviously her vision would have been diminished because of the blackout.
Yeah.
But kind of seeing something there, being frozen in fear, etc., absolutely horrid.
That then gets proven by history as well.
Yeah. Oh, the man that died in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, that's grim.
So what's your thoughts on that one then, Lozzie? What are your...
I don't really know where to start on that one. I've said to her before, like, I've never seen the place that
Right.
and obviously it's been demolished now, but it sounds awful. It sounds like not a great place to live, even if we remove the fact that there might have been a really bad presence or
Yeah.
thing there.
Yeah.
But when she was talking about, I kind of focused on the distinguishing features that she couldn't make out. And I was like,
Yeah.
wait, did you just feel like you were being watched, or did you actually picture something in front of you? Like,
Yeah.
because if something's that close, all right, it's dark, but either you see it or you don't see it. That was my argument about it. But obviously, it's not something I'm going to sit there and go, you know, try and like, you know, cross-examine her.
Yeah.
Or
You're a fucking liar.
me. These red flags are coming out, I tell you. But yeah, that's the strange thing, that she couldn't make out any distinguishing features on the front. And if it was like standing over her, I feel like you would be able to make out something. But 11 years old again, I don't know at what point in time you kind of switch on and you like perceive everything as it is.
But then her mum was perceiving the same stuff.
And could potentially be that he had no features and he was just a like blank face, like Slender Man or something.
Yeah.
Melted off in the bath.
Yeah.
That's it.
See, that's just Adam.
Don't do that noise. What was that noise that you just did?
It's his face falling off.
Oh, no.
In the bath.
Enjoy to the audio listeners.
That's it.
Yes,
We're here for the audio
ASMR.
listeners. Yep.
ASMR faces falling off.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Halloween special, guys.
That's it. 100%. I'm just gonna shoehorn this in here for a reason. If this is technically advertising the Patreon, so I basically support the pod, join the Patreon, right? But I want to talk about Halloween for a second because basically we did something on the first 5 investigations this year, and we filmed a little pod at the end of each investigation. We were very tired, but it was kind of like not a prototype. What would you call it? Like a prototype, but you know, like a pilot scheme. I don't know, like a practice run. And that is available right now over on Patreon, which you can access for £1 or $1 a month. 5 episodes, podcast from the investigations. Going forward, though, I like the concept that we had there. I do like the concept that we had. It just needs a little bit of refinement. I'm wondering how we do it, because I would like to have it so that we do a podcast after, or maybe even, I think we discussed, maybe like, you know, that TikTok trend where it's like, my name's Graham and this is my first drink. And then it's like, fast forward, my name's Graham and I've been on ketamine all night. Right? Like doing that, where it's like the first half of the podcast is either before or maybe midway through, where it's like, you know, I think before would be quite cool. So it's like, you know, we're here, but we don't know what we're going to expect, blah, blah, blah. And then we do the other half afterwards.
Yeah.
But, and this is the big but, and this is the thing that I need to find a way around, would be audio quality, because audio quality for podcasts is very important. And obviously on some of those Halloweeks, because it was just the prototype, the test run that is on Patreon right now, you know, we're just using camera microphone.
Yeah. We're just going to have to invest in something that can hold 5 microphones.
Bailey's face. Like a Zoom.
Yeah, sort of like a Zoom H6 handy recorder. Like
that doesn't have 5 slots though, does it?
No, it's got 4.
Yeah,
got 4 XLR mics, and you know, Jordan maybe could have his little clip on. That sounds decent.
Wait, no, wait. Scott.
Scott's got one.
You have one, don't you?
Yeah, but it's only got 4 slots. That's the point.
He's
So if
only-
5 of
He's
us
only got
went,
2.
I think mine's only got 2
yeah.
because it's older.
So if we had mine and Scott.
I mean, I tell you what we could do though. To be fair, is we could, for the sake of audio quality, have a couple of mics, and fuck me, if people want to talk, we just pass the mic round.
Or just
Oh,
buy one.
What, with 5? We'll have to find one with 5. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there. I don't want to take up too much of the pod, but you're absolutely right, mate. It's like buy one with 5 ports. But that's an idea.
We can't be passing around mics. That'll be messy.
Fucking Christ.
And it'll put people off contributing because it'll be like, oh, I can't be bothered to ask for the mic.
Oh, fuck.
All right, Maya, listen, just take a dump on all the good ideas, yeah?
That's it.
Look,
you can have a mic permanently. We'll pass it round.
All right, go on then. That sounds good.
Jesus.
No, we'll just buy the thing. We'll just buy one on Facebook Marketplace or something.
We'll just get a Kickstarter going. Fuck me.
How much are they?
It's not like you had one sitting on the side for like fucking 2 years, is it, John?
Makes me sick.
As soon as we fucking get rid of it.
Literally.
Yeah, we should do pods on the road. If only we had a device to let us do that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's now in Wales.
Oh dear. Never mind, but we'll sort it out. We'll find one. That'll be fine. But yes, that's just an idea. Just wanted to let you guys know if you want to comment your thoughts down below on that. Because then if you think about the content, you'll have a podcast from the investigation. You'll then have the investigation. You'll then have a live stream a week or 2 after the investigation of our thoughts once we processed it. So there's lots of, content coming out of an investigation, which I think is really cool because they do take a lot of time and effort. And so to get as much out of it as we possibly can would be absolutely awesome. But anyway, Lozzie, thank you for those 2 stories. Who wants to go next?
Can I go next?
Yeah, you can go next. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll finish. So I'll bring us home. So between now and then, Maya, Bailey, and Scott.
Okay. So...
Oh, Lozzie's in the seat again. There you go.
Thanks. I may have done something slightly different to everyone else. I'm not sure, but I think mine might be a little bit longer than everyone else's. So buckle in.
Okay.
The story is disgusting, but it's really, really
You're
good.
going to just read a whole movie transcript now to us, aren't you?
Pretty much.
She just reads the B movie.
The Conjuring series.
Ed walked into the room. Sorry, carry on.
I first saw this on TikTok, and the TikTok reading of this was 7 minutes long. So I've cut some bits out to hopefully shorten it down, but without taking away any of the suspense. But enjoy. Okay, so it's called My Girlfriend Talks in Her Sleep. She's been saying the most horrible things recently. It all started with the first real thing that troubled me about her. We'd never actually spent a night together. No matter how late she was over, once either of us showed signs of being tired, she'd up and leave. She wouldn't leave awkwardly or in anger, just a casual kiss goodnight and a smile and a call me soon. It was something I didn't even notice the first few times she did it, but after almost 8 weeks of dating, it was becoming strange. I'd have to ask her about it. It took drinking almost an entire bottle of wine before I had the courage to do it. She looked almost defeated when I asked and lowered her eyes in embarrassment. I knew this talk would come eventually, she started. She took a deep breath with a long drawn-out exhale. Recently, she paused again, I've started talking in my sleep. She shook her head in embarrassment. It's called somniloquy. I looked it up. I shrugged and laughed out loud. My demeanour seemed to say, is that it? No, Stephen, listen, she said. She wasn't laughing. It's bad. It's completely out of control. It's not just random words or gibberish. No, it's horrible. I say horrible, disgusting things. She was starting to raise her voice, breathing heavier, and started tearing up. I approached her and held her. I told her it couldn't be that bad. I told her to spend the night, and I told her she was probably exaggerating. I was wrong. That night, she stayed at my house, but she warned me of something before falling asleep. Whatever you do, don't wake me up. It makes me really scared and disoriented if that happens. And don't respond to me. Just ignore it. I nodded and agreed. If it becomes too much, she continued, just leave the room and sleep on the couch. I won't mind. I told her not to worry about it. I told her that it won't be a big deal. I told her I wouldn't leave to the couch. I'd stay beside her in bed. But I was wrong. I couldn't even last one night.
Pussy.
We both fell asleep without incident. I don't know how many hours passed, but I woke up in the dark with a sensation that someone was watching me. And then I remembered. She was with me. She was actually spending the night. I smiled. But then I noticed the shadowy outline of her sitting up in bed. She was looking down at me, staring.
Fuck
It
that.
creeped me out. It creeped me out, I'll admit it. Her posture was entirely different. It was as though it wasn't even her at all.
Oh.
And then she spoke. It wasn't her voice that I heard. It was much lower and more gravelly, like something out of a horror movie. I'll chew the skin from your bones, she said.
Okay, I'm out.
Well, I tell you what, mate. Like, unless he is unbelievably, unfathomably punching, there's no way you're fucking staying in this shit, man.
Also, I liked the fact that she's like, yeah, you can go sleep on the couch. It's
Yeah.
your bed, but no,
Yeah,
you can
right.
sleep on the couch.
Yeah, innit?
Shit.
I'll chew
I froze.
I'll chew the bones from your flesh from your bones.
I'll chew the skin from your bones.
I'll be like, really? I'll fucking drop you. Know? There'll be fucking no cannibalism in here tonight.
I froze. At first, I just kept looking at her. This was not at all what I expected. I thought it would be more like the way Tourette's is often portrayed, just random swearing and shouting. I honestly thought to myself, what will I do if she attacks me right now? What if she really does try to chew the skin off my bones? But then she just lied down and went back to sleep. I was creeped out. I tried to lie down and ignore her, but I struggled. I couldn't even close my eyes without thinking, maybe she's sitting up again and staring at me.
Ugh.
And then the one time I turned over to look at her, she was.
Ugh.
This story gets horrible. Her face was pressed right towards mine. Her breath was foul and rotted, something that was most certainly not normal for her. Good.
Brush
She
your
spoke
teeth.
again, in the same voice as before. If you don't move to the couch, you'll be dead by morning. That did it for me. I sat up in a moment and headed for the living room. She made some sort of wheezing sound as I left. I think it was supposed to be laughter. I was lying on the couch, but I wasn't going to be able to fall back to sleep. I was far too shaken. I was staring out towards the window, hoping to see the first few hints of the sun rising, and then I thought I heard something from the bedroom. I listened, and then I heard it again. Stephen! It was the same low and gravelly voice. It sounded somewhat like a witch. I tried to just ignore it at first, but then it continued. Stephen! Still, I said nothing. I know you can hear me, Stephen. You're awake now. Why don't you come back into the bedroom? The voice barely sounded human. Or maybe you'd prefer it if I came to you. I still didn't say anything. I was told not to, but I listened. If I heard her start walking towards the bedroom door, I'm not even joking, I would run right out of the apartment. But she had asked me not to respond to her sleep talking, so I didn't. And then I heard it once more.
It's impressive that he's got to this point and he's still simping. It's still like, she did tell me not to say anything, though.
He's got more commitment than me.
Like, what the fuck,
mate.
dude?
She'd have a
She'd be awake.
shovel
I don't
wrapped
care how
round her head,
scared
mate.
she
Also, hang on, I'd be pissed off. I'd be like, hang on a minute, you just told me to come down here. Don't tell me to fucking come back. Like, geez, I thought you were indecisive when you were fucking awake.
Is it? Do you know if this story's in America? 'Cause if it is, tell you what, click clack, she's going down.
AR-15.
If I hear footsteps towards that door,
I got my trusty Desert Eagle on my hip.
I'm emptying 2 mags.
I never stay around without my big iron on my hip. She going down.
Oh, dear.
Sorry to break the
bet-
tension, Maya. Please continue.
I got a feeling
I
she'd
will.
be like one of them bath salts motherfuckers, though. Do you know what I mean? You're not keeping her down. You have to go for the kneecaps because the head isn't gonna work.
That's it.
Like a clicker out of fucking Last of Us.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Right. Sorry if this spoils your plans, she began laughing. The two of you were supposed to walk the trail again, she started. I wasn't even remotely prepared for what she'd say next. You'd both be so tired when you'd reach the top. You'd look over the city, then you'll get on one knee and bring out the ring, she began laughing. And that's when I realised this wasn't a problem with sleep talking. It was something much more, something supernatural. I'd never told anybody about my proposal fantasy. There was simply no way she could have known about any of it. This was no longer about merely talking in one sleep. This was about possession. I can't go back into the bedroom. I have no idea what would happen if I did. Instead, I'm going to wait it out, holding up in my living room until the sun rises.
Holding
I have
up.
a couple more hours yet.
Legend.
I have a
I'll sleep
couple
in the
more hours
car.
yet. I can hear her occasionally laughing in the bedroom. It's still not her voice, still that same low-pitched cackle. But as I sit on my couch writing this out, here's what scares me the most. Maybe the infatuation and utter obsession with her wasn't normal. I said before that I felt like I was losing my control of myself. More so, I believed in the typical falling in love story. No, I fear the infatuation I felt was the entity slowly taking control of me. Of it controlling my thoughts, fears, ambitions, and anxieties. Maybe once I become completely absorbed, a transfer would occur and she would be free of it. I know I should leave, that I should open the front door, get in my car and drive away from here, but I can't. I can't leave her. I've already lost control. I'm infatuated with her, utterly infatuated. As the sun finally started to rise, I found the strength to push myself off the couch. My mind raced with fear, worry. I'd been up all night listening to her deranged laughter from the bedroom. There was no denying it now. This was something more than simple sleep talking. As the morning light filtered in, it illuminated her silhouette in the bedroom doorway. Her posture was the same as it had been in the middle of the night, eerily out of place, like she was someone or something else. My heart pounded in my chest as she approached me slowly, the gravelly voice that kept me awake all night, now eerily silent. "Stephen," she finally said, her voice back to normal. One sec. She looked at me with confusion, concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I stammered. Tried to explain what had happened, but the words stuck in my throat. Her confusion turned into a look of fear. But it wasn't just fear, it was recognition. "Stephen?" she whispered, taking a step back. Her eyes were filled with terror, but not at me. She was staring at something behind me. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Slowly, I turned around. The sight that met my eyes was even more horrifying than anything I had ever imagined. It was my reflection in the window, but it wasn't just me I was seeing. Behind my reflection, another figure overlapped, shadowy. Her eyes glowed menacing red, full of malice. Its hand reached out from the reflection resting on my shoulder in the real world. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The room was empty except for the two of us, but when I looked back, my girlfriend, I saw in her eyes. She spoke in that gravelly, horrifying voice. "So, you've finally seen it, Stephen? That thing that's been pulling all of your strings?" And within that, the entity in my reflection started to laugh, its bone-chilling cackle echoing through the room. It was the last sound I heard before everything went black. As my consciousness slipped away, I realized that terrifying truth. I was not the observer, but the host. The entity had been possessing my girlfriend. It had been possessing me all along. And my obsessive love for her was not mine, the entity's trap. I was infatuated with myself. Utterly infatuated. And that's the end of the story. So he was possessed the whole time.
He was possessed the whole time.
Yeah, it's
Was
a
the
bit
girlfriend real?
Yeah, was she real?
Hang on.
No?
At the end, he turned back around and there was no one there.
Yeah, because he said that there was only the two of them in the room. Did he mean him and her?
The demon.
Or him and the demon?
entity.
But who?
Could have been.
I'm confused. That ending, that was amazing until the ending's thrown me completely. So, how was he possessed? I understand if he became possessed eventually, but how was he possessed the whole time if she was the one that was doing all the freaky shit?
I don't think she was real.
Yeah, I think that she was the actual demon.
Yeah, the whole time.
And it wasn't her being possessed. It was just him hearing his possession.
Yeah.
Oh.
The demon. And that's what he saw in the mirror, and that's the postured thing that he saw.
Oh, shit. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's rank, innit?
Yeah, that was really good. I like that a lot. Is it real?
Yeah.
Fair play. That's all I needed.
I don't know. It's a Reddit story.
It's
so
a great
probably
story though. It's a great scary story.
Yeah.
Unless the demon's posting on Reddit, I'm going to lean towards no.
I've got a possession story. My story is a possession story. But before we get to that, your story, funnily enough, reminds me of myself, Maya.
Oh yeah. That's actually why I chose it, because of your awful, awful sleep talking.
Yeah, I do it a lot.
Roles reversed.
I remember I stayed over my cousin Tom's once. My cousin Tom, love him. He can look after himself. Do you know what I mean? I would say he's hard, right? And he woke me up, and I've never seen him so scared in my life. And he was like, "Mate, what the fuck were you?" He was like, "You were speaking like a language I've never heard before in like a deep voice. It sounded demonic. It was horrendous. Never seen him so fucking scared." Also, my mum, when she was younger, my mum's an identical twin. My mum apparently one night sat up, stared at her twin sister, and just said, "I'm going to fucking kill you," and then just went back to put her head back down. That was just in the middle of the night. Yeah,
the worst one that you've ever done is when we were in the apartment. Because I used to sleep next to the door. You were facing me, and I was facing you, and then obviously I had the door to my back.
Yeah,
and we were both asleep, but obviously you woke me up or something, and you just went, Maya, don't turn around. There's someone behind you, and then just went back to sleep. And I was like,
"You absolute prick!"
No, I woke up. I woke up. There was someone behind you.
Turn around. Yeah, that wasn't even sleep talking.
Maya, there's someone behind you. Deal with that. I need to get some sleep.
You did one the other day as well. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Someone in the wardrobe.
You always do. Yeah, that's the one. You always do this like thing, and then you
I'm absorbing oxygen, ready to fight.
But you just say the scariest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire life, and then just go back to sleep like nothing happened. I just have to sit there and be like, sick. The one that you did the other day was you did the waking up thing, and then you just went, "Oh, I thought someone was staring at me in the wardrobe," and then just went back to sleep. And I was like, "Oh, cheers, Jordan."
Yeah, that's it. Well, yeah, but what if there was? Then I'm warning
you.
That's
the thing.
Ungrateful.
What am I supposed to do? You warn me and then just go, "I'm not going to deal with it." I'm going to go to sleep.
That's so great.
Her issue now.
That's it.
I've done my bit.
I warned her.
That's it.
Maybe it's the man from your wardrobe when you was younger, Maya.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
When was that? Was that shortly after that investigation?
That's a couple of weeks
ago.
It wasn't that long. It was literally like a week ago.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I do it anyway.
That's what inspired the story.
But turns out, apparently, I don't exist, and it's actually you that's possessed the whole time, or some shit. I don't know how that works.
Oh yeah. Good point.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, we're all in a simulation anyway, so it don't matter. Right, but great story though. I really enjoyed that. That got me on many levels. Going through that.
Do we want to rate? Do we want to go through and rate them?
Oh,
I mean, I don't know.
We're halfway through now.
I feel like with Lozzie's, I mean, that's a bit personal. Do you know what I mean? If you now drop a 3 out of 10, if you drop a 3 out of 10 on Lozzie's girlfriend's trauma, that might be a bit bad.
Yeah, fair point.
You could save it by saying no. I'd give it a 9 out of 10, but it's fine, Scott. Don't worry about it.
Scott,
yeah, fair point.
You just gave it a 3 out of 10.
Wow. Scott's in the map.
It's getting personal.
That's it. Right, who's next? Scott or Bailey?
Go?
I'll go. Yeah.
Yeah, you go, Scott.
So mine.
Maya's in the hot seat again.
Sorry,
Maya's covered by Jordan.
Maya, you're behind the thumbnail now.
So this is called. It's got a title. It's called Haunted Water Park.
Okay.
I'm loving the setting.
So, I literally downloaded Reddit. So I can vent about this because I could get fired if I talk about this. I'm a lifeguard at a water park in Las Vegas. We always brag about how, unlike our competition, we've had 0 casualties at the current location. Stuff always happens, like tubes will appear in the pool after we took them out and stacked them. Chairs will move around after we just sorted them. There are wet footsteps on the concrete when no one was wet, etc. We joke that we don't get paid enough to fight demons. It was just a joke to us, but not to our supervisors or managers. They always made excuses. It was always the wind, or I moved it, or they're my footprints. They always got angry at us and said that someone could overhear us and complain. They even went as far as to threaten us with defamation lawsuits if we talked about it on social media.
Jesus.
Weird, right?
Just a little bit.
If the park wasn't haunted, why would they care so much about us talking about it? I never cared because I believed my supervisors and managers. Maybe they did move the chairs. Maybe they dipped their feet in the pool and walked away. That was until last month. It was 10 p.m. and we just finished cleaning the park. I had to stay later because I was getting a ride from my supervisor, Ryan. We were the few people left in the park, so we were doing a final walkthrough just to make sure that everything was clean. We only had a flashlight and a few light posts illuminating our path around the park. We were walking by some slides when I heard someone say, a woman, say, hello? I looked at Ryan, who didn't seem to hear it. Then we heard it again. Hello? I freaked, and Ryan again didn't seem to hear it. Did you not hear that? I said to Ryan. He shrugged and continued walking. I stopped and said I didn't want to do the walkthrough with him. He rolled his eyes and said that if I didn't, I'm refusing to work, which isn't a good thing to say to your supervisor. He told me that I was probably just hearing things. I got a hold of myself and continued walking. We started getting to the back of the park where the light posts were dimmer, and it was much quieter since we were further from the running water and the slides. Ryan and I started talking about school and college, and what we were going to do when the season ends, and then I heard it again, but this time it sounded closer. Hello? Anyone there? She sounded very confused and tired. I jumped, and again, Ryan didn't care at all. I was freaked out. I started feeling nauseous. I wanted to go home, but Ryan was my ride, so I had to wait for him. What happened next haunts me. After we heard the voice, we heard what sounded like someone climbing out of the lazy river soaking wet. No one else is here. If they were, they would be in the office. No one should be swimming at this time of night. Ryan was angry. He thought a lifeguard had snuck into the river. He turned around and started yelling, "What the fuck? Go home. This isn't fun." He froze. I said a quick prayer and turned around. There was a lady, soaking wet, wearing a park shirt with our logo on it, but the logo looked very 2000s. I know what our shirts look like. I stand in the shop all day to get some aircon. I've never seen that shirt. She was hunched over and her hair covered her face. She spoke. "Hello? Can you help me?" Ryan grabbed my arm and we bolted to the office. Lifeguards weren't allowed inside the office ever. It's a whole thing. But he let me come inside. He pulled one of the managers into the supply room and shut the door. Another supervisor started asking me if I was okay. I was breathing heavily and I couldn't speak, but I nodded yes. Ryan and the manager came out of the room and Ryan grabbed his stuff and said, "Let's go." We got into his car and he said we needed to stop at the gas station first. When we pulled in, he told me to type my address into his sat-nav while he pumped gas. When he got back in the car, I broke the silence. What the fuck was that? What happened? He turned the car on and started driving. I can't tell anyone. It's a park secret, but I'll tell you if you swear that you won't tell anyone. I agreed. Back in 2002, before this location of the park, there was another park on the Strip. It was the only water park in Vegas. We only ever had one casualty, and it was a lady who came in with her family. She got drunk and went swimming in the lazy river, where she sank to the bottom of the river, and because there were so many tubes in it, the lifeguards didn't see her and she drowned. That's why we have so many lifeguards for the river and why the tubes are now see-through. So that was her? Yeah. Why was she here? I don't know. She's probably confused. She's always asking for help.
Oh.
So you did hear her? Yeah, but everyone does when you're in the park late at night. It's a whole different story if you see her. What happens if you see her? Nothing, but it's scary. The car ride was silent for the rest of the way. I still work at the park, but Ryan talked to the managers and convinced them to let me work the morning shifts. Ryan quit recently due to college. I only told 2 co-workers, but only because they've had similar experiences with her. So thanks for letting me vent. Also appreciate lifeguards and all the shit we go through.
Big up lifeguards, definitely.
Big up the lifeguards.
Fucking hell, man. That was terrifying. It's weird because the first thing I was thinking was, it's a water park, man. They're so fun. Like, I would never even contemplate like a haunted water park. And yet, literally, I mean, I've been a lifeguard myself. Like, I know the dangers of water. Like, people do die at swimming pools. They do die at these places, you know. And obviously, that's where the paranormal can manifest, I guess. That was fucking horrendous. That was creepy as shit.
I thought that one might resonate with you a bit as well, because obviously you are a lifeguard.
Yeah, definitely.
So there is a very small update in the comments.
Oh, wow.
It literally just says that since she's moved to mornings, colleagues say similar things. but she's not witnessed anything herself.
Right.
But colleagues are still reporting that they hear someone getting out of the water at night and then essentially run. But then, from what I can see, the account that posted this has now actually been taken down. So I don't know if the water park found out that they posted it online.
Maybe.
But yeah, that account has since been deleted or removed.
Tell you what else is super interesting about that story. We get comments all the time, skeptical people that go, "Isn't it convenient that ghosts only ever have Victorian clothing? You never see a ghost in a shell suit." The biggest thing I took away from that, fucking modern day ghost. Said she was dressed in early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
Yeah, there you go. That's a modern ghost sighting.
That's it.
So they're out there.
You just got to know where to look.
Fucking out
there.
Yeah,
because we're looking in all the old buildings, so we're going to see all the old ghosts.
So
that's what the thing is.
Yeah.
No, you look at a fucking standard like fucking housing estate or something, you might just get some regular closed Joe.
Yeah. But man, that's fucking grim. I mean, it's bad. I mean, obviously it's horrific seeing, the apparition of the woman, but just like hearing someone getting out of water and saying
asking for help.
Yeah. Man, that's fucking grim.
Yeah.
That is fucking grim.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what it's like being in a swimming pool after hours, Jordan. Staying late to squeegee the changing rooms and make sure everything's all set for the morning.
It is a bit ominous.
It is a little bit, especially when you're on like poolside on your own and that, and you've kind of got the lower the lower lit lights rather than the ones that are on when the swimmers are in.
Yeah.
It can get quite a bit spooky.
There was I kind of only really remembering this now because I'm thinking about the Wild Duck holiday camp I used to work at. So basically, I was a lifeguard, but I was also, because I was doing like sports stuff at college, I was also a sports coach. And by that, it's literally like, you'd go off, there'd be like a football activity for an hour, and you'd go and you'd give a little training session for the kids and have them do a game or, archery or things like that, right? And a lot of the equipment was stored in a building that was used for owners' parties, right? Because obviously you had caravan owners that got like special treatment and stuff, and every now and then there'd be a special party put on for owners away from all the holiday makers in this building. There was like a stage and stuff. It was basically like the old entertainment room, if you like, but they kept it, and then they kept it. So anyway, and in the storage cupboard in there was where the equipment was held. And I'll never forget this guy who was like head of sports. Can't remember his name, but I think he was about 19, 20 at the time, and I was about 17. We went in there to get some archery shit, and he was like, this building is fucking, and he wasn't like pissing about or anything, and this guy was a fucking piss taker. The guys whose their banter is at your fucking expense, right? Yeah. He was dead he was always pissing about, always joking. He was dead fucking serious, right? And he was just like, yeah, this room, I fucking hate having to get shit out of this storage cupboard, which was basically his daily life, because this room is haunted. This building is haunted as shit. And basically, if you imagine there's a stage, curtains, behind the curtains, storage cupboard, come out onto the stage, chairs, bar at the back. He was like, I'm not even joking, dude. The amount of times I've just seen something in my fucking peripheral at the back of this fucking room makes me feel sick. And I don't know if I don't think I ever really saw anything myself, but he was, considering how out of character it was, he was genuinely not having a good time in that room, And it's just really interesting. But again, it's a place of entertainment, a place of fun.
That's it.
And yet, it can harbour some potential ghosty ghoulies. But yeah, it's just really, really fucking spooky. And I just remember him being so fucking cold, like just so out of character, just so fucking genuinely scared, telling me this fucking story. Mad. It's probably been demolished now, I reckon, because it was old then, and that was fucking 12 years ago. So yeah, but yeah, right. Bailey, you are up.
Okay, so Mid-pod, I've changed my mind. Listening to everyone else's stories, they're pretty decent. The one that I found, absolute fucking dog shit in comparison. So I thought, instead of just reading one that I found online, I might as well give you a real-life experience of my own.
Cool.
So I thought that might be a little bit better because it's coming from a trusted, reliable source.
There you go.
All right?
Yeah.
So sit back, buckle up, listen to this one. So,
Right.
my girlfriend used to live with her aunt, okay, and her aunt had 2 children of her own, two younger girls, and Kelly used to say to me all the time that there is a man that haunts this house with one leg, and her cousins have seen it, and her auntie has obviously seen it as well. And now they didn't get any negative sort of feelings from this ghost, but obviously because her cousins were younger, they made them feel a little bit uneasy, like they could kind of see him at the top of the stairs and feel his presence. So her auntie would always request him to politely leave because he's scaring her children. She only told me about this, and she never told any of our friends. And Kelly's auntie was one of them cool aunties, you know. She let us all go around there for house parties and have a decent time. So one evening, we all went round there. There was maybe like 7 or 8 of us, and we all stayed there for a house party, and we all stayed over the night. Me and Kelly went into her bedroom, and a few of our friends stayed in her cousin's bedroom because her auntie was away with her cousins. My friend Wes I can't remember if he had a disagreement with one of my other mates in there, but something happened and made him storm out and go downstairs. And Ryan felt bad about it, so I thought I should probably go and check on him. You know, because he's just stormed off in the middle of the night. About 2:30, I'll go see if he's all right. So he pokes his head out the door, and the way it was, the landing was in the middle of the stairs, and you kind of go off to the left to the bedroom that they were staying in, and off to the right to the bedroom that I was staying in. So he leaned out the door and looks down the stairs and sees a figure sitting on the middle of the stairs and says, "Wes, are you all right, mate? Like, what? You know, you're okay. You know, come, chill out, come back. It's all right." He didn't get a response. He's like, "Mate, don't ignore me. Come on, just come back. We'll sort it out. Just come back upstairs." Wes then pokes his head out of the living room at the bottom of the stairs and looks up saying, "Did you call me?" And obviously Ryan froze in fucking fear. Like, who the fuck is this guy just sitting on the stairs then? Everyone's accounted for and is like either asleep or, you know, everyone knows that there's not just someone sitting in the middle of the stairs. Ryan walked down the stairs, and as he walked through this bigger person or whatever sitting down on the middle of the stairs, got freezing cold and disappeared. He shits himself when you speak about it now as well. Like I thought, okay, I've heard the stories. Like I've never seen it myself. This is a little bit bull. Okay, a few weeks later, I'm staying round again. I wake up in the middle of the night to use the toilet. I open Kelly's bedroom door, and at the top of the stairs, I see a ghostly sort of white figure sitting at the sort of very classic, I know, stereotype, white ghost, whatever. A very sort of like a light bluish sort of mist, but in the shape of a person. You can quite clearly see that on one side, which was his right side, it extended longer than his left side, maybe to say that he was missing a leg. I was like, fucking, what is that? Walk across the stairs, not thinking anything of it, get ice cold as I walk through it, go to the bathroom, turn the light on, turn around, and the mysterious figure had vanished and was never seen by me again. Because I never stayed, because it's terrified me. So yeah, that's my actual real life ghost story, real experience I've had myself. So yeah,
that's fucking gnarly. What possessed you? Excuse the pun, to walk through it?
Because I was just thought, oh fucking hell, like I thought, because it was, fucking hell, I thought my camera had gone again. I was like, Jesus, no. I don't know. I just can't, because I just woke up in the middle of the night. Do you know what I mean? I weren't really thinking anything of it, and the way. I thought maybe it could be because her auntie's bedroom door was open, so I thought potentially it could be light coming through. I'm just like, what is that at the top of the stairs that looks like something? But then I thought, it can't be anything. It's just light, innit? But then you walk through it, and it's not just like a presence of cold that I felt when I walked through it. It kind of felt like, the only way I can kind of describe it is like, you know, when you walk through like a spider web, and you can feel, like, you haven't seen it, but you can feel it's on you. It's like it was like a giant cloud of like
emotion. Is he frozen?
Are they frozen?
Yeah, you completely froze, and your mic. Is this paranormal? He's getting too close to the truth.
Wait, Lozzie's lagging too.
No, Lozzie's fine on my
just sat
screen.
there.
I'm just saying.
No,
Can you hear me
his
now?
camera keeps refreshing for me.
Am I okay now?
Bailey's back
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
We're getting some interference, some paranormal
Jesus.
interference. We're getting too close to the truth here.
Right. What part did it cut off at? I'll carry on from
Yeah,
there.
you were just saying, like, you know, it's like a spider's web.
Yeah, so it's sort of like that's the sort of thing that I would like describe it through. It's like you can't see anything, but you notice something as you walk through it. But like
Yeah.
it's not like they're trying to pick it out your face sort of feel, but it's like a mist or like a smoke cloud, if you kind of want to put it that way.
Yeah.
And it kind of just like you get this chill all over your body. It's like I've literally just walked through something. You turn around and then the thing I initially saw was gone. But as I walked from the toilet back to the bedroom, I obviously turned around to see if it was a trick of the light. And whatever it was wasn't there this time. And the lighting was exactly the same because it would have been like 45 to a minute. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Does Kelly's auntie still live there?
No, she doesn't live there anymore. She's now moved. Because don't worry, I would have. Do you think I would have brought it
Yeah, I
up
was
to go
going to
around
say,
the investigation? Do
surely.
you know what I mean?
Fucking hell.
But yeah, so yeah, the ghost that haunted Kelly's auntie's house, the man with one leg. Apparently, he was looking for his wife. That's why he kept turning up.
Interesting.
That's what I don't know how she gauged that from it. I just saw a weird figure. But yeah, apparently that's how the story goes.
Oh, mad.
Yeah,
No, that's brilliant. When it was Wes at the bottom of the stairs, wasn't it? Poked his head
yes,
round.
it was Wes. Yeah, Wes was at
Did
the
he
bottom
see
of the stairs,
anything
yeah.
when he was looking up the stairs when he said, "Did you call me?"
No,
So he saw nothing.
no. I don't think so. You can ask him, but I don't think he saw anything. But all I know is Ryan looking down and seeing it.
Seeing it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Creepy. Very,
There you
very
go.
creepy. And again, a little.
Oh, I forgot to mention as well. Sorry. Obviously, Kelly never told anyone else about this, right?
Yeah.
But they obviously had seen exactly what Kelly had seen, her cousins had seen, and her auntie has seen with no prior knowledge to it. I was the only one that was told about it.
Of course.
So-
Right, of course. I see. Yeah.
So then
So
when he brought it
Ryan,
up, when he brought it up, Kelly wasn't really. She was like, "Oh yeah, no, that's just that happens sometimes." And he was like, "What do you mean it just happens sometimes?
Yeah.
Why are you living here? Just fucking leave."
But Kelly's had a lot of stuff like that, like the barn that you guys used to live in.
Oh yeah,
the golf
yeah,
course.
yeah. The
Yeah.
it was at the golf course. Yeah. She was
That place
convinced
sounds
that was haunted.
horrible.
Yeah, and there was a few times actually. To be fair, because obviously our eldest was newborn at the time, and where his bedroom was like we kind of created like a walkway with a sofa, and we would both hear footsteps behind us into the bedroom, screaming child after the footsteps had entered the room. So yeah,
That's grim.
she then refused to live there anymore and just left me to clear the entire flat out. So I had to go up after work in the pitch black on my own with a borrowed van, lugging stuff down. Do you know how hard it is to get a fucking fridge freezer down a really tight staircase on your own? Fucking hard, mate.
My word.
It's fucking hard, I tell you. But I had to do it. She refused to go back. So yeah,
Were there any ghosts while you were doing it?
I just wanted to get shit out, man. I wasn't paying any attention. I was like, don't
They
do
helped
it
him
now.
pack.
I'm holding the fridge. Don't tickle me, ghost.
They're
'cause
like,
I need
I
the
know,
fridge.
I'm helping.
yeah. But no, there was a very uneasy sort of feeling there after she brought it up. I don't know whether I was influenced by her feeling uneasy there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a very strange sort of feel to that place.
Horrible, man. Fuck, what was the point in you looking for stories online
know.
when you have those two?
I've no idea. But yeah, there you go. I'm glad
Brilliant.
that Lozzie told his own story, a story that he knows the person in and that. So I thought, fuck it, I'll tell my own.
Nice.
Yeah, fuck the girl that went for a run and saw a strange lady sitting on a log. Fuck that story.
That's it, exactly.
What's
That sounds shit.
It was.
Exactly.
Yeah, in comparison to what we've heard tonight.
What do you think the
Shit.
log was made of?
That's it.
Terrible joke.
That's it.
Terrible joke. Terrible joke to what do you call it? Segue
Terrible
into mine.
story.
Nah, this is a good story,
Went to
man.
a terrible story.
Nah, this is all right.
Oh.
Here we go.
Poor segue.
Are we ready? Here we go.
Slowly.
Get me in.
Oh, Why am I in the top corner every
Oh,
time?
all right, look. There you go.
Oh, well, hang on. You've been in control this entire time.
He just left
You
Scott
deliberately
behind.
put me up there.
For the audio listeners, Scott's been absolutely done there, and Maya as well. Both been done
Scott
for
was
two.
there for 2 stories, weren't you?
Scott was
Yeah.
there for 1. I've been there for nearly 3.
Uh,
If we count this one.
Right, are we ready
It's
for
irrelevant.
Oh,
It's irrelevant. Let's hear Jordan's story. Come on.
here we go. Right, this is police officer's encounter with a possessed woman. Right.
Okay.
So, I've taken notes of this story. It's going to be difficult, forgive me, because this is obviously this is the police officer telling it. So I'm now going to tell it from his perspective, but there are 2 police officers there. I'll do my best, all right? But I'm not going to pretend to be the police officer. Anyway, right.
Please do.
So let's say police officer A and police officer B. Police officer B will be mentioned once, okay? So if I just say police officer, I mean police officer A. Yeah?
Okay.
Right. So this police officer gets a call to a beautiful home. Apparently it was a wonderful home. Very nice, very affluent area, etc. Okay? And this call single-handedly made him believe in demonic possession. Now, it's very important to note that as a police officer, he's in America. Not that that's really important, but he's an American police officer. You deal with a lot of unstable people. You deal with a lot of mentally ill people. You deal with a lot of people on drugs. And he genuinely believes that this was none of the above, right? So, he gets a call, right? A guy calls up to have his wife taken to a mental institution. Now, apparently this police officer's initial response was, fucking hell, mate, it's your wife. Why don't you deal with it? You know, we're not a fucking taxi service. But apparently after this night, he felt awful for having those initial thoughts. Okay?
Good.
So he knocks on the door, and an elderly man answers the door. And he says, hey, my wife has been in an institution for months. She was recently released about 2-3 weeks ago, but she needs to go back. The reason he called the police is because he didn't want to restrain her. He didn't want to have to restrain her because he doesn't want to accidentally hurt his wife. He loves his wife, and he also doesn't want to be accused of hurting his wife. But apparently for a few weeks, she's not been looking after herself. She's not been eating properly. She's not been washing. She's not been taking her medication. And more alarmingly than anything, she's been upstairs in one room, pacing up and down constantly. Now, the police officer is warned by the husband to be careful because there is blood on the floor. The blood is on the floor from where she was dragging her feet, pacing backwards and forwards. Apparently, she had essentially destroyed the bottoms of her feet. He's still downstairs at this point, and the son pops up, teenage lad, and he actually warns the police officer, whispering to him, you know, be careful because she's up, you know, because it's up there, right? Which takes, he's like, what the fuck, you know, why are you saying that? So anyway, the police officer sort of shrugs it off because right now, you know, it's just, he's just thinking, right, this is just a fucking mentally unstable woman. I'm going to go up there, blah, blah, blah. Which is also important to stress. Could be the case, all right? We're not professionals here, but this is what this police officer believes. So anyway, he goes up the stairs, right? Him and his partner, police officer A and police officer B. They walk up the steps. Beautiful staircase, apparently. Again, really nice area, really nice house. Family doing really well. And he comes up to some double doors. And he said, this is literally like right out of the fucking movies. I open these double doors and I look, and at the back of this darkened room, yeah, there she is, stood there. But she's like all fucking contorted and shit, right? Just sort of like, just heckling to herself, breathing this horrible wheezer, like, breathing like that constantly, right? Scary as fuck. Makes him go like, oh, fucking hell. Like, you know, this is like some scary shit. He was like, you know, she was like something out of a movie, in that, you know, she was all pasty because she'd been in a dark room. Her hair was all matted. You know, you could tell she was, the room stank, you know, and there was blood all over the floor. weirdly almost in like 2 train tracks, like you can see where she's just been going backwards and forwards, right? And as soon as the officer's like, oh fuck, he actually says it out loud, she just like locks onto him and then just storms for him, stops about a foot in front of him, just stares at him, turns, and then just fucking like drags her feet back and just storms back to the back of the room, and then starts doing this backwards, forwards, right? So she's hyperventilating, contorting constantly. So the other officer decides to try and talk to her. Now, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but the other officer was a female, so maybe she thought, you know, let's go and have a, you know, lady to lady conversation. I don't know, see if I can get through to her, sort of thing, right? So the officer B is trying to talk to this woman. Again, she's like, and apparently she just fucking cranes her neck and turns and looks directly at Officer A. The male officer stood in the doorway, right? The Officer B is trying to talk sense to her, trying to talk to her, trying to get her to say anything. And she's just staring at Officer A. And he describes it, they locked eyes, and he said it was the most surreal experience of my life, because it wasn't like she was looking at me, like say if you're looking at your friend or someone that you know and you're making eye contact. He describes it as he felt like there was something inside her, something behind her eyes looking back at him, like he wasn't looking at something that was human, like there was an entity within her. So the son comes up the stairs, right? Waffles on a little bit about being a Christian rapper and stuff like that, right? Which is slightly relevant. It's a bit funny, but it is slightly relevant. And then a massive red flag happens, because the son gets a door key out of his pocket and unlocks his own bedroom. And then he realized all of these rooms have locks on them, okay? And on the inside of the boy's room was deadbolts, but these deadbolts were on the inside of the rooms because, well, we'll get to that, right?
Oh,
so the police officer's like, who the fuck does that? Anyway, he comes back out and sees that the police officer has some tattoos. He, like, his sleeve rolled up a little bit, and he was like, oh, cool, you have tattoos. So then he shows off, he's got this the son has like this new chest piece, right? So he shows him this chest piece. It's this massive, like, Christian, angelic chest piece. And then he says, and so he's just explaining, like, you know, how basically because of what's happening to his mum, he's turned to Jesus and all this sort of stuff because he believes she's possessed, blah, 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 right? Then he tells the officer something that he says he will take to the grave and he will never, ever forget, right? So this woman is in this room, she's breathing, she's contorted, it's all fucking awful. And the son just goes to the officer, sir, this is nothing. You should hear it at night. And the officer's like, what did you just say? So he repeats it. And he says, that's your mother and you're referring to it as it. He said, yeah, that's not my mum. That is why I lock myself in my bedroom, to keep her out. The husband comes up and shows the officer a picture of a woman stood in the kitchen. Stunning woman. Beautiful woman. And he says, that's her. That is my wife. And apparently looking at this woman in the picture, and then the woman stood before him, it was like it couldn't have even remotely been the same person, you know. And then, of course, you know, the police officer did ask, you know, did she get addicted to drugs? Did something? He said, honestly, never touched drugs in her life. I don't know what happened to her, but she's never touched drugs in her life. And unfortunately, guys, I'm not going to lie to you, this has quite an underwhelming ending because it's a police call out. So the officers took her to the institution, again in the back of the police car. She was, you know, rambling on. She was, you know, wheezing, contorting, all that stuff. Dropped her off at the institution, and they don't know what happened after that. But he swears, the police officer swears, of all the call-outs he's received, that is the one that made him feel that possession is real. And he believes that she was possessed and not mentally ill. Of course, there's no way for us to know that, but that is what he believed. So, yeah, that is the police officer that got a call from a possessed woman.
Jesus. Christ, that is
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you've got to like put deadbolts on your inside of your own bedroom
To keep your
to
own
keep your
mum
mum
out.
out,
Yeah.
something ain't right.
Something's wrong, yeah.
Yeah, something ain't
Yeah.
right.
You should
whatever.
hear it at night. Ooh, man.
Mm.
I think that story might have won tonight for me.
It's a
That is
competition.
fucking way it's now,
Hang
and
on a
Jordan won it. So,
Fuck yeah.
nah, that's
mine.
fucking rank.
I'm
Yeah.
scarred from mine.
But also, like, I think it could possibly be true. The fact that it does have an underwhelming ending adds credibility to it, because it's like that is how life happens.
Yeah,
They
this is
wouldn't know what happened to her.
So I got that story. It's from a viral clip. I'll link the clip down below, because the police officer is a guest on a podcast, and the podcast, from what I can gauge, isn't a very big one. It's just the clip's gone viral. But yeah, it's just a police officer swearing blind that this happened to him. You know, I will pre-warn you, and this isn't throwing shade, but the host is awful at following a story, right? So
I thought you were just going to say the host is shit.
well, right.
Stop.
So if you look at the comments on that clip, right, it's fucking crazy. So like the police officer is telling this story, yeah, and it's like, yeah, so we got a call from this husband, blah blah blah, and then I'm not joking, the host goes, What do you mean by call? And then
What?
and then when the son is like, that's not my mum.
Who is it then?
The host goes, oh, did they not know who this woman was? It's like, no, that is his wife and that is his mum. If I was the police officer, I'd be like, are you even listening to what I'm fucking saying?
Yeah.
But anyway,
I
let's
just
get
feel like, oh, I'm leaving.
yeah, let's get away from that
Ah.
anyway. But yeah, it's fucking. But obviously, the police officer telling it, himself is fantastic. So I will link that down below. But yeah, it's something I've wanted to do a video. I've wanted to do a video on that clip for fucking ages. So basically, I've got it in here instead. But yeah, for me, the big thing is that she's paced up and down so many times that her feet are fucked. You got to think the bases of her feet to be bleeding is awful. But yeah, dark shit, man. Dark shit. Like, even if it's not possession and it is like schizophrenia or something like that, it's still fucking terrifying. Regardless,
because schizophrenia is like wild, isn't it? Because it can have that effect, like where it changes your voice and your physical sort of everything about it. So it's not out of the realms of possibility that it may have been like a schizophrenic episode or whatever. But still, regardless, it doesn't take away any of the scariness behind it. Do you know what I mean?
No.
It's still terrifying.
But like I say, it's interesting to note. The thing that I love about the story, but the thing that it's so interesting about the story is he highlights specifically. He's like, look, I've dealt with people on drugs. I've dealt with schizophrenic people. I've dealt with seriously mentally ill people, and this was fucking different. This wasn't quite that. But when he describes like looking at her, when she looked at him, and he was like, I wasn't looking at her. There was something inside her looking back at me. It's like, oh, fuck that, man. Fuck that. But yeah, so that's the police officer that got. Yeah. Not cool. But
Definitely not.
I tell you what, guys, I think we've smashed it with the stories, though. All of us, they were great stories.
Yeah.
I got like 3 more as well, so we can do a part 2.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Whoa.
I love that.
One that I did find, which there was just no way I was going to read, is the most upvoted ghost story on Reddit, and I would encourage you to read it for a video because it's fucking rank. It's got like 69,000 upvotes or something ridiculous, and it's called
link it to me.
The Peaking Wife is what it's called.
It's them fucking pesky wives, man. They're, they're possession.
Don't
babe.
give him that look, Maya.
Yeah, you look possessed. Stop it.
He's trying to warn you that there's
Woman.
someone behind you in your sleep. You're just ungrateful.
Exactly. It's been a fantastic Halloween special, guys. We've smashed it. Well done. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I love how at the start, before we started recording, we were like, fuck, our stories would be like 4 minutes each. We're on an hour and 16 minutes.
We smashed it, guys.
Yeah. So that's great.
I really enjoyed that one, team. It was great fun. We need to do another story time with the Drip crew.
And
I
do like that we mix up hosting and stuff. But this has shown that we can do five 5 people, which is cool.
I don't think this was too much.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. But...
Let's double it.
Let's find the limit. Yeah, let's find it.
Yeah. Let's just keep
25 hosts next week.
That's it. Seeking the truth. Really. How many people can you have in a pod?
I did. You know, I was watching a Nukes Top 5 once, reacted to it, and there was a video of this guy who's on like a call like this. It's for like a weekly show they do. I don't know what it was for or anything like that. And then something like walks past in the background. It was definitely his girlfriend or something, and he's just playing on it. But literally, it keeps going, right? So they keep going forward because they're all talking about it. And every time it jumps forward a little bit, there's like 3 new hosts. And by the end of the clip, there's about 17 fucking people in this call. And it's just like, yeah, Randy had a fucking ghost behind him. And it's like, what? As if I missed that, bro. And it's just like more and more people. It's fucking mad. But no, it's brilliant. Cool. Sweet, awesome. Check out Rafe, drinkrafe.com. Duty for 20% off. Check out the Patreon as well. Yeah, thank you guys. We are going to be going to some more investigation-y, nation-y places. We've had some good news from the Ancient Ram Inn. The £800 quote that we got was, I don't know, them trying to get money, and now they've realised that people aren't going to pay that much, so they've gone back to their original price. So we're going to be looking at going to the Ancient Ram Inn, guys, which is going to be epic. But yeah, thank you so much. We'll see you very soon. See you later.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Oh, happy Halloween. Ooh.
Hello and welcome to the DRIP Podcast. You might notice a bit different today. I'm here with Maya and Scott, without Bailey and Jordan. He is currently on a stag with Bailey, who is getting married. Congratulations, Bailey. It's not the first time I would have said it, but I'm just saying. We're celebrating together, you know? Celebrating without you, let's be honest. But yeah, we're going to be doing a podcast for you guys today. It's going to be us just reading some stories out, some kind of paranormal stories. We're going to take it in turns. Maya, I know you're going to be on your own for the next few days while Jordan's away, so enjoy that.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 4 nights. 4 good old nights after reading some horrible stories. This is going to be fucking sick.
Well, if anything does happen, remember, in the spirit of Jordan, get the camera.
Film it.
You know,
when he gets home, he'll find an SD card. You're missing, but the SD card's there.
And it would have all been worth it. So
then you realise you put the wrong SD card in.
Mike's not plugged in properly.
Yeah, Mike's not plugged in.
I'll kill you again.
So we've got a few stories to go through. They're kind of a mixed bag, to be honest. There's some like left home alone kind of stories, I guess, of disappearing women. We've got a whole host of, well, we've got 7. So let's not.
I don't like that description of the first one. The left home alone disappearing woman.
I may have
doesn't sound great.
I don't know if that is actually the case. I just ad-libbed it. Thought, you know, it might add to the spice.
It sounds like a ghost story.
Just for you.
Oh, sounds like it could be coming true to this weekend. So
it's only 4 days.
Exactly. Fine.
You'll be fine. Just, you know, keep your snap maps on. Snap maps on. Oh dear. Yeah. Right.
Oh no, Maya's gone missing. Must check her snap location.
Where is she? Oh, he's dumped her phone. Oh shit.
Oh, fuck's sake. Why did I think of that?
That's literally the most we can do. Sorry. She's left her own devices. So this first story I'm going to read out is called Last Sight of a Departed Friend. Seems pretty apt. Good. That's it.
This
could be.
This is it, guys. This is the last sight.
Last sight tonight. This letter from Margaret S. I didn't put it on the screen. Look, what is going on? I didn't put it on the screen.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Well, I forgot there on my own by the end. Do you know what I mean?
Look,
I'm going to zoom
I
in
hate to say it. That is also my initials.
That is. Oh dear, this is not good. This is not
and
good.
Also, yeah, no, it's not September the 24th, but
It's pretty
I'm born on
close.
September the 9th.
It's close enough. Yeah. Any resemblance with 1948 or
19.
any like favourite number?
I was born in 1997.
You were born in
I'd say that's fucking link.
That is a link.
Yeah.
The 1900s.
That's undeniable, that is.
Yeah,
that can't be a coincidence.
It can't be in the same century. That's ridiculous. Awful. Well, in the future, R.I.P. Maya. We sorely miss you, and you're a great addition to the team. Moving on.
Cheers. That'll be that.
Yeah.
Unity over.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're sponsored by Wraith. Get you 20% off down below using code DUDY. Their drinks are really cool, actually. They do power us through the investigations. They do well.
We've just launched a coffee as well.
Just launched a coffee. Scott, you're going to be all over that coffee, aren't you? You do love it.
I do love a coffee.
Get it down, your son. Anyway, use code DUDY for 20% off. I'm pretty sure Jordan puts up like a Wraith banner or something. I don't know what he does in the edits, but yeah, Jordan, work your magic. Hope you had a good stag, mate. Last sight of a departed friend. This letter from Margaret S. Gladstone of Wiltshire was published on September the 24th, 1948. Margaret was prompted to write by some recent letters which had appeared in the magazine in previous weeks. The ghost letters which you have been publishing in Country Life are very interesting to me, and I venture to add one of my own. Returning to my flat in Westminster one afternoon, I saw two friends coming towards me on the other side of the street. I had no time to stop, and I hoped they would not notice me. I crossed the street behind them and hurried home.
Savage.
I know. This
recommended videos for you. What was that video?
I absolutely would have read that if it was me reading that story, by the way. That would have been the next line. That's one of the mutant birds from the Mothman episode.
Is that a magpie? Does that say magpie? That's weird.
Yeah, like magpies, they love shiny objects. I wonder what that's about.
This is a weird website.
Oh, is it? I take it that's a jackdaw.
Yes.
Our jackdaw underneath.
Anyway, we'll move on because this isn't a podcast about birds. Despite what you heard last week, quite a lot of bird talk last week. This week, not so much. Anyway, at breakfast time, a friend rang to tell me that the man I had seen the day before had died in the night. I was amazed and described how I had seen him and his wife apparently in perfect health. My friend exclaimed that was an impossibility as he had been ill for some days. The widow, I may mention, is still alive.
Ooh.
So
weird.
Yeah. Okay. What do we think of that one?
If she hadn't have been so rude, she could have spoken to a ghost.
Maybe.
Yeah, not very friendly, is it?
That's a bit rude. We've all done it though.
I'm gonna hide. Yeah.
You've got to have time for ghosts.
It's true. It's true. I've learned my lesson. I have learned my lesson.
Well, we'll see if you've learned your lesson. We'll see. The future will show us all. But yeah, I want to just point out as well, she's quite well off. I mean, 1948, to be fair, Westminster was that. It's still probably pretty expensive to have a house there or home.
It does strike me as the sort of place where if you see someone like seeing someone on the other side of the street feels weird in the middle of Westminster.
Yeah.
That just feels it too populated. Now, I guess again, 1948, whatever it was, that would be less dense.
Yeah, but also I don't really know how it was like in Westminster because I've never been and I wasn't alive during that time. But I do know that people used to be a lot more friendly with neighbours and that. So it's a bit strange how she was like, "No, I ain't got any time." Also, what are you doing in 1948?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
In it.
I mean, that was after the war, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, during the war, she might have had an excuse. Sorry, I'm too busy worrying about the Blitz and that.
What can you possibly
Batman in the
be
middle of
busy
London.
doing in 1948? There was nothing to do,
Yeah, the war's over. The only interesting thing of that decade's done.
isn't it? Like,
That's it.
or what? Sorry, I've got to go bake some bread.
That is what they did in the 40s, to be fair.
There you go, 1948. Every baker in 1948 down the pan. Literally,
They were just absolutely swamped with work throughout
Yeah.
1948.
So, what are we
It's a popular
rating that
trade.
one?
I don't know. It's not really. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like. It hasn't captivated me that much. I'm not going
Mind
to
you,
lie.
wherever we put this does kind of set the level for the next few because we need to base them around this.
That's a pretty hard job to do because I have no idea what the other stories are. But
Exactly.
I'd say this is a 3 out of 10.
Oof. I mean,
Give it.
could it have been a time slip?
Maybe. I
'Cause
do
if-
like
I mean,
these time slips.
If they weren't dead at that point,
Yeah.
maybe she was seeing
think-
them 6 months prior.
Yeah, I think it's quite cool, and I think, you know, it's quite, ooh, that's weird, but it hasn't shivered me timbers. You know, I'm not shook up. I could comfortably sleep on my own tonight after that story. You know,
That is how we're judging these entire things. If
Yeah.
Maya's going to
is it
sleep
going to
tonight
keep
or
me up
not.
tonight? Yeah, like when
I'll
I
look-
lay down in bed, close my eyes, which one of these stories is going to keep me up? And it isn't that one.
Okay.
Well, if
We'll
we're
give it
rating
a
it that
3.
way, that one's got to be a 1, surely.
Yeah,
But then again, just hindsight is telling me don't do that because there's going to be a worse one somewhere. It's got
it definitely is.
We'll go with a 3, I think.
Yeah,
to stick with a 3. We
A
can always
7 in
revise.
total. Worst case, 6 more. They've got to be up from here. But
yeah,
there is space if they're not.
You'd hope.
yeah.
you
I like
really-
that. Go somewhere low middle.
Right, who was reading the next one? I can't remember what.
I believe that is now me.
Okay, right. Pop it on the screen. The disappearing woman.
Let's
Proceed.
go.
Oh, it's in Devon. That's where I live. Okay. So we've got The Disappearing Woman. Madge Smith's letter, which was published on September the 3rd, 1948, tells a story which took place in Devon. Harold Penrose's Somerset Ghosties, August 6th.
Already not scary. You just called them
Ghosties just is not. Was satisfactorily accounted for. But my own experience in Taunton is less easily disposed of. This occurred more than 10 years ago, but it's still vivid in my mind. One afternoon, my attention was arrested by a woman moving through the throng, on whose face was a most dreadful expression of distress. So appalling was her grief, with great tears rolling down her cheeks, that I had an uncontrollable impulse to follow her. It's a bit of an odd reaction, that.
Yeah.
Bit creepy, but-
Nowadays, you see a woman bawling in the streets, the last thing you do is follow her.
100%.
Ending up on a list if you do that now.
Jesus Christ. That's it. I agree.
I could not see her again. I looked all about, following the way she was going, trying to see again my vague impression of black, clinging garments, a tall figure, grey, disordered hair, and that face of trouble. She was nowhere. I turned to my companions, who were amazed at my outburst. They had seen nothing, but at the time we were passing the bloody Assizes. Assizes.
Asses.
I don't know what that even means.
Of course, the bloody asses.
Google, define that for me. The power of the search engine.
Okay, Google. What are the bloody asses?
What the hell is this? Right. This doesn't make any sense to me at all. Right. Apparently, a court which formerly sat at intervals in each county of England and Wales to administer the civil and criminal law. In 1972, the civil jurisdiction of Assizes was transferred to the High Court and the criminal jurisdiction of the Crown Court.
So it's an old courthouse then.
Right. Okay.
Sort of.
Why
for
didn't you
each
just say
area.
that, Madge?
So hang on. So I read it. So what actually happened here? There was a woman. She was crying. This
Is
person
that the
saw
end
her.
of the story?
Yeah.
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 What was the story?
There was a crying woman who disappeared.
That's what I think, Small. Jesus Christ.
That's the noise she made.
So let's picture this. And then there was a crying woman
She probably fucking run away from you, you little creep.
with grey hair.
Jeez.
Okay, so that one wasn't great.
I'm
I
glad
mean-
that we reserved
That was a decline.
2 and 1 out of
Mm.
10 for the next
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
That's shocked.
Mm.
There
In
wasn't even a
hindsight-
story.
Well, no. I mean, I wanted these to be a surprise to us all, so I didn't actually read them thoroughly.
Well, it is a
In,
surprise.
in retrospect,
It's
No,
just
this is
not-
fun. I
It's
actually
fun.
came up with a podcast idea of reading terrible ghost stories. So perhaps this is what we can call this
we've
episode. instead.
unintentionally done that.
Yeah, because I think it'll be.
Solid.
Let's just roast these ghost stories.
I
These
mean,
bloody Azises.
Bloody
that's
ass.
my highlight so far is the word assassins.
Azises. What is going on there? Language is weird, bro.
So where are we putting that one then? So the last one was a 3.
That's got to be. I mean, I daren't say 1 because the next one we've got another 5 to go. You know what I mean?
We're
we
gonna
do
be
a
into the
tier
minus
list?
numbers at this rate.
Let's do a tier list. So 6 to 1. 6 is the best. What is
Fucking hell. Dude.
So if we're putting the first one at 3, that one's 2 for me. This is so
Okay.
confusing. Scrap that idea
Yeah,
completely.
your tier list's thrown me.
But it's because we'd
we
already
were
put the
already-
other one at 3.
Yeah, that was 3 out of 10. 3 out of 6 makes it feel a lot better than it actually was.
Yeah.
Right, let's
Okay, we'll
let's
keep-
get the
we'll keep
next
it
one
out
and
of
we'll
10.
see. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we'll see where they go from there.
Okay. So whack it up.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Okay, so this one's called Holiday Haunting. WSJ's letter on March 13th, 1937, we're going further back in time, recounts an experience he'd had over half a century earlier. It clearly left a lasting impression. In the year 1885, Jesus Christ, when I was a schoolboy, we went for our summer holiday to a furnished house between Ventnor and Bonchurch on the Isle of Wight. St. Boniface House was modest, possessing one of the most charming small gardens I have ever seen. I ever saw. Ghosts soon declared themselves. The manifestations were pronounced and various. My sisters were visited in the night by a figure walking in their room. When it came between their beds, they fled shrieking. A figure passed the housemaids in the corridor. Cold hands were laid on hands lying outside the counterpane. Bells rang without being pulled. The village priest came with book and holy water. The spirits were effectually laid, and we slept in peace. Now I have read in Mrs. Sterling's The Diaries of Dummer an account of similar manifestations at the same house in 1851. The old house had been pulled down, but I hope its garden still shelters the poor houseless shades that wander by night.
There you
So,
go.
I mean, straight out, I think that's better than the other 2.
Way
There was a
better.
ghost in this one.
Yeah, exactly. There was actually a point to the story, for one.
So, yes, what did we have in that one then? So it was a ghost wandering around the house between beds, touching the hands of maids. Something about a counterpane. I don't know what that is, but
Bells rang without being pulled.
yes, solid. I mean, solid ghost story. And the priest turned up and got rid of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great advert for the priest, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
He's getting
It's
5
actually
stars.
just his Tinder bio.
And the ghosts were affected.
It could have been. I know that the point of this is short ghost stories, but it could have been longer. I think he just like ran through some of those points.
Well, so yeah, so this is obviously 7 real life ghost stories from readers of the Country Life magazine.
Mhm.
And yeah, they are quite short.
Hmm.
They don't like long stories in the country magazine.
I suppose they've got limited space to publish them.
Yeah. They've also
Can't
got.
have multiple
I'd
pages.
imagine. I don't know what their demographic for like their audience is like, but I don't know. They might just not be able to read that well.
There is that.
Limited. I can't read too much. It's got to be short, concise, to the point, and probably shit.
Yeah.
Got to get back out to the garden, tend to the tulips.
Where's the Alan Titmarsh? I want to get to the Alan Titmarsh article. Where is it? That's what they want to get to. This stuff they just want to read.
Yeah, they're not here for the
In
ghost stories.
1937.
Yeah.
Okay, so I take it we're putting that above the last one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because there was actually something that happened.
Yeah.
of note.
I would give that 5 out of 10.
That's got to be the best one yet.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm giving that 5 out of 10 because the other two have been very bad.
Realistically, I'd probably put that at a 4 if the others weren't less than that.
If I'm being honest, if we'd have started with that one, I probably would have given it a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, this is in the toilet.
Like, he just didn't go into detail. He was like, yeah, the girls were screaming, cold hands were laid on hands, and then the priest.
that's cold hands on hands is pretty creepy.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I think it's just like a ghostly hand touches your
Yeah.
hand.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it's like spirits are meant to be cold, didn't they?
Yeah. Oh, like
I mean,
cold hands were laid on hands.
If I've ever got my hand on the counterpane and something cold touches me and there's nothing there, I'll wonder where I've got a counterpane from.
That's true. No one really knows what campaign is.
Oh.
I need to know.
I ain't even got the energy to Google that. I really haven't.
I assume it's like a mantelpiece.
What's your
Yeah.
guess, Loz?
I'd either say like maybe
I've got the answer here.
counterpane became countertop. Maybe they like changed the word.
No, Maya's just read it because she's shocked.
I have. What the fuck?
The definition of counterpane is a bedspread.
Right.
I think this guy was trying to get a fucking like gig at Country Life. Like the way that he like signed it off, like the old house has been pulled down, but I hope its garden still shelters the poor houseless shades that wander by night. Like Country Life, I'm gonna shag you, mate. Shut up.
I mean, this was from 1885.
True.
What, this magazine? Sounds
This story.
Big
Alright.
old dweebs running about in 1885.
That's it. Jade has been thrown.
So next up, we've got you again, I think, Loz.
Yes. So what do we rate that definitively in the end?
I think
We
we'll go
say
5 based on the previous 2.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
This one looks good from the very brief bit I read while skimming earlier.
Ah, The Lost Village. It's a decent title to start off with, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This wartime letter from a reader identifying themselves as Oats. Weird.
Porridge.
Okay. Sorry was published on February the 27th, 1942. That's a day after my mum's birthday. I mean, she weren't born in 1942. Sorry.
That is slap bang in the middle of World War II as well.
Sorry, Mum, you're ancient. Deal with it. In Scotland last year, while walking through an ancient forest with my husband, we took a shortcut through the wild glen and intended to walk down the bank of the Fillen to, what is that, Crane Larrick? That's what I'm going for.
Pretty solid.
We came to an open space, flat and treeless and full of sun haze. As we entered, my husband remarked, "I don't like this place. It's too old and dead." That's harsh. I was about to reply that I felt it only peaceful, but I suddenly had the sensation of depression, almost amounting to hopelessness. Wow. What I saw was more a feeling as if all about me was snow under a leaden sky, and behind me there were people, and their eyes were without hope. Wow, this is very philosophical. My husband saw that I was oddly frightened, and so we left for Crane Larrick We told them at the hotel that we'd felt spooky at one place in the forest. The late Mr. Alistair Stewart said, "Oh, yes, that would be where a whole village was lost in the snow and they all starved to death." We are both Celtic, but neither of us in the least psychic. One thing I do know is that even if I were chased by Hitler and his grisly gang, I would not enter that forest again. Why are we referencing Hitler there?
I'm sorry, that's not funny, but to call the Nazis his grisly gang is so out of order.
Mind you, this was written during the war.
You can't call them his grisly gang.
Yeah, they're all like
His grisly gang.
Grizzly gang. Maybe that, I don't know if that was back in the day. That might have been like a real, like, you've just called them a, C word. You know what I mean? I don't even know.
Yeah, grizzly gang could be like a fucking insult back in the day.
Yeah.
Could be bad. I think I like that story, but there is far too much. If I am going to say there's one criticism of it, it's all a bit too, like, philosophical.
It was very scene setting.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of scene setting going on, not a lot of action.
My favourite bit is where the late Mr. Alistair Stewart said, "Oh, yes,
We've dropped
that
his
would be where
government name.
the whole village was lost in the snow and they all starved to death."
Yes, that whole place.
Of course. How do you not know of the whole... yes. The whole village that starved to death in the snow.
I didn't even know, like, maybe that's just me being naive. Did Scotland used to get really bad snow? Do they still get really bad?
Bits of Scotland get quite snowy at points. The thing that's all got me is this seems very calm for mid-World War II.
Yeah,
because the grizzly gang weren't in town yet.
Well, no, then again, people did get evacuated to like Scotland and places like that, didn't they?
Yeah, because they're just
away
like,
from.
it's not really worth bombing, is it? So stay away.
Beyond saving.
The villagers lose themselves in the snow. We don't need to deal with them.
What's the point? They're literally just getting buried themselves in snow. So
we don't need to. We don't need to go for them.
So,
waste of ammunition.
So what are we saying then? What are we giving that one out of 10?
I did like it because I like the idea of. Well, I don't like the idea of people perishing in snow, but as a story, as a ghost story or a paranormal one, I do like it. Because,
so I guess the psychic thing's the main paranormal sort of bit of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like how they also said that they're not psychic in the slightest. Like it would really matter either way.
While having a potentially psychic experience as well.
Well, you clearly either are or you didn't see it. So pick one.
Which one is it?
We need to get them on to cross-examine them. I don't know if they're still alive, but if they are,
what's the relevance of them being Celtic?
I
think there's a lot
I'm
of
glad you did that because I didn't know which way to say that either.
I think it's Celtic because Celtic is a football club. Yeah, I didn't want to say Celtic in case they're like, then have people in the chat so it's not actually fucking Celtic, it's Celtic.
I think the Celtics are like
notoriously psychic,
sort of pagan-y kind of.
Okay.
Yeah. That might be really offensive. I don't know.
They're all druids, basically.
That's what I'm picturing. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got like runes.
They come out of the woods with like herbal shit. It's like, look,
they gather around in full moons and sacrifice goats. So probably
sacrifice goats. That's a new one.
Do they have goats in Scotland? I
think they do, but
Jordan is never going to let us record a podcast on our own ever again.
It's probably not going out this one, is it?
Yeah, to clarify, we haven't told Jordan we're doing this, as far as I'm aware.
No, he knows. He knows.
Oh, does he?
Oh, right, he does. Right. Does he know?
Let's just take an editor's break. I'm going to text him this. Do you think that we should potentially call it here and do something else? Because these are, no offense, Scott, they are shit stories.
They're not the best things I've ever read.
And also, we have just called the Nazis a grizzly gang and laughed.
We didn't. Country File did. Country Life, whatever the fuck it's called.
But I then couldn't stop myself from laughing at the idea of Nazis being called a grizzly gang, and I don't think that's appropriate for YouTube.
Well, you know,
we can continue. We can just cut. I could just get George to cut this bit out, or we can stop here and we can do the one-line horror stories. What do you guys want to do?
I don't know. What are you thinking, Lars?
I think we might as well finish this.
Yeah.
But if we then get to the end and think, well, that's shit, I guess we could also do the one-liners.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys are not doing anything else for the next hour or so.
No, sounds good to me. All right, let's do both. Right, so I'll make note of that timestamp.
So that was around the 28-minute mark.
Yeah, I put 29, but
cool. Cool. Let's continue.
So, what are we thinking about that one?
I mean, yeah, it was solid. It had, some sort of paranormal element to it. It had psychics, which controversial, but not too bad.
I mean, at least this one, I felt like, although it was again short, which all of these are, it had an ending which I recognised was an ending. So
yeah,
that is good. I like when stories do that.
I feel like I'm rating this from a writer's perspective, of which I'm not. I can barely read, so I really don't think I should be judging stories on that. But that's what I'm doing. With this one, I'd say solid 5, maybe even a 6, just because of what's come before it.
Yeah, I think one thing to think about with these is obviously they are from 100 years ago, 60 years ago.
Yeah, that is a good point.
The paranormal was obviously a lot less popular back then. It was a lot less spoken about, I guess. You didn't have your YouTube back then to push it, your TV shows, investigate. You didn't have Zach Bagans. Imagine a world without Zach Bagans.
Devastating.
So these things are obviously a bit
Can't even
more...
talk about it.
a bit more taboo and a bit more niche. So while they're very small experiences and stories, I guess at the time this would have been like, oh my God, I saw a woman in the street.
That's true. Like in today's day and age, you have to do so much to prove paranormal. Whereas back in them days, this would have been like unreal paranormal. Yeah. Exactly. Like if I walked into a field and I had a psychic vision about an entire lost village, I'd be like, well, could be better,
But if you 100 years ago did that, mind blown. Cool. So
yeah, no, I think that story was good. That story was good.
That was a big step up from the others.
Yeah, agreed.
Definitely.
So on to the next one, I guess. Is that me this time?
I think so.
Cool. So we have got A Spectre with the Canine Seal of Approval. On March 21st, 1963, Kay Monia Williams of Suffolk had her missive published about a strange... Good point. Had her missive published about a strange ghost seen not by her, but by her dog. Already more believable. I trust the dog.
Yeah, love this.
Okay,
Best story.
So, should we just rank it there? We don't even need the rest. In 1916, she was living with her mother and a friend in Devon. Big up Devon. In a large and rather spooky house. One evening, when we were all sitting by the fire, Prickles, my terrier, got up, walked to the door, looked up and wagged his tail, greeting someone who had just come in. After a moment, he turned and, still wagging his tail, accompanied her or him towards us. He then stopped, looked up again and turned towards the door, but did not move and obviously watched the person leave the room, after which he sighed deeply. He certainly liked his friend, who was invisible to us.
Ew.
That's a solid story.
I love stories with dogs in them, or in general, because I really I just think they're so believable. And also it's definitely a strong reason why I have pets and why I feel so comfortable like staying here on my own, because I know that I'm gonna know if there's something freaky going on, because they'll behave differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Invisible, just I don't know. Invisible friends is another connection, obviously, to you as well, isn't it? Because you had an invisible friend.
Mm-hmm.
Well, was it an invisible friend? Did you class it as a friend?
I never called him like my imaginary friend or anything like that, and I never like recognized him as a friend more than anything. So like that's maybe where it differs, and also makes it a bit more disgusting, because he was never my friend. He was just the guy that I had to read the story to at night.
Also, was he invisible?
He wasn't invisible to me, but no one else ever saw him, so that doesn't necessarily mean that he was invisible, but he was just, no one else was ever in the room when it was happening. So he might have physically been there. I might have had, what do you call them? Are they froggers?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There might have actually been a frogger in my house that used to just hang out in my wardrobe.
And get you to read.
Yeah.
The Gruffalo.
The Gruffalo.
The Gruffalo. Yeah.
Such a strange thing to request.
Side note, I met the illustrator of the Gruffalo the other week.
Big
Random
fan.
little claim.
What did he look like?
I don't know. I couldn't even tell. All I know is he was old. He was an old man. And I would have been.
The illustrator of the Gruffalo was an old man. I mean, there's a connection.
Would he have been an old man 15 years ago?
I mean, he had to be in his 60s, I guess. So
I cracked it.
We're not saying the illustrator with the Gruffalo broke into Maya's house when she was a child, to clarify.
There's the slanderous quote of the episode. Let's go. The illustrator of the Gruffalo hangs out in little girls' wardrobes.
Oh, God.
Just from the wardrobe. Read that same story again.
I fucking love that book for no reason.
I didn't even write it. I just illustrated it.
Show me the fucking pictures.
What? It's not a pop-up?
Your parents are cheap.
Fuck this place.
And that's when you never saw him again.
There you go.
So, back to the story, I guess.
Yeah, sorry.
So, Prickles the dog
Mm-hmm.
sees someone walk in the door, follows them across the room towards the other people, and then watches them leave again. That's quite a specific motion, quite a specific movement, I guess, for the dog.
Yeah.
It's not something you could, it's doing something else, and it's like, oh, look, that's quite a specific.
Yeah.
Looks at it, walks with it, wagging its tail, stops, leaves with it,
and then relaxes the second that it goes to the door.
Yeah.
That's such a weird. Yeah.
It's not something it could be doing something else, and you think, oh, that's weird.
It's not like it just randomly got excited, like staring into a corner. Like it did a movement with the thing, then the thing left, and then it calmed down immediately. It's I'd say that's really, really believable, and it's also so tame that it makes it more believable. So it wasn't a human that experienced it or was displaying these things. It was an animal, which I trust. It was believable the way that it went, and it's just a regular thing. So like it's not like, oh my god, my table floated across the room. It was like my dog got excited in a weird way. I like it. I like that story a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if my dog did that, I would be concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, if your cats did that, Maya, how would you feel?
They wouldn't. Like, they just don't fucking care about anyone.
They don't greet people when they come in. Fair.
Literally, Small is sitting at the top of the stairs right now, cleaning his nuts. If someone walked up the stairs, he wouldn't even notice. So, not fussed, not phased.
I mean, the cats didn't warn you when Lozzie broke into your house and snuck up the stairs.
Out of context, that does sound weird and wrong.
I was in the shower.
Even worse. Let's go.
It's so weird because I think so. Scott was round. Jordan had gone to the shop, and Lozzie was on his way round. So I knew Lozzie was coming, but I was also expecting Jordan to be back long before Lozzie got there. So when I heard the front door open, I just went, "Hiya," just to say hello to Jordan because I thought he'd got back. And then I'm sitting in here brushing my hair, and the stairs are like just outside this room. And Lozzie literally just creeps up the stairs, unintentionally creeps. You just are a quiet walker. And then you just popped your head around the door. You're like, hello. What the fuck? I've never been so scared in my entire life.
Meanwhile, I heard Maya panic and I heard voices. I was like, I'll get out of the shower. Because we were getting ready for an investigation. I can't remember where we were going.
Where were we going?
Wasn't
Hotel? No, Lottie met us.
I think it was
The blacksmiths?
it might have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must have been something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, so I was in the shower getting ready.
In
I
the
hear
shower.
voices. I come out. I was like rushingly put my clothes on, and then I was like, right, let's see what's happening outside. And then Lozzie's just stood there. That was a strange experience.
I thought no one was in the house because I didn't hear Maya say hello. So I walked in, I went into the front room, was like, no one there. Went into the kitchen, no one there. And I was like, right, there's got to be someone upstairs then. And as I got to the top of the stairs, I did hear Maya doing something, brushing her hair or whatever it was. Yeah, then I just decided to freak her out by just like, hello.
Hello.
It's
because you popped your head round at eye level as well. So I literally, I was just sitting there doing my makeup, and in my peripheral, it's just you, your face, like right here.
That's it.
That's funny.
Yeah. It could have gone badly if Scott really thought you were in danger and he come out of the fucking shower swinging.
Butt naked.
Yeah.
No,
real sense of urgency. I stopped and put all my clothes on before I came out of the shower. Maya could have been being mad outside. I'm not trying to put a belt through the belt hoop.
You can hear Maya getting stabbed. He's just like, right, hang on.
Button up my shirt.
Doing your shoelace, like rabbit goes through round the hill through the hole.
Oh shit! I put the fucking right sock on the left foot.
So, Invisible Man talking to dogs.
Like that one a lot.
Out of 10.
Favorite one so far.
Yeah, I think it's better because it's got a pet in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and his name's Prickles, and
Prickles.
I've literally never heard a better name for a terrier in my entire life.
That is
It's
solid.
so cool.
So out of 10, we're giving it
10 just for his name.
Jesus.
No, I'll
mean,
give it a 7.
based on what we've had so
7.
far. It's high.
I'll be happy with 7.
Yeah.
7 I think is
10.
good. Okay,
I mean,
so
preferably all these would be 10s, but
Yeah.
they're not all made equal,
I
unfortunately.
love that.
yeah, no.
Oh.
I mean, we've got 2 left. So Maya, I think you are up for the next one.
Okay. I'm really looking forward to this one based on the title. And it's also a little bit more recent, so that could be quite cool.
Only
Yeah.
50 years ago.
Yeah. When you say it like that, how the fuck? Right, okay. When a ghost becomes a horse whisperer, big fan. This letter from Devon, which came from B. Wynell Mayo, was published on
Mayo.
Mr. Mayo was published on September 24th, 1970. There is an old farm here in which at least 3 generations of a family called Hawkins lived. The recent owner told me she and her children often smelt tobacco smoke in the house when none of them ever smoked. She owned a beloved mare in foal. When the foal was due, there were complications. Very worried, she went to the stable to be with her. There, she smelt old Hawkins' smoke and felt his presence comforting her and calming the mare. I discovered through my gardener, one of the Hawkinses, who was brought up in the house, that all the family were devoted to animals and they all smoked pipes. The owner of the house knew nothing of the family except their name.
Okay. Again, another relatively solid story for me because the paranormal and smells is quite a strong sort of theme. Obviously, pregnant horse.
Obviously, pregnant horse.
Just end it there. Obviously, pregnant horse.
Obviously, pregnant horse.
I had a complete blank. I couldn't think of the rest of the sentence then. The scene changing back to full screen threw me.
Obviously, pregnant horse.
Treadmill.
Obviously, pregnant horse. Strongest point I've literally ever heard in my whole life.
Trotting on to the next thing.
Yeah, I think again, not much has happened, and the smell of tobacco smoke is incredibly common. I think it's more likely that the dad secretly smoked and didn't want to tell anyone.
Yeah.
That's my theory on this story.
It's a solid theory, actually.
Yeah. One of the Hawkinses.
I mean, yeah, the smell also moving to the barn or the foaling area is weird. But there's nothing to specifically say that was the ghost of Old Man Hawkins or Old Hawkins or whatever. Solid maybe 5, I would say.
Yeah. I'd probably give that one a 3, personally.
I mean, it's fair. What about you, Loz?
I mean, it didn't really do a lot for me. I'm not going to be honest. I'm not going
to be honest.
And obviously, the pregnant horse. Yeah.
I'm going to call this one a 5 because obviously the pregnant horse.
Yeah. I mean that. Yeah.
And also, is every single story we've read been based in Devon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, literally.
No, there've been a couple that haven't, but yeah. This is also the second story on September 24th.
Oof.
There you go. That's a special day.
Different year, but same date. Maybe that's a day when the paranormal's particularly.
Yeah, maybe they'll just have a pack of lucky strikes.
So that one wasn't great. We're really holding out our hope here for the last story.
This last one could blow it out of the park.
All I'm saying
kind of has to.
I'm pretty sure this last one is the shortest of the bunch.
No, it's fairly long.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's got a bit to it. And it's yours, Loz, so...
Try.
Oh, shit, it is! Oh,
take it away.
Come on.
Anyway, the horse was pregnant. Moving on.
Obviously, the pregnant horse.
Yes. The carriage that foretold death. I don't know if I said that. That was a bit too much enthusiasm on that.
Yeah, that was a bit too excitable.
Mary Corbett Harkins of Kent, published on May 4th, 1967, shared an event originally written down by her grandfather in his diary almost 100 years previously. So we're going back in time again. That's great.
Sick.
The reference in Roy Christian's article, April 6th, to the death of Marquez of Hastings in 1868 reminds me of a story that my grandfather wrote in his diary that year. Heard of the death of Marquise? Is that saying Marquise? Am I reading that right?
That is Marquise, but the first word, I do not know if that's actually the same word. I assume it is. It has to be, but...
Marquise. Anyway.
Marquise
of Hastings, yesterday in London. He was only 26 years old. A curious thing happened in connection with his death. There is a tradition in the family that before a death of a member of it, some other members hear a noise of carriage wheels driving to his door when no carriage is in fact there. This actually happened at the castle, brackets Cardiff, when Lord Bute was down here lately, and he even went to the door to see if a carriage was there. It was remarked at the time, Lord Bute being Hastings on the mother's side. My grandfather was Lord Bute's cousin and knew him well. Some 60 years later, the then Marquis of Bute and his wife were at Dumfries House, their Ayrshire. Ayrshire? Ayrshire residents. One evening after dinner, they heard a carriage. They waited, but no one was announced. So they rang for the butler. Imagine that. But no one had come.
Mate, I'd
The
be
next
livid.
day-
Don't you hate it when that happens?
I know. Honestly, when my butler doesn't, when he fucks up royally.
Innit?
Right.
Innit?
Retro cherry knocking.
I asked for the taxi to be there at a certain time, and he's told me a different time. Honestly, what's the point? What is the point?
Disgusting.
Anyway, the horse was pregnant. The next day, news came that a member of the Hastings family died. Is that it?
That is it.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, again, common thing in the paranormal is premonitions of death, omens of death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You hear a
Is it?
noise,
Yeah,
signifies someone's dying or dead.
kind of like a
Yeah.
banshee, sort of. The screaming woman you hear, and it means someone's dying.
Yeah.
I
I like that one.
Yeah.
I think that it was very poorly written. No offense to the writer. But the concept was really cool. The way that it was like a carriage that always like signified that somebody was going to die. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it was in 1868. There would have been quite a lot of carriages around then, I assume.
Mm.
But I'm assuming this was in a manor house of some description,
Yeah.
where it wouldn't just be a busy street outside.
Yeah, probably had a big drive or something.
So a carriage you probably would have seen coming up the drive.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I
you know,
mean-
if the butler was just doing his job, then they would have known who was there. So
But what if it was a ghost carriage?
should have opened the door.
So
That's
you
it.
need to be more conscientious if you're going to be a
Innit?
butler. You know what I mean?
Do you want a job, mate? Do you? You'd be sacked
So-
if you were my butler.
So I think, I mean, weirdly, it's one of the better stories,
Mm.
which is kind of impressive.
I mean, it's almost by default at this rate, isn't it, Scott, to be honest?
Yeah. Right, listen. I
I
may have
don't think
picked the
the
article.
stories could have got any worse. So
Yeah. Okay. So this might not be the best article I've ever selected.
It's still an article.
Mm.
Still something.
I mean, Country Life seemed like
Half decent ones.
Country Life seemed like a solid source for this.
Yeah.
Retrospectively, possibly not as solid as I thought, but I enjoyed some of them. This one for me probably gets maybe a 6.
yeah, I'd agree.
So the
Okay.
highest rated one is a 7.
And that was because
Mm.
the dog had a cool name.
Yes.
So
I feel like we've not really rated the stories on their content, but
no.
if we did, they'd all be sub 2. So
Yeah. I think
Obviously, a
had
second
we
horror.
have heard the dog story in isolation, I wouldn't have given it higher than like a 4. I wouldn't have even given it a 4 if I'm being honest.
But compared to
They're
the
not
others,
great, are they?
listen, right? Yeah, no, no.
If this
Um,
podcast makes it out, I will be blown away. So
Same.
if you guys are hearing this right now,
If you're hearing this, let us know your favourite of the stories.
if you're hearing this, Jordan really was strapped for time. Really was.
um, I guess that's it.
yeah.
Well,
guess so.
So should we run down what we rated what? So the first
Yeah.
one, oh
Okay.
god, I'll go to the top of the article. The first one was Last Sight of Departed Friend. Last Sight of a Departed Friend. That was the first one. Yeah. I think we rated that a 3,
Mhm.
didn't we?
Yep.
Just because we didn't know
Yeah.
what was coming next. This one, I think we rated a 2.
2. That one wasn't
Yeah.
great.
Scary Woman, because nothing really happened.
Mhm.
The Holiday Haunting, I can't remember. We
4?
Um, Yeah,
yes, I think we did.
I think it was that one. At least there was a ghost. I think we said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Lost Village, that was, I did like the idea behind that one.
Yeah.
I can't remember what we rated it though.
Think that
said.
got a 5.
I think it got a 5 by default. Of the other ones were lesser.
There's a lot of default ratings here. This is one we rated a 7. The one with the dog.
Yeah.
Solid.
Right. In at number 7. When a ghost becomes a horse whisperer or chain smoker.
That was a 4,
yeah.
I think.
That one toked, bro.
5, 4.
Yeah,
that one
think
blew O's.
that one had so much nicotine.
That one made me need nicotine.
Yeah.
I'm actually turning to cigarettes right after this. And then the carriage that foretold death. What do we rate? That one was 5 or 6?
5, 6, 6.
Fuck, now we really have been reaching if that one got 5. Fuck me.
Well,
5.
Some
Okay.
call it fiction, some call it just, try and have a bit of fun. I'm actually disappointed there wasn't an article or a story written by Alan Titmarsh. Or what a ghost story written by Alan Titmarsh. He's gonna some sort of plant fucking
Pun.
Yeah. Or maybe even make plants the whole story. So everyone expecting a ghost story, and it's like, right, this is the best way to cut tulips.
He's written a book. If this is the same guy.
The Haunting?
The Haunting?
A story of love, betrayal, and intrigue. From the best-selling novelist and national treasure, Alan Titchmarsh.
What? I thought he did nothing after Ground Force. Oh, what's going on?
On next week's episode, we read Alan Titchmarsh's The Haunting.
That's it.
Tune in for the review of The Haunting.
Might as well read an extract now.
I think it's a love story.
Yeah, it looks like it is.
Boo.
Yeah. Nah.
Love stories are for losers.
Ghost stories are for, well,
cool kids.
Winners.
These ones, I don't know, but mostly cool kids.
Yes. Cool. So I think that's it.
Moral of the story: don't let Scott plan podcasts.
Retrospectively, possibly.
God, in the mud.
Sorry, don't mean to drag you like
but
that.
At least you brought something to the table. It's more than I brought.
It is also more than I brought.
Well,
all I've got is the use code Duty for 20% off at Wraith. That's all I got.
Damn right.
Do it.
If you needed keeping up, use this, not those stories.
In a way, this is the best advert for Wraith because you're going to need it to get through this podcast if it ever comes to light. You're going to need it because these stories, well, they maxed it at 7, and they the lowest was a 2, I think.
It's worked well because someone's already broken into Maya's house live on the podcast.
That's it. Can you actually hear something?
And I can see both my cats, so I know it's not them.
No.
Okay. Do you want to go check? And me and Lozzie will fill the air just in case. So, potential ghost live on pod. Let's commentate, Loz. What do we think's happening currently?
I think there's someone at the door, and they've made maybe they've gone to knock, but then they withdrew their hand, and then they've like knocked their keys in a pocket or something. Then the cats have just looked down the stairs like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, that is a solid guess. Okay, I assume there's nothing there because she seems to have returned.
I think we're good.
Okay, that is a shame.
How boring. Get him next time.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I was hoping for a little bit of drama there, but that's it, isn't it?
I added some suspense to the end of the episode, though.
Yeah,
they did.
So the cat's just staring down the.
They're both just. So I heard a bang, and then both of the cats are staring down the stairs, and they're now really staring down the stairs. Now
we had a ghost story about this a couple of minutes ago.
That's it.
This is already a better ghost story than the other ghost stories.
Some of those.
Yeah, this is at least a 7.5.
Rate this ghost story.
Yeah.
The only way this would be better if there was in any way involved a pregnant horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The horse is
Moving
not
Down
pregnant.
your door.
Yeah.
Maybe
that
that's
would
what's
be it.
downstairs.
Oh, that'd be a plot twist.
I know, the pregnant horse.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Loz, do you want to take us out?
Yeah, I'll take us out. I'll take us all out. You know what I mean? Because all right, thank you everyone for watching and listening. If, like I said, if this ever actually goes out, it's amazing, and I'm so glad that if it has actually gone out, I'm so glad that it has. You've witnessed greatness today.
You have.
You don't get this when Jordan and Bailey are back. You just don't get this sort of content. So, stay tuned. Remember, if you do want to become a Patreon, you get extra content, early access to the investigations, all that sort of stuff. I'm doing all his job for him right now. I've done the Wraith, done the Patreon. You can join for as little as £1 a month. You know what I mean?
Twitch.tv/mind calendar. So we can plug that one.
Yourself, right?
Yeah.
He
normally does that in his outros. So I don't know if you've heard him do it, but he does do that. So I'm just fulfilling that.
Scott, you got the DRIP Paranormal Podcast?
I do. I've got, the YouTube channel.
Yeah. Anything else you'd like to plug as Jordan's not here?
No, I'm good. Don't forget to plug Atma, obviously.
My PayPal is...
Yeah, send us some donations in. We really do need it after those stories. They're severely, it's depressing, really, isn't it?
A little bit.
I feel depressed, but all for your benefit, because you're watching this, hopefully, or listening to this, and I hope you enjoyed. We'll see you in the next DRIP podcast. Jordan will be back, because there's no way he's letting this happen twice. So
I hope you enjoyed it for the first and last time.
Yeah.
Solid.
First and last time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye for now.
Terrified, the two men grabbed a 20-gauge shotgun and a 22 caliber rifle and fired at the little man. It gets better. It gets even better, right? They reported that it then did a flip and, fled into the darkness.
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Just before we start, Jordan is terrible at geography and thought Kentucky was in Texas. So, enjoy that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the podcast.
Already gone.
Straight away.
Video listeners.
Already gone.
Makes no sense. The Bailey's gone, but he's back. Okay.
I'm back.
Start to the pod. How is everyone? Aliens today.
Oh.
Alien hypes. Well, aliens, but we might dip into mythological creatures because of it, which is going to be quite cool. But before we do that, Lozzie, Bailey, Scott, no Maya in this one. How are you guys doing?
I'm good, thanks, mate. Doing well. And I'm excited to listen to some alien going on.
Yes.
Yes, same. I'm decent. Ready for some alien stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's been a good day. Now we've got aliens.
All right, let's get out of the way. Let's get out of the way.
Yeah.
That's the elephant in the room.
There you go. Scott's a main fan.
Yeah,
and
man,
Wayne Rooney is also now the manager of Plymouth Argyle. So
Scott's
it's been a winning day.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been a winning day.
Scott is a two-team scumbag.
I am ambidextrous.
That's it. But no, congratulations, Scott. Enjoy it. It's a good achievement, and you're going to sack your manager anyway. So there we go.
Yeah.
Right. So, aliens. I do like a little bit of alien. I hadn't actually heard of this. I basically asked the internet for paranormal encounters, and one that came up was the Hopkinsville encounter. And I was like, oh, what is that? So I've looked into it, and well,
it's spicy.
No context other than it's an alien story. Little goblin fuckers.
Nice.
Hang on. Wait.
Yeah.
Hang on. People fucking goblins or
No.
just little goblin aliens?
Little Just little goblin aliens. I was trying to think about how that
okay.
would work, actually. Little goblin fuckers.
Yeah. I just wanted to
No.
kind of clarify that.
Well, we don't know. I haven't actually, looked that deep into the story. There may be sexual intercourse. We don't know yet. We don't know.
There usually is an alien encounters.
There normally is, because they're trying to take our seed.
Dodgy finger here and there, and
Yeah.
Oh, it's the probe.
So we're going to hit up history.com for this one. So thank you, History. Obviously, we're going to annotate. We're going to talk as we go along. So it is fair use. Don't even go there. Before we do that, though, I do just want to plug the Patreon. There's some fun stuff going on over there. I know a lot of people on YouTube and Facebook loved the Nuke's Top 5 reactions I used to do. Well, basically, they stopped because they were copyright into oblivion. And over at Patreon, it seems that they don't get copyrighted into oblivion. And so for some Patreon exclusive content over there, there has been some reaction videos. So if you enjoyed the Nuke's Top 5 and you've got a quid spare, £1 a month, you can go over to the Patreon and check those out, as well as all the behind the scenes and the early access and all that good stuff. All right. That is patreon.com/Duty Rhino, and it supports this podcast. Excellent. Right. So why are aliens so often depicted as little green men with bulbous heads and oversized eyes? The mythology began in part on the night of August 21st, 1955, when a large extended farm family called the Suttons arrived breathlessly at the Hopkinsville police station in southwestern Kentucky. Their story of a terrifying siege by otherworldly beings would become one of the most detailed and baffling accounts of an alien close encounter on record. Notable for the large number of witnesses, nearly a dozen, the duration of the encounter. There was literally a shootout with aliens over the course of several hours.
Let's go.
Right? Yeah,
That's
so you
it.
got Texas, you got goblins, and you got a fucking shootout.
That's it.
That's it. That's
How
all you
fucking-
want.
How fucking great is this story already? It's fucking nuts. And the close proximity between the witnesses and the creatures, sometimes just a few feet away, right? The incident quickly became regional and even national news. I mean, I'd hope so, wouldn't you? Could you
100%.
imagine? Imagine if I had a shootout, right, with an alien and I only got on Look East. I'd be fucking livid.
And not even the main story.
Yeah, no. Also, this evening, some absolute deranged twat shot at what he believes is an alien, but it's probably just a mutated goose or something.
Just
And into
before
our
the
main
goose
story. Our main story. Men feed pigeons in park. Oh, my
Yeah. Just before they go to the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
that cut away.
Oh dear.
Oh, I'd be absolute. Oh man, I'd be like, I
Yeah,
nearly
you
died
would
for
be
this.
livid.
I was on the front lines, not for this country, for this planet, and you're only going to do me a fucking regional news segment. Fucking nuts. The alleged encounter occurred on the Suttons farm in the tiny rural hamlet of Kelly, Kentucky, where the family lived in an unpainted 3-room house without running water, telephone, radio, TV, or even books.
They sound like the sort of people that are gonna have a shootout with aliens.
I mean, can we
If
just
you had
appreciate-
asked me who was going to be shooting at aliens prior to this, that's where they'd have lived.
No, but also appreciate no running water, no telephone, no radio, no TV or books, but they have guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm laughing at. Fuck all. We've got a fuckload of ammunition.
Yeah.
This was in the 50s, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But books, mate.
Yeah,
Well,
books,
yeah,
man. I'm not
I'll
being
allow
funny.
the books.
Fucking
Everyone's
hell.
got a book. Even if you don't read, you've got a
I'm
book
thinking,
somewhere.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
thinking television.
A lot of money on ammo, man.
But Matt, I don't know how has this information even got out? Like the police have turned up.
Who are they
and they're
calling?
like,
They got a
these
phone.
motherfuckers don't even have books. It's just like, why would that is such a weird observation.
I think the
To me.
biggest one there. Did you say their house was unpainted? Was that one of the points they
Yeah.
chose to mention?
Unpainted 3-room house.
Yeah, yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
what house is 3 rooms?
Yeah, well, it doesn't even say what the rooms are. It just has 3 separate spaces in a building,
How many of them
and
are
it's not
there?
painted.
So what I'm picturing is they've got a farm, right, with
It's a
loads
caravan.
of land, and it's just got like a shed
Yeah.
that
A
they
shed.
live in.
Yeah.
They got like the chewing tobacco in the bottom gum,
Oh,
Nice.
just spitting out in a cup, and they're just shooting shit. They're probably shooting at their crops, like to get them to grow faster.
no, that's
I
how
don't
they
know.
harvest them.
That's what. That's how
How
they
they
harvest
harvest
them.
them. Yeah.
That's it.
That's it.
But
So yeah, they got nothing. Of all the details of their story, the UFO landing and the appearance of small alien creatures, one fact is indisputable. When the 8 adults and 3 children arrived at the nearby Hopkinsville police station at about 11 p.m., they were genuinely terror-struck.
Right.
Right, I'm going to have to read this in
who's
a
gonna-
Texas accent.
So hang on. So there's
We've got quotes.
8 of them with 3 kids
Yeah.
in a
The sons.
3-bedroom house.
No. 3-room
Three
house.
rooms.
So
rooms.
three room
Three
house,
rooms.
yeah.
And one of them rooms could be a kitchen.
And one's quite possibly a living room.
Yeah, one's a living room, one's a kitchen. We know they don't have a toilet. So the other room is a bedroom where they all sleep together. In the
Do you
same room.
think
not-
do you think history have fucked up and it should be 3-bedroom house?
Quite
this is
possibly.
just fucking-
Even that feels low though.
Yeah.
8 adults in 3 bedrooms with 3 kids scattered somewhere.
Yeah.
scattered.
No, that's
Right.
it. It's kitchen, living room, and then the other room is just to store the guns.
Yeah.
They just sleep where they fall.
The house is literally just the armory. And they sleep outside.
We got all the guns.
Oh,
Sounds
man,
like-
right. Let's hear from Police Chief Russell Greenwell, shall we? Who later told investigators, "These aren't the kind of people who normally run to the police for help. What they do is they reach for their guns." That's what he said. That's a quote.
They're so good. How did they contact the police?
I think they just walked there.
Rode
They
on
just-
horseback.
We just went off. Just
Alien in
mid-fight.
tow with a lasso.
Yeah.
You hold the lines, I'm gonna get the law. Jesus.
Yeah. Yet here they were, women and children, hysterical, and one man with a pulse of 140 beats per minute measured by an investigator. Why are they doing that? They're like, what?
mid fight.
Alien
Yeah,
invasion going on. Quick, take his heartbeat.
That's it.
No, it
We
was
do
at the
it.
police station. It's
Oh.
like, right, you sound
this is
insane.
after the
So I'm going
battle,
to take your beats per minute. Small metallic humanoids impervious to bullets. They were fucking bulletproof as well.
Also,
Oh.
They just missed. Everyone's bulletproof is if the person shooting the gun is shit.
just
Yeah,
absolute
100%.
hip firing. Hip
I
firing.
don't know how. Lozzie, can you get up this article just to show the pictures to the viewers? If you type in Hopkinsville encounter and then go on history, because they're quite interesting looking little creatures. So I'll read the details. So the height 2.5 to 3.5 feet tall. Sex, no indication. Head, almost round, bald, same color as the body. Nose, no nose. One man stated very strongly that there was none. Ears, swept back, extended quite a bit above the crown of the head. Neck, none.
Nice.
Eyes,
neck.
yellow center, white rim, about 6 inches apart, glowing. Mouth, a thin line, but not sure that was their mouth. Body, there it is. Look,
Oh,
look
yeah.
at this little dude.
Jesus.
Body, powerful above the waist. Muscles, clearly seen. Below the waist, thin and spindly. Almost no shape to legs. Stick-like. So it's just like the majority of male gym goers.
Yeah,
Just
skip
fucking-
leg day,
that's
absolutely
it.
smash chest.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. They don't have to worry about neck day because you ain't got one. That's sick. Hands, oversized. Talons, 2 to 3 inches long. Webbing between the fingers. Started about a knuckle above talons. Feet, not seen or not noted. Knuckles and fingers not counted. At least they're honest.
Right.
According to accounts given to the police at about 7 p.m. on the hot Sunday evening, Sutton family friend Billy Ray Taylor was fetching water from the backyard Well, when he saw a silvery object, real bright, with an exhaust all the colors of the rainbow. As he later recounted, it came silently towards the house, passed over it, stopped in the air, and then dropped straight to the ground. Taylor, 21 years old, and his 18-year-old wife had come from Pennsylvania to visit Lucky Sutton, with whom he had worked on a traveling carnival. The Suttons, 50-year-old widow and matriarch Glennie Langford, her 2 older sons and their wives, a brother-in-law, and the widow's 3 younger children, 12, 10, and 7, didn't take Billy Ray seriously, laughing off his UFO account. An hour later, alerted by the dog's incessant barking, Lucky and Billy Ray went to the back door and made out a strange glow, in the midst of which they spied a small humanoid creature, about 3.5 feet tall. It had an oversized head and almost... Oh, no, wait, sorry, this is a quote. Oversized head, almost perfectly round. His arms extended almost to the ground. His hands had talons, and its oversized eyes glowed with a yellowish light. The body gave off an eerie shimmer in the light of the night's new moon, they said, as if it was made of silver metal.
Nice.
Yeah.
Silver
Could they
metal.
not just say silver? Is that a metal?
Yeah.
Yeah, silver is a
But
metal.
then they were traumatized, so, you know.
True.
Yeah.
Now we're about to get Texas as fuck, right? Terrified, the 2 men grabbed a 20-gauge shotgun and a 22 caliber rifle and fired at the little man. So there's just this little fucking dude in their garden,
Just be a
and
kid.
they're like, "Shoot that motherfucker!"
They just said a child.
Fucking stranger danger, shoot that motherfucker.
What's that? Right? Isn't it like castle law or something? Where like if you're on your land, you could just kill people.
Just absolutely pump him with like fucking 15 mags.
Take me to your leader.
Pretty gay, boy.
I come in peace.
Peace ain't in
today.
the Constitution. Oh, dude, I just love it. They just grabbed a shotgun and a rifle and just started unleashing.
Very
Oh, this is even better, right? Its hands, like talons, now raised as if held up at gunpoint. Fuck! No!
Oh, shoot.
I surrender.
Right? It gets better. It gets even better, right? So they're like, shoot that motherfucker. And this thing's like, no, please, no. Right? They reported that it then did a flip and, fled into the darkness. Did a backflip and fucking legged it.
Oh, mate, that's great.
Oh.
So it just does a Matrix backflip over the bullets and bolts into the bushes.
Yeah. Yeah,
This
literally.
shit I'm out.
Isn't it?
Aliens
Right.
just like, right, engage parkour.
Evasion maneuvers.
Oh, dear.
Shortly after, the men saw a similar creature appear in a side window and fired
Get the gun, boy.
and fired through the window screen. Because they would. Why the fuck wouldn't you?
Don't open the door, just shoot through it, man.
Oh, mate.
Oh man.
That
Imagine
motherfucker's back.
he's peeping through the window.
Did you get the message the first time? We will this time.
Oh, right. So they shot through the window, right? Still
Right.
impervious to bullets, the little man again flipped and disappeared.
He done that same move again.
Next time I'll be ready.
I ain't never seen a motherfucker do a flip before. Now I see him too.
Oh, God, no. Them damn mini acrobatic spaceman.
I went out. This is actually a quote. I went out in the hallway and crouched down next to Billy when I saw one approaching the door. Mrs. Lankford told Isabel Davis, author of an extensive report called Close Encounter at Kelly and Others of 1955. It looked like a 5-gallon gasoline can with a head on top and small legs. It was shimmering bright metal like on my refrigerator. I love how this thing, I mean, it looked like, so it could be a moving gasoline can, and they're just lighting that motherfucker up.
Did you order gasoline? No. Fuck it.
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Right, now, if you can get the article back up, because there's more pictures that are slightly different. But,
Oh.
So for the visual
Draw on that motherfucker.
What's that on that other
This
one's
motherfucker's
chest?
got Ray-Bans on.
Rape.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
So, right, so this is the little men as pictured in nearby newspapers. Clarksville, Tennessee, the Leaf Chronicle, August 24th, 1955, drawn by PFC Gary F. Hodson. From witnesses, description probably tailors only, many details questionable, especially the bent knees. These drawings also said to have been shown on WLAC TV Nashville. So yeah, they're like little goblin frog
Why has he got
men.
his shorts so high up with his belt on?
Look at his little pin. He's got little pins for legs.
Little pin legs.
Pistorius, mate.
For anyone who's listening, if you're on your car journey or at work or something, Google the Hopkinsville encounter on history.com and then scroll down and you'll see the images that we're talking about. Right, so this one, the one with the very high belt line and little pins for legs. Answering a letter of inquiry, the paper said the sketch was drawn by E. Arnold Jr. just for a joke.
Right.
So he's basically just taking the piss out of the people. Another one that was drawn by Larry Hill, the paper's staff artist, from descriptions of the spacemen given by Elmer and John Sutton. Drawing was not checked with the Sutton, so he's basically just listened to what they've said and ran with it. So, anyway, back to the shooting. The drama escalated when Taylor stepped outside under the small overhanging roof, and those behind him saw a claw-like hand reach down and touch his hair. I mean, that is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
I flipped on the roof.
Yeah. It's like a little fucking claw grabbing.
That is a scene from a horror
touches
movie.
your hair, isn't it? Oh man, that is grim as fuck. The group screamed and pulled Taylor back while Lucky shot above the overhang and then at another similar creature in a nearby tree. It floated to the ground and then scurried into the woods.
So, like, that hand come down and he just shot it, which would have been inches away from his friend's fucking head.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
And I reckon that 20 gauge has got some fucking spread as well.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, God bless them, man. You know, they're under attack and they're fighting back. They're not running. They're fucking, oh man. The Suttons moved inside and spent several hours listening for movements, hearing mostly occasional scratches on the roof. At 11 p.m., the whole group ran for the cars and hightailed it to the Hopkinsville police station at top speed. After the local police chief, what they legged it?
No, they got in the cars. I was hoping they'd like be on horseback.
Yeah,
Just get
don't have running water, don't have a TV, don't have books, but we do have a car and guns.
Yeah.
After the local police chief called for backup, his team was joined at the Sutton farm by state police, military police from nearby Fort Campbell, and a photographer from the Kentucky New Era. There, investigators found shell casing from the gunshots, but no other evidence. Neither could they find proof of heavy drinking, so they weren't drunk. According to the Sutton matriarch, liquor was liquor was not allowed in the farmhouse.
Right.
Once the police and others left, though, the creatures fuckers, man. Once the police and others left, though, the creatures returned between 2:30 a.m. and daybreak. Mrs. Langford said she saw one glowing repeatedly by her bedside window, its claw-like hand on the screen. The spaceship just kind of looks like a rugby ball, to be honest. Curiosity seekers descend. In the following days, after radio stations and newspapers, including the New York Times, reported the incident, hundreds of curiosity seekers descended on the farm, often ridiculing the Suttons as ignorant or fraudulent. When no trespassing signs proved useless at discouraging them, the family tried charging admission, 50 cents for entering the grounds, $1 for information, $10 for taking pictures. After that, skeptics blasted them as fortune-seeking fabulists. Jesus.
Fancy.
As the Kelly story spread into the world, it took on a life of its own. The number of little men grew to a dozen or more. A few years later, the little metallic men were conflated with the Eastern Kentucky Women's Report of a flying saucer and a 6-foot-tall man in green helping launch the myth of little green men. So this is what the investigator says. Some of it is redacted. I am going to read it in an American accent because I don't fucking care. Right. My name is Bleep. That means redacted. All right.
Okay.
Age 50, and I live at Bleep, Hopkinsville, Route 6, Kentucky. This could literally be like, so what I'm doing right now, right? I'm saying I'm doing an American. I think this is what a Kentucky accent would be. I could literally be doing what I think is a Kentucky accent, and it's like a Scouser doing a Norfolk accent and saying it's Norfolk. Yeah. On Sunday night, August 21, 55, about 10:30 p.m., I was walking through the hallway, which is located in the middle of my house, and I looked out the back door, south, and saw a bright silver object about 2.5 feet tall appearing round. I became excited and did not look at it long enough to see if it had any eyes or move. I was about 15 or 20 feet from it. I fell backward and then was carried into the bedroom. My 2 sons, Bleep, age 25, and his wife, Bleep, age 29, Bleep, age 21, and his wife, Bleep, age 27, and their friends, Bleep, age 21, and his wife, Bleep, 18, roll in the house and saw this little man that looked like a monkey. About 3:30 a.m., I was in my bedroom and looked out the north window and saw a small silver shining object about 2.5 feet tall, and that had its hands on the screen looking in. I called for my sons, and they shot at it, and it left. I was about 60 feet from it at the time. I did not see it anymore. I've read the above statement, and it is true to the best of my knowledge and belief. Witness John E. Albert, signed, Bleep.
That was very good.
I was
good.
good.
I thought that was great.
Thank you. Yeah. I was like channeling my inner like Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
You know?
All right.
So there we go. That is Glennie Langford's. I love how that's all redacted, and then it just goes, Glennie Langford's first-hand account. So, all right, so the redacted woman, yeah? Okay, sick. Right. The day after the incident, police investigators returned to the farmhouse, searching for evidence of a saucer landing, footprints, blood trails, or scratch marks on the roof. They found nothing. Mate, right? How fucking like Texas is this name? Bud Ledwith. A local radio station employee interviewed the adult eyewitnesses and made drawings based on their accounts. According to Davis, he was impressed by their remarkable specificity and consistency, even though the men were away from the farmhouse all day, unable to coordinate with others. So that's quite cool. While the incident eventually attracted the attention of the Air Force UFO investigation program, Project Blue Book, documents suggest that its team never officially pursued the matter, beyond checking in with their Fort Campbell counterparts who had been briefly at the scene the first night. One of the most thorough investigations of the Kelly incident was undertaken in 1956 by ufologist Isabel Davis and published several decades later by the Center of UFO Studies, a group founded by astronomer Dr. J. Allen Hynek. Project Blue Book civilian investigator. Her nearly 200-page report, co-written with Ted Blocher, includes detailed maps, drawings, documentary records, summaries of similar accounts around the world, and interviews with several Sutton family members and police investigators. Davis summarized the latter's concerns about the lack of physical evidence, but to her reckoning, none of the possible explanations, a deliberate hoax, a publicity play, group hallucinations, made sense. While questions arose about whether the young men were exaggerating, possibly fueled by hidden stores of liquor, Davis's strong impression after meeting Mrs. Langford was one of a somber, no-nonsense matriarch who abhorred the limelight and had no reason to lie. None of the witnesses, Davis noted, had any history of making preposterous allegations. We are nearly finished, by the way. In 2006, Joe Nichols, Senior Research Fellow of the International Committee for Skeptical Inquiry and a self-styled paranormal investigator, reviewed the accumulated evidence in an article entitled Siege of the Little Green Men, the 1955 Kelly, Kentucky incident. In it, he raised suspicion about what he called Billy Taylor's embroidered testimony. He matched Taylor's UFO sighting with similar reports from that day, which suggested a small meteor in the vicinity. As for the little men, Nichol floated an explanation used for other alien encounters stories: owls. In particular, the great horned owl, aka the hoot owl, has long wings that could be mistaken for arms, along with talons, yellow eyes, long ears, and a round head that might also match the little men description. As for their metallic shine, Nichols suggests they could have easily been reflecting the moonlight. But while hoot owls are known to be active at dusk and extremely aggressive when defending their nests, some investigators question characterizations of the creatures as hostile. To some, their behavior that night in Kelly appeared to be simply curious. So there we go. That is the Hopkinsville encounter, which I thought was really fucking cool. First, we'll do two questions. So, first one, do you think it was an owl?
Yeah. I find it difficult to even, I'm not going to call people out on their intelligence, but, they've been shooting at something and haven't hit it multiple times. But still, even then, I highly doubt that they were shooting at an owl. I just don't. Even that scenario just doesn't make sense to me.
You think if you didn't hit it, if you were unleashing on an owl, there'd be a feather or two about, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
Surely they'd fly off.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Surely they'd fly off or scurry off.
From the description, these ran off into the woods. Like, I've never seen an owl just sprint, doing backflips.
And then came back.
Yeah. Come back for more.
And also, owls don't fucking put their hands up.
That's true.
I've never seen an owl put his hands up.
Owls do backflips?
Probably so.
They can fly, so I guess.
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
We'll fact check that one.
I don't think they're known for backflips, as far as I'm aware, but they could do one, I suppose.
If they are known for backflips and I'm finding out this late in life, I'm going to be disappointed.
The snowy owl is prepared to do backflips.
There you
go. Okay. So we might be
snowy owl.
So the next question, the big question: did it happen?
I mean, I don't think they were shooting at an alien. Let's put it that way. I think the lack of them they didn't find any like scratch marks or anything like that, or blood. Not that they would bleed, considering they thought they were basically bulletproof. So I don't know, but I don't think they encountered aliens personally. Don't know about anyone else.
I feel like if it was a genuine alien encounter, there would be some form of evidence around. Like, there would be something. there.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
it's just as likely as if it was just random kids just running around in the fields as it was like there's no proof of anything.
descriptively, the things that they've described as attacking them kind of sound chupacabra-like.
We're taking a left turn.
Let's go.
In the, because there's the two depictions of the chupa. There's one that's essentially just a dog with mange, and then there's that sort of more lizardy kind of alien-like chupacabra description with the swept-back ears, talons, long clawed arms,
Oh,
which I think are from the similar sort of geological region.
okay.
Do they do backflips?
I mean, they could do. Who knows?
Well, there you
That
go.
first picture to me looked like it would belong in the sea, not in space.
Yeah, the webbed hands.
Yeah.
or feet, whatever they were.
That's actually something that I want to look into. I did see a clip that I haven't watched yet. I think it was a clip of Joe Rogan interviewing someone. I can't remember. But basically that, it would make sense for there to be alien species under our ocean because it makes up like 80% of the planet. And A, they can hide there. B, if they're investigating or, gaining knowledge or whatever of this planet, we're only on 20% of it. There's a lot, there's a lot more out there than just us. And maybe we're not that interesting. Maybe they're more interested in marine life or setting up a base and then they'll rise up.
Haven't we only explored like something stupid like 5% of the ocean?
Yeah.
As well?
Yeah.
That's absolute madness.
Yeah. And also, if you think if aliens have the technology to get here, they probably have the technology to withstand pressures,
Without a doubt.
unlike us. But yeah, no, they do look a little bit. They look like tadpoles with bodies. I mean, I guess that's a frog, but yeah.
Yeah.
So my other question that I had planned before this pod. So they've been described as little goblins. They're not in this article, but in other articles they were described as little goblins. And I think there were some witnesses that also described them as goblins at some point. Mythical creatures like goblins and fairies and I don't know, not unicorns because that's literally a horse with a horn on it, but things like that. Could it be, even dragons? Could it be that they are aliens that have visited and then it's been passed down through folklore? So, like things like goblins and things actually exist, but they're just misinterpreted extraterrestrials.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I don't see
Let's
why
see
not.
why not. Whoa, spooky.
Ugh. That's it.
I think it's a better explanation than just, these exist on our same plane of existence. They're like, on our planet and always have been.
Yeah. Obviously, it is also entirely possible that it was just someone's imagination and they thought them up literally for storytelling purposes. I'm not taking anything away from that. But, if there is an origin of that, and like vampires, for example, maybe they're just like humanoid-like aliens that drink blood.
Yeah.
It could be.
Absolutely. So yeah, I just and also just like this isn't so much maybe aliens, but like with the dragon thing, just when you go back through history, it's a bit like the different like styles of pyramids and stuff across the world, and just the fact that dragons are laced throughout different histories. When
every culture kind of has one.
Yeah, before they even like started meeting each other.
They've got their very distinct differences, but they're the same basic sort of premise, which is weird because, like you say, they shouldn't be able to
flying, fire breathing
lizardy thing.
Yeah, which I just think is really cool, and could be linked to aliens. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, so that's that. That is the Hopkinsville encounter. Obviously, aliens most definitely fall under the paranormal, as we know. It's not ghosty ghoulies or true crime, but it is really cool, and I do enjoy them a lot. Overall, one word, yes or no. Did it happen? Go. Lozzie.
No.
Scott.
Yes.
Bailey.
Now, I don't think they're aliens, though.
One word, Scott. Come on now. I'm checking. What do you say?
I played by the rules.
So I don't think they were the aliens, but I think they definitely had a shootout with something.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, the casing's probably help with that.
The shooting definitely happened.
I think they thought they were shooting at aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I reckon they just got bored and started shooting shit, and they was like, "We kind of need an excuse for pumping lead into our, community."
Yeah.
Let's go to the police and talk about some aliens.
Yeah.
True.
I like it.
Bailey, yes or no?
No.
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 I am gonna say. I'm gonna say yes. I think they were fighting something. Also, there's no, if aliens are that far advanced, there's no reason to say why they don't have technology to clean up after themselves, leave no trace. Okay, so Patreon question of the pod goes to Josh Langley. Question/content idea. So this is obviously, a potential podcast idea. Have you thought about doing equipment videos, like explaining how bits of paranormal kit work and showing what does or doesn't set them off? I mean, that's quite interesting. We've done like the history of the Ouija board, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could definitely do like a paranormal investigator guide episode, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. We did do
Explain
an
them.
episode where Scott bought some stuff off Timu.
That's true.
We did.
That is true. I think people enjoyed that as well. We could do a follow-up to that. Maybe just going through all of the equipment that we have that we will use again very fucking soon. I reckon that'd be good. Like, what would you guys? I know we've asked this so many times. I'm not going to ask you what your favorite. Okay, what is your least favorite? What do you think is just a piece of shit?
Ooh.
And I don't mean boring, like, because I'm not going to say Ouija board. Ouija boards bore me, but I do think there still might be a little, spooky, because they have been a bit weird in the past. But yeah, what do you think is just like maybe it's not even like you're not saying like I don't think it works in a paranormal setting. Maybe you're just saying I just think this is just shite,
I think there's two things that come to mind, right?
Yeah.
The cat balls.
Oh, mate, they're fucking epic.
They're shit. They're like the most inconsistent thing I've ever seen in my life. I could literally boot one of them and it wouldn't go off. But if I tap it, it goes off.
It's not true.
So straight away, there's no consistency.
That's a lie.
Oh, here we go.
Right.
I didn't know I was going to get fucking comeback on this.
That's it, cross-examined, mate.
The bear, like the motion. Is it a motion?
Oh.
Yeah.
That's
right there. It's literally right there.
That's best. I don't actually think I've ever heard it go off.
No,
Only when you're putting the battery in. Only when you're putting the battery in.
That is literally it.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it is a bit of a cop out saying the bear, but I would have to agree because it ain't done anything.
This is literally done.
But until it does, it's got time.
But if it does, man, if it does, oh mate,
there we go. As it stands,
terrifying moment of my life.
What is it actually meant to do?
So it's like an EMF. So if you go, if something goes near it or touches it, the pores light up and it beeps.
Right. So it's that non-eventful that if it does happen, I'll be just like, it's broken.
There we go.
If it's like an EMF, she's the EMF.
Yeah, but the bear looks cool, mate.
Yeah, it's a bear, mate.
The bear's meant to attract child spirits. It's a trigger object.
Jesus Christ, right. I'm sticking to the EMF.
That's the point of the Boo Bear.
That's
Right.
it. Right. So you're both saying bear. Scott, what are you saying?
I think I might have to go cat ball
Oh.
because they are slightly inconsistent. For one, the button means they're not actually ball shaped.
Yeah, that's true.
The button clearly like throws the weight off on them because that is not a fucking sphere. There's a big fucking red thing on top of it.
There's a ghost in your room, mate. I'd be fucking scared.
I'll watch out, boy.
For the audio listeners, Scott just put on a cat ball that went off straight away.
But yeah, that's my big issue with them is they're not completely spherical. They've got a big fucking button hanging out one end.
Okay. Never thought
Which
of
I
it
feel-
like that. But fair
Which
play.
I feel like I only thought of it when I picked it up a second ago.
And also, just to interject here, you know, when we've seen them like curve,
mhm.
Yeah.
I think it's because of that button.
I think
All right.
I think the weight of that button makes the ball curve round instead of just going a straight line. If you just rolled it on a table and it was perfectly spherical, it would
Listen,
go-
I asked for fucking equipment. I asked to debunk
I'm just
all
saying,
the
they're a
fucking
piece of
videos.
shit.
That's it. I've had enough.
see,
All
I
right.
can
What
see
about when? What about when? Like at the ancient ram in, when we just had it on a barrel, it didn't even move, and it just went off.
yeah, those
Yeah, but
ones I think are legitimate. I can't debunk that because it hasn't moved. The weight
So-
balance on it, I don't think's thrown it off. It's like the one on the table at the maid's head, where it went
Well,
one
where
way
it just
and then
went in the opposite fucking direction.
Like that's not a weight thing to do with the button. That thing fucked off in one direction, then changed its mind and fucked off in the other
That's
direction.
it.
So it does things that are legit. I just think because of the shape and weight of it, I'm more critical of them.
Yeah.
Right.
But I do still
Um,
think, like with everything, it's still plausible that
Yeah.
it is, paranormal.
I would say for me, dowsing rods.
I thought you were going to say penne pasta.
Sorry, I am sitting a little bit past it. I'm sorry. I'm now. Listen, I don't want to eat too close to the mic. I am really hungry. Mars brought me a chicken pasta dish that she finished too early. But there we go. So yeah, I would say dowsing rods. So we've got the bear, the balls, and dowsing rod. Not saying I don't like them. I just think, I don't know. It's just a bit of metal, isn't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
And-
sometimes
and-
they
yeah.
work. Sometimes they just don't even. It's just annoying.
There's sometimes it frames your cats.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, that was entirely led by Scott. There's no need to
Well,
take those questions there.
Led down a path.
Yeah.
In fairness, I was led there by the responses.
You grabbed that spooky ghost hand and you dragged him down that cat.
It said it
pathway.
meant
it.
meant harm. I just went through the options.
Is there
Yeah.
anything here with us? Yes. Do you want to kill their cats?
Well,
Yes. Right.
Go on,
Well,
then.
that's it.
Let's see
Well,
where
I
this
hadn't
goes.
even thought of that previously. Thanks for the idea, Scott. I will now implement that.
Good old
Yeah.
buttons.
That's it. Buttons at Haprica. Go see her. Go tell her we said hi. Yeah. Well, there we go. That's the episode of the pod. It's the Hopkinsville encounter and a Patreon question of the pod. If you'd like to have a question read out, then please head over to the Patreon, patreon.com/DutyRhino, and become a patron for as little as £1 a month. Next week, we're answering your emails. So get your emails in, dutystories@gmail.com, and we might read your email out. All right? Lovely. We'll see you in a bit. Goodbye, everyone.
See you later.
Follow and share the pod around. See you.
Right.
Bye.
At this point, apart from the mild discomfort and confinement, we were still just a group of guys on an adventure. This was about to change dramatically. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Drip Podcast. Today, you've got myself, Lozzie, Bailey, and Scott. And we are going to be looking at urban explorations that have either gone wrong or they have found something that they really, really wish they hadn't. So that's going to be the topic of today. It's quite fun. I got them from the Urban Exploration Reddit / the Reddit. I think it's called Let's Not Meet. So there's some pretty funky ones on there. But before we get into that, how is everyone? Bailey, you've just come back from holiday, haven't you?
I have. I went to Spain for a couple of days. Not a full-length holiday, just a cheeky little weekend getaway to Spain.
Nice.
Fell asleep in a rubber ring on the last day, burnt the shit out of my shoulders. We move. That's how it happens. Do you know what I mean?
Are you in pain right now?
No, it's all right. It's calmed down now. I've been applying after sun. So it's been all right.
Nice. Excellent. But you had a nice time, yeah?
Yeah, it was nice.
Good. Scott, are you all right?
Yeah, all good. Nothing new. Haven't been anywhere nice.
Fair
That's
enough.
about
I
it.
failed to believe that, Scott, because every single time we speak, it's like, look at this interesting place that I've been. It's
Yeah.
like, literally, I swear you're literally the most well-travelled man around the country.
Not this weeks,
Shame.
since whenever we recorded last.
Since last week, you mean? Obviously, Scott. Fucking
Yes.
hell. Although I'm pretty sure we literally did record last week.
Yeah, I think we did.
Yeah, Lozzie, how are you doing, mate?
All right, mate. I'm just slamming it in Great Yarmouth. You know what I mean?
There we go. That's it.
That's it. Fun
Love
fact:
it.
just let everyone know what sort of place Yarmouth is. Down the alleyway of next to where I work, someone has decided to take a shit.
There you go.
That's the place that we live. Well, I say we. It's actually just me because none of you actually live that close by.
Yeah.
But yeah,
There we go.
that's it.
That's it.
I mean, that's the thing. You get alleyway in Great Yarmouth, mate. It's not going to end well. You know.
It's not. They had the courtesy to at least.
I honestly thought you were going to say you found a corpse, so that's where
Yeah.
that's where I thought we were going.
Yeah. Next level is the corpse next to the shit.
Yeah. The shit actually belonged to the corpse next to it.
Yeah. Bailey, are you able to turn your mic up a little bit or sit a little closer? I don't know. I don't know
Is
if
that
we're
better?
really loud. There we go. That's
There we
wonderful.
go.
That's wonderful. So I shouldn't really say this because I know that we're ahead on podcasts. So by the time this goes out, the exploration will be out.
Oy.
But I am really enjoying the edit. I'm taking it at my own pace. I'm actually doing it on my lunch breaks at work, which is quite fun. Nice way to break up the day. And it's sort of like then within my working day, which is great. But yeah, really enjoying it. Really excited for you guys to see it, and really looking forward to the next one, to be honest. Which I believe we will be doing very soon. So we need to discuss that. We need to get that booked in. We know where we're going. It's another abandoned one, scary, which ties into today. Although the things that we're about to read, I hope that we don't encounter. But yeah, so look forward to that. And then next month in August, we have 30 East Drive, which is absolutely huge. So happy days. Right. Okay. I think now is the time to have a look at some of these. So, would you like a short one or a long one to start?
Go for a long one.
Go for a long one to start, yeah?
Go for a long boy.
Okay. All right. Let's start with this one then. Let's start with, and I found this one in the comments of the other one. So a guy was like, "Oh, has anyone? What's that one about a bridge that someone posted years ago?" So I was like, "Oh, it's going to be juicy." Then I looked in his comments on Reddit and found someone linked it. Right, this is from 12 years ago. This is called The Bridge. Right, this was going to be short, but the memory sprung into my mind a couple of days back, and I thought it would be worth sharing. I live in North Wales, UK. For anyone who has had the pleasure of visiting, it is truly a beautiful place to live, though for an adolescent boy, it is certainly lacking in things to do. As a result, my friends and I would often find ourselves mindlessly exploring areas of countrysides and coastlines. Despite it being Despite it being quite sparsely populated, in comparison to the closest cities, there is a dual carriageway running right along the coast from Wales into England. Also, train tracks run alongside this road for most of its course, occasionally passing overhead via a small cement bridge. Anyway, there was only one night a few years ago when about 4 of us randomly decided to try and explore the inside of one of these bridges, as one of the group had observed a manhole cover nearby which we believed to be the entrance. On closer inspection, we discovered that several tools would be required in order to gain entry. Didn't know that bridges had insides to them, did you?
No.
Well, the bigger ones, I guess, yeah, but...
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, this one does. Okay. Right. So we returned with the necessary equipment and proceeded to unbolt the cover. This had to be done stealthily as the train track was right beside us. Not close enough to be of any danger, but definitely a sufficiently small distance to cause panic for any train driver, and panic usually means police. It wasn't long before we had removed the heavy steel disc and had started descending the ladder down into the structure. Once we had all safely reached the bottom, we decided to progress to the other side. At this point, we are totally confined into the narrow space that leads into the main area. If you are confused as to what the hell this bridge is supposed to be, you probably should be, because it was rather peculiar. I mean, I would have never known there was even an inside had we not found the manhole. So, as we squeeze and crouch and at one point scrape our bellies to the other side of the structure, there is a growing sense of claustrophobia between us. The distance from end to the other is surprisingly long, but by the halfway point you can look down through narrow gaps onto the motorway below. This was actually pretty cool, which helped us calm in a strange way. That's probably the bit that would have fucked me up the most.
The potential plummeting down onto a motorway probably wouldn't have made me go, yes, we're fine. This is good.
What is the stability of this part of the bridge that was never designed to have someone walk on it?
And that drops onto a dual carriageway.
Onto a live dual carriageway. To be a teen again. At this point, apart from the mild discomfort and confinement, we were still just a group of guys on an adventure. This was about to change dramatically.
Dun, dun, dun.
There's your trailer, Loz. No more than a few meters beyond halfway, which we could tell due to the symmetry of the passageways through the bridge. One of us claimed they could see some object in the distance at the far end. Slightly hesitantly, we agreed to investigate. Bad move. I reached the end first, and let me tell you, I've never felt the same sense of dread before or since. In front of me was a single, fold-away chair positioned facing a wall. On the wall was a partially torn page from a newspaper or magazine showing a fully naked lady in an erotic position. The reason I don't just refer to it as porn is because something was different about it. I can't put my finger on it, but it seemed more sinister than sexy, if that makes any sense. More disturbingly, the eyes of the woman on display had been cut from the page, removed with precision, not just hastily ripped off.
Nice.
The scene that lay before us had rendered us completely speechless, and an overpowering sense of panic could be felt collectively. That was when we found the condom.
Oh, no.
The horrendous, gut-wrenching, blood-drenched condom.
Fucking hell.
Right. Is it too early in the pod to say they've just found like some demon wank cave? Because that's what they sounds like they found.
I think that's what they think they found as well. Needless to say, we got the fuck out of there as fast as humanly possible. smashing our knees and shins against the sharp cement edges that lined the path to the ladder by which we had entered. Of course, we were all praying to God that the manhole hadn't been resealed, as it was impossible to tell until you reached the ladder itself. Thankfully, the exit route was clear, and we promptly dashed as far away as our legs could carry us. I'm sure this ending comes as a disappointment to some of you reading this, as we, luckily, never bumped into the twisted individual who sits in that chair, but I must stress how radically out of the norm this was, given where I live. The reason I mentioned the population earlier was with purpose. There is easily enough people here to escape the realms of crazy country folk, yet nowhere near enough people to have someone clearly lose grip on society without somebody taking notice. For example, there was literally only one homeless man who everyone in the area knew and grew fond of, eventually resulting in a mass gathering at his funeral when he passed away. I sometimes think, though, not recently as I had more or less forgotten about that night entirely, about the person who climbs down into that bridge and navigates through the darkness to sit facing a wall and do God knows what that ends up with a condom full of blood. You honestly couldn't envision a more surreal situation. It has just come to my realization that what we unearthed that night has not once been uttered to another soul. As a naive teenager, it was the type of thing you just wanted to forget, but thinking about it, we probably should have let the police, or at least someone, know about what was down there, because it wasn't the doings of a healthy-minded individual. So there you have it. Apologies for the length. I got a little carried away as it was my first Let's Not Meet post, and I wanted to make the reading experience as similar to the reality as I could. Now I'm a few years older and hopefully a bit braver, I'm considering going down there again, accompanied of course, to see what fucked up shit might be waiting. This could well happen in the next couple of days, and rest assured I will 100% post an update, as I currently have no job, so time is plentiful. And then there's like a later edit where it's like, I got a few friends to go down there, but they thought we were just taking photos. So as soon as I said, let's go in, they all just ran away. But yeah, so that's the first one. That's the bridge. That just sounds like as someone who's been in abandoned buildings, that is one of those things that would just, I think just... it would just bring you dread, wouldn't it? A chair facing a wall at the end of a corridor. Ew.
Mm.
A sexually graphic piece of paper with the eyes removed.
Mm.
Brilliant. And then a bloody condom on the floor, man.
Yeah,
that's fucking dark.
Yeah. I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have to ask a question. Where's the blood come from? Do you know what I mean? Why is it there? Why is it there? Why has it come from? What are you doing? Don't want an answer. Rhetorical question. So, but I
know where I hope
like
it didn't come from.
Yeah, well,
you know.
Yeah, but how's it appeared? I just don't get it. Anyway, literally the last thing I think I would ever imagine to find in an abandoned building would be that.
Yeah.
You know, homeless person, very high probability of it happening, you know.
Yeah.
Possibly even, you know, leftover residue of some illegal substances left in places. Again, high probability of finding it. Bloody wank cave. No, didn't ever think that would be on the list.
Did it specify, and this is a horrific question,
Scott, there was no semen.
Which side of the condom the blood was on?
This is what I'm saying. That's the question. Where's the blood come from?
Like, was it in the?
I think it. Let me have a little. Let
Or
me
was it on the
retread.
outside? Because
Let's retread. Let's
also,
find it.
there is a Wales Online post that has pictures of what I think is this exact tunnel.
Yeah.
Yes. So, so further down on this post, when he goes back, he did take photographs. So, if you could ping them to Lozzie, and I will verify or deny whether they are. As I try to answer your delightful question,
Where's the blood?
it says with a condom full of blood.
Horrific.
So
It's
how does
on
that
the
happen?
inside, baby.
How does it happen? Let us know in the comments below. How does it happen? Don't let us know. Don't
Theories in the
comment that, please.
comments.
Don't
This
do that.
guy's coming blood.
There we go.
Someone had to say it, and there it is.
There it is. You know, we
Someone
was all
had to
thinking
step
it.
on that grenade,
I took it.
and that was you.
That's
Fair
Well
play.
done, Loz.
I
Fair
fucking
play.
Sam.
Hit that like button for Loz, please.
There we go.
Or if you listen on Spotify, leave us a 5-star review. Thank you so much.
You know, it makes sense.
How are we getting on with them photos? Which the
just-
audio listeners won't give a shit about. But the visuals, see, that's the beauty of this podcast. You can watch it or you can listen to it. And let me ask you something. If you listen to it, why not give it a little watch every now and then? And if you watch it, give it a listen. Give it a listen. I'm massively into listening to podcasts at the moment, you know,
Yeah.
and also audiobooks. I'm currently, because someone brought to my attention, because I got rid of my Audible membership because I had like 30 books that I hadn't listened to yet. So I was like, I'm going to stop paying for it. I'm going to listen to them because you don't lose them.
Yeah,
You
catch
just
up.
lose any credits you have. So just spend the credits before you.
Well,
And anyway, you get audiobooks on Spotify now, Spotify Premium. So I've been listening to Fire and Blood because I'm
Nice.
obviously House of Dragons on at the minute. It's good shit. It's
Sick.
good shit. But yeah, spread the podcast around. I want to try and get the listens up. I want to get some more listeners. So share it around. Or if you're watching, give it a listen when you're at work or when you're running or when you're just doing some stuff. I like to listen to podcasts when I'm cutting the grass.
There you go.
Personally, bought myself a leaf blower at the weekend. Ho, ho, ho. Because
Oh,
I have an
yeah.
issue. You see, I cut my grass in the back garden that goes over the stones. And then if you try and brush the grass off the stones, it just brushes the stones into your grass.
That's it.
So you get a blower.
That's
Problem
it. What are
solved.
we talking? We're talking battery operated blower.
It's called.
Oh, okay.
I'm
That's not- that's
easing
not bad.
myself into it. I just got myself
Yeah.
a petrol. Well, for my birthday, I got a petrol lawnmower.
Whoa.
Is it a sit-on lawnmower?
No, it's not. But
Doesn't
it
need
is
a
like
sit-on
180 cc.
No, but I want a
fucking
sit-on lawnmower.
I'd love a sit.
Mitsubishi engine, mate.
Nice.
It's 3 times as powerful as my ped was when I was 16. That's insane.
Ugh.
And it's a lawnmower. But yeah, oh, and the blower also has a sucking
Whoa.
option
Okay.
to collect the leaves and
There we go.
grass.
It's not just creating
Don't
mess.
let your minds
cleans
go
it.
where Lozzie's has, please.
I have put those photos in the WhatsApp group. I've also sent them to Lozzie on WhatsApp. So
I'll
Bring
put
'em
them
up.
on the screen.
Let's have a look.
Need to confirm and deny.
There is something
Yes.
very terrifyingly inviting about abandoned places. This is
Okay.
the one.
That's
This
the bridge.
is the one. This is the bridge.
Right.
And that has an
Okay.
inside to the bridge.
It has an inside. I guess you can see it. So I guess this like chasm here, or chasm,
Yeah.
I don't know what to call it. What would you call it? Not
Channel?
chasm.
Yeah,
Channel.
channel.
so
in the
they've
middle.
described it as an overpass on the
Yeah.
article.
So you've obviously
Okay.
got like
Crystal bridge.
on top, and then you got this girthy bit underneath.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You got another.
I guess that's
the
just
ladder.
like drainage and all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Have you got a picture of the ladder? Because the ladder's quite interesting that I saw. They're just
don't
kind of
think that was
handles
in the
going.
article.
There's just handles going like down, rather than a conventional ladder. It's like one handle to the left, then one handle to the right, in like every other going down. But yeah, what are the other
Must be like-
photographs?
Don't think there is any ones of the ladder, but I've got that one.
Yes.
What's that? Oh, is that the picture?
That is some of the paraphernalia that was found inside on a recent trip.
Right, well, that is blurred out. That should be blurred out enough for YouTube, I'd imagine.
Hopefully. so.
Lodge, you might just have to blur that a little bit more,
Okay.
possibly. What's the next one?
This.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Is that the
That's-
crawl space they had to go
I
through?
think that's the crawl space. Yeah, that's pretty
Who's
gnarly,
going to this much effort?
isn't it? What's the next one?
Pot
Oh,
noodle.
no.
Nice. That's an old pot noodle. That
That's a
It
very
is,
old
yeah, it's
pot
a
noodle.
classic.
With
and
scissors.
a brush, scissors,
brush.
a pot noodle, and a brush. Next one.
I guess
Ooh.
that's a view
That's
from.
how
That's
you
the
can-
looking
yeah.
down onto the road that he was talking about, which makes more sense than looking down.
Yeah, okay,
I
so
don't know
you're not
about if
falling
you're
straight
looking
through.
down there, because that would mean that the road the geometry there is fucked.
Yeah, I think that's looking out through a window in the
That's looking
side
at-
as
yeah,
opposed to.
yeah. Next one.
I mean, that's
That's the chair.
That's the chair.
there you go.
That's the chair.
It's still there. Nice.
So there we go. I mean, I
see,
personally didn't doubt this story at all, but that verifies it. There
I mean-
is at least a chair.
If it is the same chair, which we're kind of accepting it is, that's awfully close to the wall. You know, that's like, in my mind, that's insanely close.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, if that was the picture, it was a very small picture,
True,
so he
yeah.
has to get
But the
close.
other thing is,
Eyesight ain't the best.
you're saying that's insanely close to the wall. What sane person
Yeah, I mean,
does
if
what
we're going to be
this
asking
story
questions
is
about
about?
sanity,
So it actually makes perfect sense. I actually think the chair should be closer.
yeah, if anything,
Going off of logic.
Well, then
or
he's
lack
not gonna be able
thereof.
to unless he's got a micro penis. He ain't gonna be able to
Oh, you're going
Well,
that
mate.
route.
get. Yeah,
Right.
and he's gonna be like this. You know what I mean,
Oh, dear,
That's
listen.
for all the
Please
viewers
give that
and
a watch.
listeners of a non-vulgar nature, I do apologise. I apologise profusely for the current topic.
It's not
Do we have
our
any
fault.
young
It's
viewers?
the bridge
Oh,
pervert's fault.
there's a knife.
That's a knife. That's never pleasant.
the
That
blood.
was also
where
apparently
you are,
found
that's
on a
not-
recent trip.
I mean, as someone and 3 or 4 of us who have discovered a knife in a fucking tree where we were stood, finding a knife is never nice, you know? Finding a
No.
knife is never nice. But there we go. Yeah, I can confirm this is the bridge because in the picture with the poster, it's in the poster of this story. He is stood next to that bridge. He stood at the manhole. He does show the ladder down. But yeah, so that was the bridge. Okay. Excuse me. As always, I'm drinking a fizzy drink on the podcast, and every single time I say I'm not going to do it again. Right. This is quite a common theme. The start of each one. I'm not an urban explorer, but my old friend's dad lived in a converted mental asylum. It was huge and really cheap, so I guess that's why he lived there. Didn't need to say that bit, but fair enough. Only problem was they'd only converted half of it, and the other half had been cordoned off. So I'm going to read that again, because I might make shorts out of these, and I don't want it to come across as messy. Only problem was they'd only converted half of it, and the other half had been cordoned off and had been left exactly the same as it was when it was shut down. One day, my friend was having a sleepover, and of course, we all decided to explore the creepy part of the hospital. These are the things that we found. One baby shoe in the bottom of a woman's locker. A toilet filled with what looked like bloodstains. A
Nice.
shed that was once used for electroshock therapy, I assume. It had a wooden bench with leather cuffs and ankle restraints, and heaps of plugs all over the walls. Even creepier was it looked like scratch marks had torn through the layers of wallpaper on the walls. Bonus, literally says bonus. Bonus, this family's kitchen was in the old surgery room. The surgery sign was still on the door, and the room had this weird smell that never, ever went away. It was such a nauseating smell, but I can't really explain it. It was like a mix of chemicals and that gross fridge smell that fridges get if you let food/meat go off.
Decay.
No, sorry. No, that made me laugh. That strange fridge smell that fridges get.
Yeah,
what was
as
going to
opposed
be
to-
at the end of that sentence?
Yeah, as opposed to that strange fridge smell that washing machines get. What do you mean?
Yeah. Hey,
But yeah,
my
pretty
fucking
cool.
Dishwasher smells
Kind
like a
of-
fridge.
Pretty cool though. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the Lincoln Asylum, because obviously that was
Yeah.
converted into houses, and the other half was still there, and I believe is still like that. That could be worth a retread. But yeah, so what do we think about
I
the
mean-
things they discovered? Baby's
There's a-
shoe, pretty creepy.
Yeah, it's a weird combination of things. Like leaving behind one baby shoe is odd. If you leave the pair, you've just decided you don't want them, but leaving just one
Yeah.
is weird.
I think it was all kind of stuff you'd expect to find in an
blood stains
asylum.
in the toilet.
Mate, I'm not being funny.
Yeah, I know.
We have seen some fucking vile stuff in toilets in abandoned places.
Yeah, that one that me and you went into. It's just
I
stacked
don't
to
know.
the
I don't
brim.
even know what it was. I couldn't even tell you what was in that toilet.
Absolutely horrendous, man.
No idea.
So was it? It weren't shit. Is that what?
Well,
We don't know.
with a mixture of half the building as well, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe the other shoe? Who knows?
That's it.
Yeah.
Imagine your kitchen being an old surgery.
I mean, yeah.
That's
And also
weird.
having a vulgar, nauseating smell. You have to cook in there.
Yeah. I don't
That's
really
pretty rough.
fancy having my kitchen in an operating theatre, to be honest.
No.
If I can help it, no, I'd avoid.
I mean, I wouldn't mind the kitchen the size of an operating theatre, but
There you
actually,
go.
an operating, no, probably not. Not for me.
Yeah, strange choice.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, very much so. So another, not an urban explorer. All right.
There we go.
I'm not being funny. Like, if you just go in an abandoned building, doesn't that technically just make you one instantly? Because it's what you're doing. It's like you go play golf. You're golfing, therefore, in that moment, you're a golfer. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you are exploring an urban environment, you are an urban explorer. Yeah.
There you go.
There we go.
Not an urban explorer, but I was once a thrill-seeking teenager.
Same thing.
So he did it every weekend before he
Yes.
got his driving license. Oh no, but after he got his driving license, before he was old enough to drink. There we go. Continue.
That's it. We went into an abandoned building that was basically just the shell and floors, and it was pretty dark. We wanted to smoke on the roof, but on the last floor before the roof, there was a random man kind of walking around in circles. He shouted when he saw us and then started picking up things and throwing them. Not at us, though, just in general. Picking them up with both hands and flinging things around, screaming. We were too scared to come down from the roof in case he was near the stairs. After a couple of hours sitting up there, we figured he was gone and peaced out.
A couple of hours.
Imagine that you get fucking stuck on a roof of an abandoned building which probably isn't stable. And you've got some absolute guy off his Swede just fucking launching shit and screaming in circles directly beneath you. I would probably start asking questions of what the fuck we're doing for for fun.
I'll question the dealer.
Yeah.
Straight away. So
Yeah.
what's this?
He thought he was getting MDMA. He's giving him fucking bath salts. But then that's an issue because the guy beneath you is a zombie that wants to eat you for at least I don't know how long bath salts last. Never taken them, but a while, I'd imagine.
Yeah. The question is, put yourself in the situation. How you handling it? What you doing? You know, we go. Let's say, for instance, we went. You know, when we went to the asylum in Lincoln, right? And we went into the hall where they done all the plays and that, and we decided to go up into the fucking gantry above, and then there's just some crackhead at the bottom of the fucking stairs. What are you doing? What do you do?
I think you got to charge him.
You've got to drop kick him and just hope for the best, I think.
Move, please.
The issue with drop kicking is the chances of winding yourself when you land on shrapnel and debris on the floor.
Yeah.
So I think we need to stay on our feet here because obviously, I'd love to get him on the ground as a jiu-jitsu connoisseur.
Yeah.
I'd love to go for the rear naked choke, but you don't know what sort of syringes are on the floor, So I'm staying on my feet.
You can
Roundhouse
still
kick.
start kick him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
always a good option. But then my question
But
is,
also, is there a
right,
way of doing this without assaulting him?
No.
no.
He's good at
Give,
it.
give him your baggie as well.
You got to think.
I saw him.
We've got crazy like Spice Man, right? Just flailing around. You throw a kick, he catches your leg.
Oh shit!
Then, bosh. Then what?
Yeah.
So he's got my leg. I'm like, oh,
He's got your leg.
So
Oh
I'm
no!
like, okay,
Then you're
well,
gonna have to jump and go for the other
to the
foot.
ground.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do this, so what I do is I jump off my other foot and kick him with the other foot, which will obviously end up with me on the ground, but it's had to be done.
Yeah.
But I'd also, if I'm not trying to kill the guy, which I wouldn't, all right? I would be like, "You're right, mate." Yeah. Like, oh, someone's in Tasmanian Devil. Fucking hell. Do you want to calm down? And it's just like going crazy. I guess you'd maybe, if you could like block him off. So if you could have like a door between you.
Yeah.
I guess you just kind of got to barricade yourself in and just kind of wait for him to knacker himself out.
Yeah. Or just be like, listen, down there, down the hall, I saw an entire crate of bath salts, right? Down as far as you can go, shoot a left, right down the bottom, big old crate full of bath salts.
That's what I'm thinking. Rummage around your pockets, go, look, here, have this. Look, more drugs. Just throw them away from him.
Yeah.
When he
But
starts going
right.
after them,
Okay.
oh.
However, the
No.
only flaw in that plan, Scott, is when we're doing an urban exploration, we don't have drugs on
No,
us.
no, we
No.
don't have drugs, but it's just like my wallet or something. I'm like, look, drugs.
Why are you giving him your wallet? No, just throw the B&M fucking receipt you've got. He's like, what
He's
drugs?
gonna know. He's gonna
He's
know.
not
that-
getting close enough to see
Yeah.
what I'm holding. He just thinks I'm holding something he wants. Frisbee.
Yeah.
Off he goes. Drop kick him from behind.
There's always debris to throw back.
Yeah. But it is a concern. It is,
It
of
is.
course, a big concern.
I think the most off-putting thing about this story, other than there's like, you know, in a scenario, some sort of spice crackhead hybrid, the fact that he picked stuff up with both hands, unless it's really heavy, that just like to me doesn't seem menacing. But if someone who's absolutely spiced to fuck starts picking up stuff with both hands,
Like a
along
Coke
with-
can.
Yeah,
like,
can.
there's
Why have
absolutely
you
no
done that?
need to do this.
Yeah,
But he's
this-
doing it because he's absolutely off his nut.
This empty pack of Doritos from 2001.
It's something that either like your granny does because she physically doesn't have like the strength to pick it up,
Hang on.
or
My number's
it's, like you say,
spark
it's
you up,
either
boy.
the least threatening thing
Yeah.
or the most threatening thing. There's no in between.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's tricky.
It
It's
depends on
tricky.
the strength of the person. If it's like it's either animalistic to pick stuff up with both hands and lob
Yeah.
it, or it just looks pathetic. But I just don't know which one.
Yeah, we don't know
I
what
think
he's
in
we
the
don't know what he's picking
setting,
up.
I think you're going to think this guy's an animalistic psychopath,
Yeah.
and we're in trouble.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going live on YouTube and like, this is how it ends. Fuck. You know.
That's it.
But there you go.
Charge.
What would you do? Let us know in the comments. Right, this one's an interesting one from Danny Mackerel. 8 years ago, I work as an asbestos surveyor.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Reason to be there. I regularly have to go through entire derelict buildings. One time, I had to do a survey of an old nunnery. The foundations dated back over 300 years, I think. I was going down in the basement and I found a well with a ladder going all the way down, probably about 20 feet. Descended all the way down and there was this tiny door at the bottom. I realised this obviously wasn't a well hole. The door led to a tiny room with no lighting. Inside the room, there was a large cross similar to a crucifix with restraints on it. I can only guess as it was used for some kind of religious exorcism type shit. There was scratches on the walls. The building owner had no idea it was there.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
fucking sucks. I'd hadn't been noticing. Not only, obviously, I know you have PPE to absolute ends of the earth to work with asbestos. But if working with asbestos wasn't enough for you to quit your job, even though why would you take it in the first place? Finding that,
Yeah.
Listen, it's been a great run. You've taken about 30 years off my life already. I can deal with the asbestos, right? I'll wear my mask. But there was probably a demon locked in that room until he opened that door. You know?
I mean,
it's just not good, is it?
The
restraints on the crucifix.
Yeah. Could you imagine? Because he said he had to go down a ladder into the well to get down to that little room. Could you imagine the feeling he must have had coming back up that ladder?
Oh, yeah. You think it's bad when
you're
going to
have
lights off and
the
walk
dark
upstairs,
behind you, whatever's like climbing the ladder behind you, and then just as you get to the top and start peering over the well, you're going to have that thought of, I'm going to peer up and there's going to be just a circle of like demon nuns.
He said, did he say 20 feet down?
Yeah.
I think it's 30. Was it 20 or 30?
20 feet in the well. 20 feet down.
Okay.
So he's in the basement. Then the well went a further 20 feet down into another room.
Question. Okay. Obviously, this is a 2-person minimum exercise. Okay.
Yeah.
How you getting someone down a ladder in a well? Do you know what I mean? It's going to be like a bit menacing. Do you know what I mean? Like carrying someone down. Like they're going to have to be unconscious.
Yeah.
Because no one in their right mind is going to just willingly let you carry him down into a fucking well dungeon.
No.
Gravity works.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can almost
work,
down.
But then there's no point sticking him on the cross then. You've got to get a shovel and a bucket.
Oh, mate. That's just fucking horrendous. Absolutely horrendous.
Yeah.
But what we can take from that story, that's the only one that makes sense if it was to start with, I'm not an urban explorer.
Yeah, I'm not an urban. I'm an asbestos surveyor. Okay. I'm no urban explorer. I'm not making it up. I'm no urban explorer. But when I was a kid, my dad and I were walking around an abandoned school that his company was going to demolish. In the trophy case, there was a pentagram with a headless crow in the middle, surrounded by unlit candles. It looked pretty fresh too.
Fresh?
Nice little short one for you. A little fresh beheaded crow.
I mean, I guess they're not an urban explorer to an extent.
Like we said, if you're fucking walking around the abandoned place, you're instantly, you know what I mean?
They're kind of not doing it of their own volition. They've been taken there with their father. I'm more willing to accept them as not an urban explorer than the others that have said it.
I don't think that's the crux of the episode, Scott. But fair enough.
No, I'll give you.
We're not trying to deduce if these people are fucking urban explorers. I'm just saying they seem to think they're not. Is this an urban explorer? No. Next one.
So they found a beheaded crow.
Yeah. I mean, it could be nothing. At the very least, it's a creative other person trying to scare people.
Yeah.
I feel like you would have lit the candles, though. Maybe they didn't have a lighter. But I feel like you would have at least lit the candles for the potential that someone would stumble across it and they were lit. The effect would just be better.
Imagine going all that way to do a sacrifice and I forgot my fucking lighter, boys. Bollocks.
The thing is,
fucking game over.
To just scare someone as well, acquiring a headless crow is a step.
I think you... Right.
No,
I think you acquire a crow and then you take its head off.
Yeah, but I also don't know how I'd get a crow. I don't know where I would just find a crow.
To be fair, find a beheaded one.
You can see this. You can see this on the Patreon. I saw a crow attacking a snake on the golf course the other day.
Yeah.
And Scott didn't know the difference between a crow and a blackbird. So if you were sent out to get a crow, Scott, you would probably come back with a fucking blackbird.
Come back with a budgie.
Literally a different fucking species of bird.
To be
fair,
fair,
does this work?
What is the difference?
Well, crows look different, but blackbirds have an orange beak, don't they? Yellowy orange beak. And crows have a fully grey black beak.
Right, suddenly nobody in this thing knows that. So I know
whoa. Suddenly only I fucking know.
Well,
let's not throw me in here. What?
What's a raven then? Is that a real
Big
bird?
crow.
Good question.
Big crow.
It's a big crow.
Big crow. Like an albatross to a seagull, I guess.
There you go. Thank you.
Anyway,
That's so Raven.
Oh, yeah,
dexterity to
blackbird.
catch trout.
Yeah, okay. See, he's got like an orange outline to the eye as well.
Yep. See?
Yeah. Okay, crow versus raven.
I just love the idea, what you said there, Scott. We're like, where are you going to find a decapitated crow? As if, like, you can't find a crow and decapitate it. It has to be, like, it's already happened. Like, there's
That
just a
is-
subspecies
even
of
if-
crow that have no heads.
That is still a lot of work to find a crow and then lop its head off.
I don't agree with lopping the heads of any crows off, let it be known. All right.
Like for a display.
And I
picture, just
agree,
to
it would
freak
be a
someone
lot.
out.
They're probably not the easiest to fucking catch. They probably just found a dead one and just cut its head off.
To be honest, there doesn't seem to be much difference between a crow and a raven. So a raven's got more of like a hooked beak. Crow's kind of more straight. Raven's got a bit of a fucking beard going on. Crows do not. And ravens have like longer feathers at the end of their wings. Crows do not.
Do you know what a
No,
group?
it's not. What?
Do you know what a group of crows is called?
No.
Smack.
It's a murder of crows.
I did know that actually. I lied. I didn't. I forgot. But no.
There you
Oh,
go.
yeah,
Is that
I
just
have heard that.
crows?
Think so.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's a group of ravens?
A conglomerate.
A, s- a slaughter of
A
ravens.
group of ravens is an unkindness.
An
An
unkindness
unkindness
of
of
ravens. Who
ravens.
the fuck made these up?
I don't know, but I love it.
Same guy who fucking shot the head
It's
off.
all, they're also apparently they're either called an unkindness or a conspiracy of ravens.
Conspiracy of
Ooh.
ravens. I
That's
tell
cool.
you who named these. The guy that was wanking in that fucking bridge dungeon.
Yeah.
Whereas a
After he
group
just
of
got
blackbirds-
released from the nunnery, spending a decade down in the well.
Yeah.
A group of
right.
blackbirds is called a grind.
A grind of
Grind.
Making the
blackbirds.
shit up, and they.
That's it.
I mean, I like it because it's a you know
respect-
there's
I
some
respect the
there is
grind.
some originality, but Jesus Christ.
Lazy
Um,
420.
Right, I tell you, should we? Oh, fuck it, we'll do them all. It's one more long one, and then a few short ones. No, there's two more long ones. So I better get on with it, hadn't I?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Oh, well, this one literally starts with okay. Okay. This is an interesting story. I tell you what, you gotta back yourself
Yeah.
to be online and be like, what you're about to read is fucking interesting. All right. And this is my story. It's not mine, but you know what I mean. This is an interesting story. Fairly close to the house I grew up in sits an abandoned elementary school. It hadn't been in operation since 1967. In 2007, my band was looking for a location to take photos, and I let them know about the school, and everyone was intrigued. We planned a little trip to scope out the place and see what it has to offer. I'd never been in the school before. I'd only heard about it. None of us knew what to expect. When we got there, the place was overrun with ivy and wildlife. Since the front door was locked, we had to climb in through a back window that was broken. We all got inside and begun to spread out to examine the area. Nothing really creepy. Just an old building that had seen its fair share of squatters and garbage dumpers. There were about 6 classrooms altogether. Some were in better shape than others. One room had a 4-foot wide, 3-foot tall pile of old roller skates. We thought that was odd. It is. There was an old nurse's station with a cabinet of medicine that had very old ointments in it. Sure, there were a few cat skeletons and dead birds, but we weren't bothered by it. Don't like how that's just a thing. I mean, I've seen a lot of dead birds in these places, but I've never seen a dead cat skeleton.
Why is it? Sure.
It kinda
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
surprise
Sure,
me.
sure, there's a few dead cats. Who doesn't kill cats? Am I right? Serial killer is writing this. Okay, so and dead birds, but we weren't bothered by it. We even saw 2 feral kittens running around and trying to avoid us. We were pretty satisfied with the trip and were about to leave when we found a room that none of us came across yet. It looked like another classroom, but this one had a small door inside. What is it with these fucking small doors? About half the size of a normal door. We opened it and were presented with stairs going down into a dark area. We had phones and flashlights, and we soon found that it was the boiler room. Along with the standard stuff you'd find in a boiler room, there was a long corridor that seemed like it went on forever. At the end of it was nothing, just a wall, nothing else. So we decided to leave since we saw what we came to see. Right as we left the boiler room, I saw a small box on top of a plastic barrel. I opened the box, and inside was an incredibly old Polaroid camera. I thought it was cool, and I hung on to it. He robbed it. I was so excited about the find that I didn't realise that I had left the door to the boiler room open. We closed up the doors to the school to make it look like we didn't disturb anything. We got back into the van and were about to leave when I took the camera and pointed it at my guitarist, Pete, who was driving and pretended to snap a picture. Only it wasn't pretend. Not only did the flash go off, but an old Polaroid picture slowly slid out of the camera. We were shocked, to say the least. Amazed by what had just happened, we decided to take a picture of the front of the school from the van. Everything seemed fine until the next day when we went back to take the photos. What? Everything was fine.
Oh, they go back to take the photos for their band thing. They just
of course, yes. We had brought a couple of other people with us this time. While we were giving them the tour, we decided to show them the boiler room. When we arrived at the front of the small door, we were presented with a horrible sight. The two kittens, who were alive and well the day before, were dead, right in front of the door that I had left open, but not just dead, rotting and crawling with maggots. The smell, I will never get that sight out of my head. However, we didn't let that stop us. We proceeded to take our photos and did our thing. Then we remembered the camera. We showed the new people the camera, and they were amazed that it still worked and that it had still working film. We showed them the photos we took with it. Everything was all right until we got to the photo of the school. We had closed up the school. I know we did. We had to, so no one would be suspicious and prevent us from visiting again. When we looked at the photo of the school again, the front door to the school was open, wide open. We just looked at the picture with our mouths open. I couldn't believe it. It seemed so unreal that I still have trouble believing it. Being the skeptic that I am, I decided to recreate the photo by taking another picture with the camera from the same vantage point. This time, the doors were closed. I can't explain anything that happened. It creeps me out to this day to think about it. Oh.
That's it.
Right.
Okay.
Could they have not closed the door and just forgot?
I mean, that's what I'm
the
reading
obvious
through.
answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
But
then
I guess
did
they're
they-
so sure because they had that rationale of we need to close the door so that no one gets suspicious that it's been broken into so that we can come back again.
Didn't they start this with they couldn't get in through the door?
They did. They got in through a side door.
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
through a side window and then came out of the front door.
Okay.
Yeah, so since the front door was locked, so I guess they unlocked it from the inside?
Could have just been like a twist lock from the inside, I guess.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, I
Yeah.
would lean towards they just closed it, but not all the way. Was the door closed when they got there the next day then? Did it say that? Or did I miss it?
Don't think
I'm
it
not
said.
sure. I think they didn't mention it, so I'd assume it was closed.
Just theoretically, if they've unlocked the front door to leave through it, they wouldn't have been able to lock it again.
Yeah, it could have just blew open.
You could find that wind has just blown it. There was a draft when they took the picture and
Yeah.
the door had blown open.
Potentially. But this is sort of
mean-
like the first one. Well, not the first one, but the one that we've had that is very paranormal.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The cats are weird. The kittens.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, would they start rotting that quick?
I guess it depends on if there's flies and stuff in the area. I don't know.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I suppose that the heat as well would play a part, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's a weird one.
It is.
Very
It most definitely
strange.
is. Yeah.
What killed the kittens?
And why was the door open?
And why? Yeah, interesting one.
Okay. We're now going to not quick fire the short ones, but I think we only... Oh, no, I do have another long one. We'll go through some short ones, okay? Okay, so Trouble Hunter, 8 years ago. Now, can you guess how this is going to start?
I'm not an urban explorer.
I'm not an urban explorer, but I've worked in property management for a while. And one of the properties I managed was an old abandoned bank/office building. It had 2 elevators, but one of them worked, the other didn't. Once, whilst doing a routine safety inspection, I got on the elevator in the basement and pressed floor 12, which was the top floor. The elevator stopped on floor 3. The doors opened, a cool breeze blew in, the doors closed, the elevator continued to the top floor. I swear a fucking ghost joined me in the elevator.
That's a bit rank, isn't it?
Yeah,
That would suck.
that would freak me the fuck out.
Yeah, because not only like, okay, yeah, you get a cold breeze blowing into the lift with you, but what made it stop
Yeah,
on the 3rd floor?
Exactly, yeah.
I've had that in a hotel before, where going up to the top floor for my room, it stopped on like the 4th floor, and then the doors opened and all the lights were off. You know, all the motion lights were off in the corridor, and it's like, what's done that then? Why is that? Why are we here?
Oh, that's fucking
And
horrible.
that was immediately a nope. Going back in the lift, pressing the button, close the door.
Yeah,
I want to go to my room now.
that's horrible. I mean,
Yeah.
for this woman as well, the horrible thing is she has to come back down and go past floor 3.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That would suck. I might take the stairs. No, I
Something
wouldn't.
tells me that
No, the
floor
stairs are
3 was
worse.
left out of the safety
Yeah,
walk or whatever she was doing.
yeah, innit? Fuck that.
And again, whatever was on floor 3 might have got in the lift with her, so that might be the safest floor.
Valid point, to be fair.
Yeah.
Hmm,
Ghostless floor.
Creepy.
yeah.
Creepy,
fan.
creepy. Cabacho. Northwest of Los Angeles, there is an old abandoned missile silo. I think it's a missile silo, at least. The hatches used to be open about 10 years ago when I first went. One day, a buddy and I went down into the hatch and went exploring. The first scary thing we encountered were tons of rattlesnakes. We found a stairwell and continued down into the pitch black darkness with our dinky flashlights. I think we got about 2 stories down and came across a long corridor. We kept moving forward, and from around a corner, a ghost white figure popped out. We immediately froze. The beam from the light showed us the figure's legs. We raised the light and eventually saw its face. It was a mannequin. At this point, we said, fuck this, and left. Now, to be fair to him, have you ever, and I haven't had it really happen since I was like a kid, but have you ever had it where you've been put into such a state of dread that you just freak the fuck out? And I feel like in that moment, they obviously thought like, oh my God, we're witnessing a ghost. What the actual fuck? And then their brain's probably going into meltdown. And then even though it's just a mannequin, they're just locked in such a state of fear that they're just like, this was just a shit idea. Why are we doing this? Let's bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can totally understand the rationale of what they've done there. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah. Yeah. I suppose if you did like get to that state of mind, or lack of state of mind, because you don't really know what the fuck's going on. I've never personally had that, so I can't really attest to how fragile your existence.
You're a fearless man.
That's it.
You fear no ghoul, no ghost, no beast, no man, no mannequin.
That's it. I'd probably just drop it just in case.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
absolutely kick shit out of it. Make sure everything's all right.
Mannequins just are creepy anyway.
Yeah,
like,
mannequins
Yeah.
are very
do you know
cool.
what I mean? They just are rank. I just walking around just like a retail store, and I'm just like, you better fucking not move. I swear to God, I'll beat you with your own arm, boy.
That's it.
No
Right.
mannequins safe.
No,
Not when Bailey's around.
that's it. I will dismantle a mannequin and beat him with his own limbs. Hate
That's the
them.
one.
That's a threat. That's a promise.
Yeah, it's a promise.
Yeah.
It's the way it
We're
needs to be.
Did they have mannequins? Weren't there mannequins in Haprica?
Yeah, they're like
I want to say, didn't we have the gas mask on one
in
of
the
them?
Yeah,
war room.
well,
Yeah.
I think
No, I
there
had a
was.
gas mask on.
You had one on, but then I think after we took it off, we put it on the mannequin.
I want to say there was. I kind of remember like a dummy kind of
Dude,
thing.
Yeah.
There was definitely like a
Dubby doodah.
skeleton or something in there. Oh, no,
Yeah, in the thingy room.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway,
The dregs. Right, we've got one long one, or longish one, and a short one to finish. Okay. Right, here we go. Childhood, 8 years ago. I've posted this before, but here we go. Every once in a while, I'll go urban exploring with one of my friends. Usually, he just
Get
checks
in.
out. Yeah, see, they embrace it.
that's it. Here for it.
Usually, he just checks out abandoned houses and the odd factory or two. It could be a really cool experience for anyone who is into history or photography or asbestos inhalation. Today, though, he decided we're going to a local abandoned hospital at night with just the two of us because it'll be more intense that way, and he's evidently never seen a single horror movie in his life. Despite my mild hesitations, we end up getting to this place as it's starting to get dark. We make our way in through a window that someone has torn the boarding off of, and my friend gives his usual yell throughout the building announcing his presence so we don't startle anyone else who might be inside by saying, "We're not the cops, we're just looking around and taking some pictures." By his logic, we're doing a courtesy to anyone else exploring the building who might panic if they heard us coming otherwise. But my logic, we're announcing our presence to every homeless person in the building who might want to steal a camera from two dumb kids. Despite my fears, nothing bad happens. We make it through the building, going through multiple floors and checking out the roof last. We get a ton of cool pictures and take a look at some of the creepy ass old bathtubs and tables they left in the place. There's some really cool graffiti inside, as well as mixed in with your usual shitty tags. The whole building is pitch black except for the few spots where moonlight shines through, so we literally can only see whatever we happen to be pointing our phones at the time, or by using the flash on the camera. Even though I'm still worried about being murdered, I'm glad I went, and I'm less freaked out as we're making our way back to the window we came in. We get back to the room, and I hop out of the window first and have my buddy pass me the camera. As I take it from him and he starts climbing out of the window, a soft voice from what sounds like just 10 feet or so inside the building says, "Wait." I look around, my friend, and can just barely see a silhouette standing in the doorway from where we entered the room. Now, I'm not proud of what happened next, but in that moment,
He
the
ran.
force with which my butthole puckered propelled me away from that building with enough forward momentum to last until I was at the edge of the property, back towards the road. My friend followed me quickly after, more so to laugh at me than out of fear. He didn't seem to be too worried about it, though. He agreed we definitely weren't going back. I know this isn't the most exciting story, but what terrified me at the time was that I was 100% sure we were alone in that building. It was dead silent apart from us. The fact that that man, ? Waited until right as we were leaving horrified me, as it made me realize they could have been watching and following us throughout the entire building, just listening to us talk, watching us take pictures, just following us. Needless to say, I don't do too much urban exploring anymore, at least not at night, in old spooky buildings constructed prior to World War One.
That's fucking rank.
I mean,
And
that that is potentially feet away from what you guys had in the I can't remember what building it was now, where you were leaving, and it started to sound like the entire building
that was the
started
asylum.
making noise. Like you were a figure away from that happening.
Yeah, literally.
I'll never forget my reaction to that.
That was just awful.
No.
I just looked at you, and I thought, I can't say anything because Maya is currently climbing over broken glass to get out of this window. And I don't want to acknowledge what I can hear through there. But you looking at me, the way you looked at me, it was just like, yep, I hear it too. Let's just leave.
You two didn't fight over who went out the window next at that point.
No, I said Jordan go.
Yeah, it was very bold of him. I appreciate it.
And Jordan did not argue.
He was already out the window.
Jordan was already like,
Jordan, you can go.
Where's he go? Jordan and I were already driving off in the car.
That's it. I just looked at it. I just went like, no, just go.
It was fucking horrendous. Absolutely horrendous.
But yeah, that's kind of what I was picturing the entire time you were telling that story.
I mean, there's no real way of saying where we've been to abandoned places and thought that we were alone, that we were actually 100% alone.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's no way.
There's no way of ever knowing.
No.
You
The
know?
place where we went just near here with that massive ladder going into the loft with every single loft hatch open with like fucking filing cabinets and shit underneath. Like there was probably people in that loft, almost certainly.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
I mean, the fact that 24 hours prior, the ladder was outside and then it was well inside the building afterwards.
Yeah. I was going to say, what would you all say is the building you've been to that was most likely to have had someone else in it?
I would probably say probably the RAF base where I saw something in the window or captured something, in the window on the night vision camera.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's basically proof, I'd say, because it looks like someone's peering around the corner of the curtain. But quite possibly all of them. I mean, the thing is, you know, I guess if you're homeless, how scary abandoned buildings are kind of goes out of the window, because a scary building is probably better than being in the pissing rain and wind all night.
True.
Yeah.
So a lot of them are probably, you know, I mean, also the paper mill me and Maya went to, we literally found traces of food, etc., and beds and bedding and everything. But we went right slap bang in the middle of the day, so I guess they all went out.
And you also go
and someone a week before was murdered there. Yeah, so yeah, they're very,
no guarantee
very
in this game. No guarantees.
No, exactly. Just make sure you wear a stab proof vest.
That's it.
That's all we can do. Take precautions, you know. So there you go. We have one more. Then we'll answer a question, and then we are out of here. So Vanaza, 8 years ago. Not me, but last summer, 2 Urbex guys in Hungary got in touch with a few reporters after exploring a disused chemical plant and finding half-rotted barrels leaking unknown substances, and a whole shit show started happening after. The place was operational for 140 years until closure some years ago. Tests were made. Very nasty substances like DDT, chlorobenzene, benzene were as high as 80,000 times above the legal limit in the soil. People living in the area are very likely affected. The DDT levels in eggs from the area were nearly 40 times above the limit. And now there's a huge scandal about cleaning the place up. Estimated to cost over $150 million and take about 10 years. So it's probably now, just about now, being cleaned up. But imagine that. You're doing a little urban exploration and you find hazardous waste leaking into the earth.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
I wouldn't put it past it in this country.
Exactly.
Leaking shit into the fucking seas. Fuck it.
That's it. That's
What we
it.
pay your water bill for.
And there you go. So, thought we'd finish on not a spooky one, but
Just
an
yeah.
environmental awareness one. You know?
Yeah, not fun.
No.
I mean, I guess you have to report it.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
100%.
But then counter to that, would you get in trouble in the process of reporting it?
I think
Well,
they'll
I think
probably
you'd
let
be
you
like,
off.
look,
They'd let you off,
come
yeah.
on.
I literally potentially just saved
Yeah,
thousands of people.
true.
Can
Dodgy
you
eggs.
not fucking tell me off, please? Right. Oh, right. Do we want a paranormal one?
Okay.
Or do we just want a random question about pizza?
Oh, pizza.
Yeah?
Pizza.
I want to answer this one. So this is the Patreon question of the pod. If you want to ask a question, become a patron. Head over to Patreon, become a patron for as little as £1 a month. You get access to everything. But I will say, over on the Patreon, I have been doing the odd post for the free members as well, because we've got a load of free members. So basically, if you're a free member, you can see like previews of videos and things like that. But like 30 seconds and 5 minutes and things like that. But every now and then, I have been uploading some things that are available to everyone, including the free members. So, if you want to come over and join the Patreon community, there's like a chat there and all sorts of stuff and lots of behind the scenes. And especially when I'm editing things like investigations, there's lots and lots of behind the scenes stuff that goes there. Anyway, you also get to ask a question of the pod. We've got some great questions, so thank you so much. And we will save them for future episodes, I promise. But Reese Davies asks, what is all of your go-to pizzas when ordering from Domino's? Oh, I go for the Meteor.
That is a good one. That is a good one.
Beautiful pizza. That's a beautiful
Here's a good one.
Am
Am I allowed to look at the menu to refresh my mind?
Of course.
I currently am.
Right.
I mean, I don't even know if I need to.
Go on.
American Hot is a staple.
American Hot is good.
American Hot
is
a staple.
good.
I don't know how this one's gonna go.
Oh, no.
But I did like the lasagna one when they had it.
Yeah, it was good.
Wow.
It was good.
I don't
I mean,
think I ever
it's
tried it.
sacrilege for anyone who's Italian and loves lasagna. I mean, I love lasagna, but that's the thing that drew me to it. I was like, what about if it's literally as good as a lasagna on a pizza? I mean,
And is it?
it was good.
And it wasn't far off.
It was good. But yeah, my staples normally Meteor and the American Hot.
Yeah.
Interchange.
Yeah. So I'll go for a hot and spicy. That's when I get one.
Nice.
And I'll swap some toppings around. All right. I'll take off the peppers and onions, even though I do like them. I take them off. I add some chicken and I add some fresh tomatoes. It's just nice. It's just nice. That's what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, what
Stuffed
yeah,
crust has to be done.
Yeah, it has to be
I
something.
was going to say, what crust are we going for?
Stuffed.
Yeah.
I think the double decadence.
I never tried that.
I've had it a couple of times now. It's quite good.
Okay.
Is that like
It's
the way they
double
put the
decadence.
layer of?
That's where they put the layer of cheese and herb sauce in between two thin pizza crusts.
Fucking
Wow.
Christ.
Yes.
I didn't even
Double
know that was a
decadence or
thing.
double diabetes. Jesus, fuck.
Diabetes.
It's both.
And then, obviously, their barbecue sauce is pretty good as well.
It is.
Hang on.
As a
you should
topping.
go for garlic and herbs. No, they don't do any other
As
sauces. do they?
as the topping, not as the separate.
Ah, you're a barbecue base man.
Yes.
That doesn't
I will
surprise me
admit-
in the fucking slightest.
I
Literally
will
doesn't
admit,
surprise
I
me.
have changed on occasion. I have changed the American Hot to a barbecue base.
It's,
Done.
Sometimes.
Fucking through with it.
Sometimes.
Do you know what? Right. No.
Don't limit yourself.
No.
Exactly.
I just want a
exactly.
pizza now.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm a simple man after that. I have chicken, I have ground beef, I have sweet corn. We're done.
They're just the sides.
It's just simple.
Give me the toppings as the sides, please.
That's it. Just
Can I have a
I don't
portion
even
of
want the
ground
pizza,
beef, please?
Yes. Unspiced.
Those are all the options. That's it.
Raw.
There you go. Mad. Well, there you go. Now you know our pizza flavors if we're ordering
That's it.
pizza. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for joining me, guys. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the pod. Share the pod around. Come on, makes sense. Put it in your group chats and that. And yeah, give us some ideas for some episodes. We've got an urban legend one coming up. It should be really fun.
Nice.
Urban legends that turned out to be real. I was going to say it turned out to be free. Anyway, right. We'll see you again very soon. Goodbye, everyone.
See you later.
Bye.